that's got to go on the road. They're a good team, and they're actually the favorite in this if you're going to be betting in this game at all. You got Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay versus Brian Flores and that Vikings defense. You got Kevin O'Connell going against his good buddy Sean McVay. I think there's a lot of storylines there. I think you got two solid teams here. I think it's going to be a really good matchup. And I was going to mention something about them being in LA and supposed to be a home game for the Rams, which never feels like it never really is. But this game actually might be moved to Arizona because of the fires, unfortunately. But other than that, putting that at the side, I just think that the entertainment on the field is going to make this the best matchup this weekend. All right, guys. Should the Vikings, speaking of the Vikings, should they bring back Sam Darnold next year and trade J.J. McCarthy, or move on from Sam Darnold and just go with J.J. McCarthy?
So in this world, we are so easily become prisoners of what our eyes showed us last. And if that's the case, 18 for 41 against a depleted Lions defense is a tough pill to swallow for Darnold. Honestly, I think it depends on how Darnold looks in the playoffs. Because if he follows up the Lions dud with a second big game, poor performance, I'd let Darnold hit the market. And by that, I mean I wouldn't make him some massive he can't refuse an offer before he becomes a free agent. I'd make him an offer. But I'm not going to cripple my franchise to keep him because I don't know if I can commit to him as the quarterback if he follows up that poor performance against the Lions with another poor performance in the playoffs. If he does follow it up that way, then I make it an open competition. I make him a competitive-ish offer, but I don't sweat it if he goes to the open market and signs elsewhere.
Well, I agree with a lot of what you had to say. I mean, it totally depends on what happens in the playoffs. I mean, if the Lions did expose him, they're not going to want him back. And look, I don't like either quarterback situation with Minnesota. I don't like Darnold, as you know, and I'm not a J.J. McCarthy guy. But I sure wouldn't commit long-term and money to Sam Darnold. If you want to get something done short-term, you can go ahead and do that and let the young kids sit down and rest and watch from the sidelines as need be. But at least you have the unknown with JJ. I feel like you already know what you got with Sam Darnold. And, was his ceiling already reached during the regular season, and now he's exposed again for being Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold, I almost called him Mick Darnold. Sam Darnold may as well be playing for his Vikings job this weekend. But I know he might have peaked in the regular season, Gator, but I can't ignore what he did in the regular season. It was a great regular season. I think what you do is you franchise him, and I know it's committing a lot of money, but it's only 1 year at least. You franchise him, and you keep JJ, and you keep developing JJ. Because I think he's still, I know it's just a shot of him in his shorts and a t-shirt essentially, but he didn't look like he gained any weight except for more hair. Like this, he does not look ready. He doesn't look like an NFL quarterback yet. Doesn't mean he won't be one eventually, but I think everyone in this league is so in a hurry to rush a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback to play when sometimes it's okay to sit and learn and develop. And I think that's what they should do with J.J. McCarthy. Franchise Sam Darnold, bring him back next year. If it doesn't work out, you do have J.J. McCarthy there to pick it up, hopefully. All right, it feels like this topic has been done over 1 million times this year, debated 1 million times, and I've been told it was been over 1 million times. But finally, guys, in the end now, who will win the NFL MVP?
Josh Allen wins it. That's what you're asking. Not who I would choose, but that's Josh Allen. He's going to win it. The media already anointed him the MVP several weeks ago, despite Lamar Jackson having better numbers. Allen's worthy for sure. Overcoming an average defense. He's putting points on the board consistently. And he's as tough as they come. I just think that Lamar has made his players better around him. And then there's the whole Saquon Barkley argument that I kind of alluded to earlier, that guy could really make a claim too. But it seems like it's a quarterback award, and like I said, the media already picked this one out a few weeks ago.
In the interest of time, I'll just quickly agree with you. It's Josh Allen. He's the first quarterback in NFL history to throw for over 40 touchdowns and commit fewer than 8 turnovers, and the Bills average 3 points per drive, which is one of the greatest totals in NFL history. Josh Allen's going to win it.
Make it 3 for 3. I think Josh Allen will win it as well, but I agree with you, Gator. I think Lamar Jackson should actually win it. But I think there's voter fatigue set in with Lamar, and he does get punished because he hasn't done well in the postseason, even though this is a regular season award. But I agree. I think Lamar Jackson's had the better regular season, and this is a regular season award. But in the end, Josh Allen will win it. All right, guys, where will Tyreek Hill be playing football next year?
So what are the requirements for Tyreek Hill to have this make sense? You have to have a good team, or he'll bitch. We've seen that. You have to have a good quarterback. You have to have cap space, and you have to have a real need at wide receiver. So Next year, Tyreek Hill will be with the LA Chargers. They're good. They have a good quarterback. They have a 7th most cap space, and they could use an elite receiver. Tyreek Hill to the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to be able to move him. It's a massive cap hit of $28 million for the Dolphins to take that on. I actually think he's going to end up apologizing publicly here in the next couple days, and they'll make amends, and he's going to spend next year with Miami and move on after that because I think he's got an out in his contract after next season.
Very interesting, Gator. I was going to say, don't rule out Tyreek coming back to Miami next year. But if Mike McDaniel wants to take back control of that locker room, he needs to trade Tyreek Hill. Apparently, people have been showing up late all year long, and you can't let this happen. And so you kind of make an example out of Tyreek Hill, and you trade him. If he is to get traded, I've got the Houston Texans doing it again. They went out and got Diggs last year, but they reworked his deal to make it only a 1-year contract. So Diggs is out of there this year. You saw what happened to Tank Dell. And if Nico gets hurt again, they have no receivers. They need they've shown they'd like to make a big splash, help CJ Stroud out. I think if he does get traded, watch out for the Houston Texans. All right, first it was Kyle Shanahan, and now 2 more coaches have been rumored to possibly be traded. Kevin O'Connell of the Vikings and Mike Tomlin of the Steelers. Is a coach going to get traded this offseason?
I don't think so. I just think that, really good situations for O'Connell and Tomlin in particular. But if I had to pick one, I would say it would be Tomlin, because there might be some fatigue in Pittsburgh running it back every year, and they haven't won a playoff game since 2016, if I'm not mistaken. So I could see that happening more likely than O'Connell. But, because the whole Mike McCarthy situation with the Bears interviewing or wanting to interview him and Dallas saying no go, I don't think it happens this year.
So if I were a team and I were a GM, I would never trade for a coach for 2 reasons. One, as a qualified GM, I'd like to think I'd be a qualified GM. I would think that I'd be able to go out and hire a coach. Secondly, as a GM, I wouldn't want to give up any draft capital, which is usually what goes the other direction, to get a coach, because this is how I build a team. And I don't think a coach is going to get traded. In the last 18 years, it's only happened twice. And one of those times, the coach that was traded, Sean Payton, was actually in retirement. So this was something that was kind of big around the turn of the century. Hasn't happened nearly as much. I don't think it happens this year.
Yeah, this is a lot of smoke, but I don't think there's any fire. But I know it hasn't happened a lot, Doug, but the 2 times, look what Sean Payton's doing with Denver right now. They look great. And John Gruden brought a Super Bowl to Tampa. So I think, you don't want to give up draft capital ever, but if they find the right coach to turn around your organization, it's worth it. But I think, to me, the crazy talk is trading Tomlin. He's criticized for underachieving by overachieving. Right. To make it make sense, I don't understand.
I can't make it make sense.
All right, last one, guys. Justin Herbert said this week that Jim Harbaugh told him that Harbaugh can remember the day he was born. Thoughts?
Nothing that comes out of Jim Harbaugh's mouth surprised me anymore. I would sit with him every week, okay? It was some of the strangest experiences I've had in my professional career. It wouldn't shock me if Jim Harbaugh came out and said, not only do I remember being born this time.
This time, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Listen, Kang, sure he can. He can remember that, but he doesn't recall things that happened within the last couple of years when he's being questioned by the NCAA. I mean, the guy's a hell of a football coach. There's no question about it. But he's also a bit of a loon. Just a bit of one. Whatever he thinks gets him over with his team, hey, don't change, Jim. You go ahead and you be you. But in the end, his act has proven to wear out, and he wears out his welcome, and he'll move on to the next big thing. But enjoy it right now, Chargers, and you got a window, but the window and that clock is ticking already.
He's got to be the weirdest best football coach ever. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to say next, he remembers his conception as well. Like, I remember the path, the swim I took, that I beat the other guys, you know what I mean? Whatever. I mean, it makes me think of George Costanza's line from Seinfeld. It's not a lie if you believe it. God bless you, Jim Harbaugh.
And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Hey, some key players getting healthy in time for the playoffs. What about you? Is this the year that you're going to get healthy or healthier? Lose weight, get in shape, whatever it is. Do it with limited edition, show some athletic apparel, the Grit Line. hoodies and long sleeve workout shirts in Honolulu blue, gray, and black with grit right there on the front. Go to showsomerespect.com to get yours. Show your team pride. Like I keep saying, it's the best workout gear. It's a Michigan-based company, high-quality stuff. I like it. Go to showsomerespect.com, and don't forget the discount code Doug at checkout for an extra 20%. Show some respect. It's SHOSUM, respect.com. That's SHOSUM, respect.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. And look, we opened the show talking about the Lions and Chris Spielman interviewing for the GM job of the Jets. And, you know, I guess, does that rattle you at all? Does that bother you? Not that Chris is doing this, but that they might lose Chris Spielman. Because I don't know that we can fully measure in any way what he does. It feels like Chris Spielman is responsible for a lot of what we're seeing. And people like to call and make the case. Hey, credit Chris Spielman. He gets votes for champ of the weekend. But when Chris Spielman's on the air, Chris Spielman always downplays his role.
Right. Let's say he gets hired by the Jets.
Yep.
And then has a press conference and they announce him. And then they're like, Chris, what are your responsibilities as general manager? He'd say, look, I'm just here to do whatever Woody wants me to do. I'm here for him. And we're just going to try to put the best team out there we can without actually explaining, well, as a general manager, I'm in charge of, the draft and player personnel issues and all that. But yeah, he's always, since he's been with the Lions front office, he's been this kind of, visionary that we don't really know what he does. We like I said, we speculate and we think he has tremendous influence, and we all want the influence to be great. We say really good things about him. We like him. We don't want him to go.
So we go back to, is this something or is it nothing? Is this something? Would losing Chris Spielman be something, or would losing Chris Spielman be nothing?
I think it's always going to be something if you lose somebody, but to what degree? I mean, would it be insurmountable? Could you not overcome it? Of course you could. And maybe the influence was so important in the early stages, and now that the thing is up and running, he can step away and let others, do what they're going to do, because he already did what they wanted them to do. How do you change the culture? Well, find the right people. And, Dan Campbell's not going anywhere. Brad Holmes isn't going anywhere. Those are two guys that are going to stay. And those are the two that are responsible for building this team. Chris had the vision of what the team should be. So can they afford to let him go? Of course they can.
I think the one way to describe Chris Spielman's current influence on the team is he's emerged as a cult hero of this resurgence, because like Dan Campbell might be the hero, Jared Goff is the hero, Brad Holmes is the hero, the protagonist, but the cult hero in this whole thing is Spielman. And, he was so beloved as a player. He did the virtual impossible. It's not virtually impossible, but he really crossed over from being an Ohio State guy to being a loved member of a Detroit team, like a loved one. I never heard anybody say, yeah, but he's an Ohio State guy. I never heard anybody say that about Chris Spielman. Like he did. I'm not going to call it impossible. It's not, but it's something that is really, really difficult to do. He is so beloved. Now he's got a role in the organization that he's listed as a special assistant to the president.
I'll speak on my own behalf here. And I'm going to ask a question, give my answer, and I'm curious what you would say or what others would say. This is how much I like and appreciate and respect Chris Spielman. I feel like if you were, and because what my speculation is on his role in this whole resurgence of the Lions,
yep.
If they were to announce tomorrow that they are going to erect a statue in honor of Chris Spielman,
mm-hmm.
I would rather it have Chris Spielman in a suit than Chris Spielman wearing 54 ready to tackle somebody. As far as the statue is concerned, that's how important I think he has been to getting this team to where it is. Because without what I think is his vision, I think this franchise has continued to flounder and just try to imitate and be, whatever version they can be of somebody else's vision, which doesn't work out.
No.
I mean, it makes for a really boring statue, but that's how important I think he has been. I think he's been way more important because of the influence he has in the front office than what he was when he was a stud linebacker for this team during the 90s.
Yeah, look, I'd put him in the 54. I don't know that a statue of a dude in a suit who was a player really hits, but
of course not.
But to each their own. But that also, if you really believe that, then you really don't want to lose him.
Of course, I don't want to lose him. Absolutely, I don't want to lose him. But I understand it. It's almost like he can say, look around, give a big sigh, and say, "My work here is done." If they win the Super Bowl, which is the ultimate. If they don't win the Super Bowl, would he, if he's going to interview with the Jets, does he say, "Look, I'll interview with you guys, but I can't give you any, I need to see this through in Detroit."
If they win the Super Bowl and people leave, it's not that I don't care, but I care significantly less. Thank you for your work here. We've reached the mountaintop. I've felt very comfortable in the idea that the Detroit Lions are a Super Bowl contender this year, next year, probably the year beyond. Feels like they've got a sustainable model here.
Mm-hmm.
As much as people are being sought, they're coming after our guys. They could take a huge hit this offseason, which again, if they win the Super Bowl, cool. But if they don't win the Super Bowl, I'm not gonna like it. I'm not gonna like losing a bunch of guys.
You don't want to lose anybody. You know, they've built something so great here in such a short amount of time that it hurts for sure. But I think Spielman's done his job, which was advise, ownership to hire Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell.
Yep.
And as long as those two guys are here, I'm okay. Because the rest of it is going to happen. When you're a good organization, a good team, you're winning a ton of games, they're going to pick off guys off your tree because that's what people do in this league. But as long as Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are here, I feel pretty good still, Doug.
248-539-9797. What is your concern level if Chris Spielman takes a job with the Jets, interviewing for the GM spot? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in. The NFL is secretly trying to dismantle our front office before we win the big game because they know if the Lions win it all, it would cause Armageddon. That's from Roy. Jamie in Ann Arbor, the possibility of losing all these people in the organization makes winning the Super Bowl this year even more important. From an unnamed texter, Chris won't take the job. He will interview, but he will recommend that the Jets interview and go after Ray Agnew. Unnamed texter, I have no problem with anybody on the staff seeking other employment. That's what you're supposed to do. Some believe your job is always going to be looking. Some believe your job is going to always be looking for the next job. But I also think that teams do this to beat us. If you can't beat them, hire their coaches and advisors.
Well, you're elevating them too. It's not like they're taking lateral movement positions, right? I mean, if Chris Spielman's interviewing for the GM job.
Yeah.
That's a step up.
Yeah, there are rules about you can't pluck a linebacker coach to be a linebacker coach who's under contract. You have to give him a promotion.
Yes, when you're talking about interviewing coordinators for head coaching jobs, those are steps up.
Spielman is just Sheila's special assistant. If he thinks he can do a GM job and he's accepting an interview, then so be it. I wish him all the luck. The number one guy is Brad Holmes. That's all that matters. Keep drafting studs and you keep winning. For all the years the Patriots were great, he lost all of his assistant coaching positions and it didn't affect him. I'm not worried.
This is true. Those are facts.
Unnamed texter, I think you guys are overreacting about how many people could potentially leave and how much of an impact those who leave will make. I'm not worried at all. You guys talk about all the time trusting Dan and Brad. Why would you not trust them in this instance as well?
I'm not as concerned about people leaving. If you're talking about we're overreacting to the potential of how many guys could leave, I think the numbers could be quite staggering if it all were to come to fruition because there's a lot of different moving pieces there. I don't think that's going to be the case. We are going to have to deal with some people leaving, I think, and I think they can. I absolutely have the full confidence in the Lions being able to move forward. I just don't like it. I like keeping the band together.
That accusation that we are overreacting, by definition, we very well might be. But it bothers me before we've won a Super Bowl. Doesn't bother me that guys are seeking other jobs. Doesn't bother me that people are looking to better their lives. Doesn't bother me that people are trying to gut our organization. What bothers me is it really does crank up the intensity while they're at full power here to win this Super Bowl. I do. It makes me a little concerned if they start losing volume. If they lose a guy, fine. But if they lose volume, then I'll be concerned. Doug, did Glenn and Ben Johnson invent football? If they leave, new guys will step up and fill the role. That's what the foundation is built on. No excuse. Next man up. We'll be fine with Brad and Dan. That's from Josh and Warren. Eddie says, why are the Chiefs any different? They don't lose any coordinators every year. Mark and Pinckney, they should do a Superman statue of Spielman. He could be wearing his suit with the opening on the shirt revealing the 54 underneath.
I get on board with that. I like that.
Yep. From Scott, yes, he should be in a suit with a neck roll.
I like that too.
Chris Spielman is probably doing the same job for the Lions that Miggy did last year with the front office of the Tigers, somewhere on the spectrum of nothing to a lot. Who knows?
It's quite the spectrum.
Yep. Spielman gets hired as GM and immediately hires Aaron Glenn as head coach. Hot take. That's from Jordan in a van. Buzz writes in, could I get away with wearing an Ohio State jersey to a Lions game if it was a Spielman Ohio State jersey?
Yep.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
100% you could. You could also get away with wearing a Taylor Decker jersey.
Ohio State Taylor Decker jersey?
Why wouldn't? Because you're a Detroit Lion. He's a Detroit Lion now.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know that Decker is in the same. In fact, I know Decker's not in the same.
Of course he's not. But he's our guy now. So I don't think that matters. Once they become Lions, that's what you care about.
Marcella McComb. So if Spielman gets hired by the Jets, you realize that expedites the rating of our organization, right? Chris has familiarity with all these guys and would absolutely try and bring them with him.
That would be concerning, I think. Like you're talking about, I think we are, or, you guys are overreacting a little bit on the sheer numbers of people that might leave, because in the end, there's only so many jobs. And once the top guy gets hired, he hires his own guys usually. But if Chris Spielman gets hired, that's where he could take Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson with him. Like, dude, I'm definitely hiring one of those guys to be my head coach. Or, like he starts plucking because he knows these guys personally. That could be a fear of if you're worried about losing the sheer volume of people.
Well, I mean, I've already accepted that I think they're going to lose at least one of the two offensive coordinators. Now, if it happens they lose
two coordinators?
Yeah. Well, sorry, one of the two coordinators, not two offensive coordinators. If there's one of the two coordinators, if they happen to lose Chris Spielman in addition to that, and it's like you said, a scenario where the Jets want to hire Aaron Glenn and then they want to hire Chris Spielman as well, I mean, it'll bother me, but not for long. Again, I think this organization is set up where they can handle the losses and move on. It's literally the next man up mentality, and they have guys ready for the next man up. And I think Chris has already done his job here.
What about this breaking news? Schefter's reporting the Jets want to interview Sheila Ford Hamp for their owner.
All right, stop.
I was trying to think, like, if somebody could give Dan, how could you give, like, could somebody legitimately go after Dan Campbell and say we want to make him GM and coach? Now I'm wading into the world of paranoia. I need to stop it.
Just walk
I've been
away.
watching too much Severance.
Oh, here we go.
It's got me paranoid.
Good God. You and this show Severance.
It's pretty good.
You haven't liked a show like this since maybe the peak of Walking Dead for you,
Maybe.
right?
Maybe.
Have you watched it?
I have not.
I haven't
not.
either.
Doug's making me intrigued though.
I think I'm doing the exact opposite for Gabe.
Yes.
I don't know if you're doing the exact. I'm not sure I really get into the premise that that's something I want to watch. But I mean, you're giving it a hard sell. The fact that you're watching it over again,
Yep.
which is something you don't do.
Nope. 2 more episodes last night. My wife and I watched it last year, and we are trying to get caught up before the release on January 17th of Severance Season 2, which we started our kids watching it. And one is in, the other's sort of in, and the third doesn't care. The little guy doesn't care.
Little guy doesn't care.
No, doesn't care.
Oh well.
But that's fine.
Who's in?
Our daughter.
Eldest one is not sure.
He's watched 2 episodes, and now, well, so here's the thing. Here's why he might actually get in. His fraternity had started buzzing around in their text chain of all the guys that went to school together. One of them's way in and now is sending reviews, and they're getting together next week. And so now a bunch of them are saying, well, let's all watch season 1 and then we can watch season 2 when we get together. Between going out and watching football.
So there could be some herd influence.
Yep, there could be. So it's I think it's really good. But I also know what it's like when people say, you got to watch The Wire. No, you got to watch The Wire. Do I have to watch The Wire? No, you have to watch The Wire. I don't want to watch The Wire. But you got to watch. Don't. Okay, got it. Yeah. So I don't want to oversell it.
No,
I just want you to.
It's a really good show, though.
I'm
not going to tell you what to do.
No, I'm not
really
telling you what to do. Has anybody watched The Wire and Severance? Because that's the one I probably got the most. You got to watch The Wire. But
I think you should stop watching Severance because it's making you paranoid for the Lions.
that's a good point. All right, straight ahead. Let's get into college football playoff game tonight. Orange Bowl, Notre Dame, and Penn State. A little bit later on, Pistons win again. All they do is effing win. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so look, this is a great weekend of football, and this is kind of a new thing for us to navigate, right? I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of talk about the college football calendar being moved forward, and try and make this thing not drag out so long, align the transfer portal with the semesters, align the end of the season with the semesters. So this might be a one and done for how good this weekend is. This weekend alone might be a reason for hoping it's not a one and done, even though I think everybody sees the problems that college football has with its calendar in terms of players that are seeking new schools while still trying to play for a national championship is really, really bizarre. But we go this weekend for the football fan in terms of important games. I don't know if there's ever really been a more important weekend in NFL and college football combined, because you have 2 semifinal games and 6 NFL playoff games. And it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. This is great. This is great. And I'm excited about it, and I'm going to enjoy every last minute of it and try and watch all 60 minutes of every game. Notre Dame and Penn State's the first game tonight. Orange Bowl, Hard Rock Stadium, Notre Dame favored by 1. Gator, what's your read on this game?
I think it should be an excellent game. I think both teams have really good defenses. So I'm intrigued to see just how good they're going to be. I think both teams got better as the season went on. Clearly, Notre Dame did. They had the one hiccup early on against Northern Illinois and then just took care of business and have steamrolled since. They've got a very experienced quarterback, which helps them out a lot. They've got a decent running game, but neither team seems to be very explosive when it comes to offense.
They're not.
And yet they can put up points in bunches, but they don't look explosive. It's weird. Notre Dame, or I should say Penn State, has these 2 really good running backs, and they've got an outstanding tight end. They've got a quarterback that can make some things happen, but again, it's not explosive. So I expect this to be a pretty well-played game. From a rooting interest, it's tough because I can't stand Notre Dame and their refusal to join any kind of conference, and yet I really like Marcus Freeman. I can't stand James Franklin at Penn State, but I'm all about the Big Ten, and I love the Big Ten has 2 teams in the Final Four. So I'm rooting for Big Ten supremacy here and hoping that we get let's get a rematch of Penn State and Ohio State in the final. I think it'd be awesome.
So there's big injury questions on both sides. For Notre Dame, it's Jeremiah Love, the running back. For Penn State, it's Abdul Carter, the edge rusher.
And Notre Dame's without their best player in defense.
And there was some discussion of them both coming back. I think both coaches implied at the press conference yesterday that both players would be back. And I got the sense that nobody in the media contingent that covered either team believes them. That Jeremiah Love will be back for Notre Dame and Abdul Carter will be back for Penn State. If they don't play, in my opinion, that's a bigger deal for Penn State than it is for Notre Dame. Notre Dame's RB2, Jadarian Price, is over 6 yards a carry. I go back to when it first kind of became aware of him, the first game of the season when Notre Dame played at Texas A&M, and he had the big 54-yard touchdown run or wherever it was, weaving through the Texas A&M defense and then turning the corner and turning on the Jets. I'm a big fan of Jadarian Price, and I think that he is I don't think there's much of a drop off there. I can't say that I trust Drew Aller in this spot. Drew Aller hasn't turned it over in the playoff, which is a big deal because if you look back at Penn State's biggest games, and they didn't play the toughest schedule in the world, but they had some big games, Oregon, Ohio State, USC. I think he threw 3 picks in the USC game, 2 picks in the Oregon game, and a pick in the Ohio State game. I can't say I trust him in this spot. And to his credit, he didn't turn it over in the SMU game, and he didn't turn over in the Boise game. So maybe that's behind him. Maybe he's turned the corner. Only 3 teams in the country have more interceptions than Notre Dame. So, a FanDuel prop bet, will Aller throw an interception? I would bet yes. And the other thing I can't shake here, the scoreboard didn't reflect as much as I feel like Notre Dame controlled the Georgia game.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
I thought Notre Dame basically from beginning to end controlled that game. And yet the touchdowns and the score, Notre Dame won 23-10, and they did it in part because they got a kickoff return for a touchdown. Like there's so many things about that game that implies that Notre Dame didn't control it, but Notre Dame, I thought on that day, clearly distinguished themselves as the better team, better than Georgia. And that impressed the hell out of me.
You could argue that Indiana was tougher for Notre Dame than Georgia was.
Well, the final score was closer.
Well, the score does that because of a flurry at the end, but I mean, it felt like Indiana just kind of limped through the first 2.5 quarters and then started to play football, but Georgia just never really got there. I agree with you, and that's what's good. Notre Dame they can be stifling with how good they are in defense. And I mentioned, they're playing without their defensive lineman who's been out since the Indiana game. Got hurt in the Indiana game. And that was Riley Mills. And that hurts because that's a guy who plays in the middle of that defensive line and yet gets after the quarterback. Riley Leonard at quarterback, I don't think he's ever going to wow you with his arm and his ability to throw the football, but he's got a will inside him that refuses to quit. I mean, that's what's impressive about him. He wasn't sacked a whole ton this year. He was only sacked 15 times all season long on 349 passing attempts, so that's not much. However, he runs a ton. He gets hit a lot, not from getting sacked, but from actually being an active runner. Carried it 149 times this year. He's a big part of their offense when it comes to running the football. He had over 800 yards rushing. Is that going to be a problem when you match up against Penn State? These are big boys that can get out there and hit. That Penn State defense is really good. Is Riley Leonard going to put himself in danger?
Well, he may. I mean, that's and he, if it's necessary, he should. Right? We're in the college football playoff. Everything on the line. Caution to the wind, and Notre Dame gets you with the rushing attack. You're right. Neither team is particularly explosive. They're both kind of ground and pound kind of teams. Although, I mean, Aller has the ability to rip off a throw where you're like, wow, there's the NFL arm.
Yeah.
And then he also every once in a while does something that I think probably you go, what was that? I guess I trust Notre Dame more than I trust Penn State in this one. I think the Fighting Irish are going to get this win. And we'll go to the national championship game. Who do you think wins it?
I mean, I want Penn State to win it, but I agree with you. I think Aller can make a mistake, and Notre Dame is just slow and steady wins the race. And I think Notre Dame is going to be stout enough against the running game where it's going to force Penn State to throw, and that's going to force things that they don't want to do. So I think Notre Dame wins it. It's really a tight game.
It's really weird because it's kind of a throwback blue blood matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Neither have won a national championship since the 80s, which doesn't seem for real, but I guess it is. And I can't even remember the last time these two teams played.
I was going to say, I don't remember them playing against each other. Like even in big bowl games in the 80s, I don't remember them playing against each other.
It feels like they should have a bunch of games against one another. Starting in 1981, Penn State holds a 9-5 advantage. So they have played
14 times.
Why can't I remember many of these matchups? Maybe they weren't memorable. Maybe that's why. Hopefully this is a memorable game tonight.
It's a Final Four matchup. It should be.
Yeah. Instinct tells you it should be, but when you think about the way the Final Four matchups have gone in the past, last year's were pretty damn good, but
you still remember them. Like even teams that lose, you still remember those games.
The Final Four games, when it was a 14 playoff, the semifinal games were terrible in terms of if you're looking for games to be close. But I think this one's inherently going to be close because I don't think anybody's going to put up 40 points.
Well, right. And yet, I think the over-under is set right now at 45 and a half, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see 6 touchdowns in this game?
No, I
I
don't.
don't really either.
I don't see 6 touchdowns. And in close games, I like Marcus Freeman over James Franklin. If it comes down to a coaching decision here or there, I like Marcus Freeman over James Franklin. You just never know when James Franklin's going to fake a punt from inside his own 20 on 4th and 30.
I think you could have stopped that statement as I like Marcus Freeman more than James Franklin. Period. You didn't even need to give reasons after that, Doug.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Full stop.
Yeah, right. Hey, guys, there is a tweet out there right now suggesting the Lions may lose someone else we haven't even mentioned yet. A name that hasn't even been mentioned by us that the Lions could possibly lose.
Great.
Tom Pelissaro.
No, not legitimate.
All right. Real
Is
Tom
this-
Pelissaro.
Damn it.
The Seahawks are scheduled to interview Lions offensive line coach Hank Fraley for their OC job on Friday, per source.
That's okay.
No, it's okay or not.
Oh,
I know
yeah,
we're going
right.
to lose people, but Hank Fraley now
Yeah.
is a name that, that no one's even brought up.
Well, you know why? Get in the cycle. Start to learn now, because I think people maybe you're speculating. Okay, if the Lions lose Ben Johnson, is Hank Fraley a possibility for an offensive coordinator job with the Lions? And if that's something that the Lions would do, if you think they would make that move internally, why not get ahead of it and just interview him, see what it looks like?
Is Dan Miller on lockdown?
Yes, no, I just thought the Rams are looking to hire Dan Miller
Yeah.
as their play-by-play
That's a
guy.
joke, right?
Yes. it
Okay,
is.
good.
But no one's off limits.
Apparently not. God, this is, again, one of those millions of things that are hard to get used to when you're this good. Are they the model franchise in the NFL that everybody's trying to mimic?
They are right now, just like the Rams were several years ago.
I mean, in Seattle right now, they're going, yes to Fraley. Go get Fraley. 248-539-9797. 97.1, the ticket. I am a little bit intrigued, our audience, who are you rooting for in the Notre Dame-Penn State game tonight and why? It's basically...
Well, for those
I
that
think
don't
it's
have a
another way of
genuine
putting-
rooting interest,
Yeah,
okay,
if you're a Notre Dame fan, got it. If you're
Yeah.
a Penn State fan, got it. But if you have no skin in the game, who are you rooting for here? And you know what this truly is? Because you can make a case that everybody hates Notre Dame, sort of.
mm-hmm.
It really comes down to how much do you dislike James Franklin is maybe the topic.
This is kind of funny because like I can say going into it, and this is just going into it.
Yep.
I think I'm
I
going
bet-
to feel
Dude,
like I want Penn State to win. That's
I
how I
understand
think I'm
that.
going to want.
I completely understand that feeling. And then
And
during
then
the game,
I'll tune in and I'll be like, I love that Marcus Freeman got this done. I don't know. It's going to be strange for me because I can say one thing and think that's how it's going to go, and yet I fully understand that once the game gets going, that my feelings could change on the spot.
I have been in that camp.
And I'm not typically wishy-washy when it comes to things like this. It's just this is one of those matchups that it'll bring that out of me because I cannot stand James Franklin, and I do not like Notre Dame. But I do like Marcus Freeman.
All right,
and
we'll
I
get to
do
some-
like the Big Ten.
Get to some Pistons stuff in the back half of this hour. 248-539-9797. Clark is in Waterford and on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Clark.
Jeez, sorry. I was seeing red there when you said James Franklin. All right, so number one, I think that it's fine if the coordinators leave. I think, and this might be unpopular, but I think that Ben Johnson is a little bit like the kid that's like really, really good at the sport, at the team he's on, and like screws around a little bit. I think that the talent that they have there, is good enough to where if we lose him, we'll be fine. Gets back to my main point. Dan Campbell put him there. He put both these guys there. So, I don't think that they are 1 in a million as much as Dan Campbell is 1 in a million. And I think that we're going to be just fine whether we lose one or both. I mean, of course, there's going to be bumps. And so, I know it's something that we always want to talk about it, but I really, truly believe that they'll be just fine losing one or both. I do not want Fraley to leave, interestingly, more than I don't want Ben Johnson to leave.
Wow. That is interesting. I mean, everything you said right up until that last part, Clark, I think was more logical than I have been today. I'm so excited that this doesn't feel like one kick at the can. I am so excited that we have right now a process and a system set up that feels extraordinarily sustainable, that I guess I don't want anything to erode at it before it really even gets going.
Well, I had to add that last part. I got to make you lift your eyebrows a bit.
Well, that did work. That worked.
Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah, wanting Fraley back more than Ben Johnson back is a. I can't get on board with that.
That might be a bit much.
Yeah.
But I do like what Hank Fraley has done with his team.
The competence shown by the front office is something that, and their ability to draft is basically Brad Holmes is probably why we're going to be just fine, and Dan Campbell is probably why we're going to be just fine. It's just they've done such a good job of putting people, like the person who said, did Ben Johnson invent football? Did Aaron Glenn invent defensive coordinator? No, of course not. There are other guys out there that'll be really, really good. But I guess I'd love the reassurances that they're not all going. Like, they're not all going. Spielman, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Fraley, et cetera, et cetera.
What do you think is the likeliest scenario when it comes to the two coordinators? They lose both, they lose one, they lose none.
I hate to say it, but I think they lose both. What do you think's the most likely scenario?
They lose one.
Is there one in particular, or you just...
I think they'll lose Aaron Glenn. I think Ben Johnson is going to be so specific with his situation, what he wants, that if there's a red flag, he can just say, nope, I'm going to step aside and not do it. And I'll wait for the next cycle. I think he knows what he wants to do, where he'd like to take over, and he'll interview for these jobs because it makes sense to get back on the interviewing schedule. I think he has to build. I think he's got some damage control after what happened last year. when he didn't get on the plane or whatever. I think that was.
No, the Commanders were on the plane here.
Yeah, sorry,
they're
that was
flying here.
Yeah, they were flying here, and then he's like, "Yeah, you know what? I don't need to." And I think he has to do some damage control from that because teams don't want to be jerked around like that. Like, we want to interview you for the job, yes or no, and they're like, yes, and then you get wishy-washy on that. You have to reestablish that trust. So I think that he is going to go through interviews, but again, he's going to present what he wants out of it. And it has to be the right situation. And does Jacksonville strike you as the right situation?
No.
The Raiders? The Saints? He's not interviewing with the Jets. The Bears is maybe as close as it gets, and the Bears are just a train wreck in that front office.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Joseph is next. Hi, Joseph.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I want to go back to the whole Penn State Notre Dame thing.
Yeah.
You were asking how we felt. I'm a lifelong Michigan fan. Been going to the Big House since I was little. I would love to see a Big Ten championship. I'd love to see Ohio smack Texas. I'd love to see Penn State absolutely destroy Notre Dame.
Really? Yeah, I've been in that place before. No, I've been in that place before. I guess I'm not surprised. I part of this is I think Marcus Freeman's one of the most likable guys out there. I think he's a really good coach. But yeah, I mean, I've been all B1G in the past where I'm just like put that conference flag up there. And I guess whenever I hear the SEC chants, I get a little eye rolly, like they all co-opt each other's successes, and I'm like, okay, but we can do it too.
I work with a couple Texas fans, and it's never ending. It's terrible.
Yeah.
All I hear is SEC this, SEC that. But I think this year is going to be the one where they finally kind of shut up.
Joseph got you down. 248-539-9797.
I think Texas gets smacked down.
Do you?
There's a possibility they just get smacked by Ohio State. Texas hasn't looked great. They look good. It's a good football team. Don't get me wrong. Are they belong in the top four? I think they probably do, but they haven't looked terribly impressive like a juggernaut could offensively. They just haven't.
Well, I mean, the thing about Ohio State is, are they as good as they've looked in these two playoff games?
Well, I think
it's they look pretty damn impressive.
They obviously have a Michigan problem. They're in their head. So if you can throw that game out and look at what else they are the rest of the season, their other loss was to Oregon, and it was by a score. So they avenged that by destroying Oregon. Yeah, I think Ohio State potentially, offensively, they are very, very talented. And having more time off to prepare, I think is a dangerous thing for whoever they play against.
See, Oregon messed up. They're the university with all these different helmets and uniforms and alternate jerseys, right? They should have went with the alternate maize and blue jersey against Ohio State, completely thrown them off. You know, because they do seem to have, and Ryan Day specifically has a Michigan problem.
Their version of the winged helmet,
right?
The duck wing.
Jim in a car, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jim.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
I want to preface this with saying I think we'll be fine. I really believe in the front office and all this stuff that's going on. But with Chris, and I believe that all three, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, Chris Spielman, they have a really good chance of getting jobs outside of the Lions organization. And there's a good chance that they're going to go. The one thing that hasn't been really discussed is all three of those guys are going to be needing to build a staff. And where are they going to look to draw their staff from? The guys that they've been working with for the past 4 years.
Yep.
So that Fraley going is only going to be one of the guys, that are going to be looked at to go. I believe that we're probably going to lose half of our coaching staff. But at the same time, I believe that those guys know that that's going to happen. They have a list of these are who we go after. These are the ones that we want to, make sure that we keep. But at the same time, I don't want people to, people are going to freak out when they go, oh, Chris Spielman got this job. He's taking Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's taken, 3 out of our coaching staff to go with him to the Jets. Yeah,
I mean, somebody leaving, gutting the staff is a real thing. But I mean, I guess This is what it's like when your team's really good.
Yep.
It's what it's like when your team's really good. All of this expected, totally expected. I guess I just didn't expect it before they've even won a Super Bowl. And hopefully they finish the job this year. And then I'm cool with whatever happens.
Well, but we've seen the coordinators be interviewed before. I think today what was a bit of a jolt was the Spielman news that he was going to interview for the GM position with the Jets. That's the one that got me a little off kilter today. The coordinators, I fully expect them to be head coaches at some point in the next couple of years. I think one goes this year. It's possible they both go this year, but we'll see how that shakes out.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. All right, Pistons win again. And look at this team. Now over 500. Lots of good stuff happening with them. We'll get to some Pistons discussion today at 11:47 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. How did that happen? Oh, whatever. Okay, so look, there's this basketball team of ours we got to talk about. How about the Detroit Pistons, man? Now, last night they should have won. It's a banged up Nets team. They were a big favorite.
Yeah, but they covered.
But not only it
handily.
Like, you know, you talk about getting used to things, getting used to the fact that they were favored big and won big is a new kind of a new thing. It's a new thing, Gator. Over 500, half a game out of the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference, which being a 6 seed normally wouldn't excite me, but that means you avoid Cleveland or Boston in the first round of the playoffs if you do indeed qualify for the playoffs. 6 seed is a lot better than being the 7 or the 8. And the 7 and the 8 get the play-in games, and I'd be happy with the play-in games, but the fate that awaits you as a play-in team is certain doom. But with that said, undefeated since Jaden Ivey got hurt. Now, I'm not trying to create something here, but it's good that they've been able to keep winning. And maybe it provides them some flexibility. Maybe some players are emerging here. Do you remember the guy who called last week after Jaden Ivey got hurt and said, who would you guys start now?
Yep.
And I said, look, I haven't given it much thought. And I was thinking, do they just bump Beasley up, whatever they might do? They've used 3 different starting lineups in this since the injury. And so I think JB is still figuring out what he wants to do. Now, some of that might have to do with Asar Thompson's illness, but they've used 3 different starting lineups. And last night, Beasley was very good. After going 1 for 10 against, I think it was Portland, the game before, 1 for 10 against Portland, came back and went 11 of 17 or whatever it was.
9 of 17 last night.
9 of 17, okay. Hit some 3-pointers. There was a Simone Fontecchio appearance.
Yeah, it was
sighting.
nice.
It was a sighting.
Steps up, and this was the thing we said, like, okay, when we talked about it, who's going to step up, and the one thing there were multiple options. It wasn't like, oh, I hope this guy does it. It was the likely scenario is that, okay, now you're leaning more on Malik Beasley instead of being a 6-man. He can start, he can get things going because he's been scoring all season long. But guys like that hadn't been all that consistent, like Tobias or Tim Hardaway Jr. or Simone Fontecchio, 3 guys that can absolutely score. They need to step their game up, and they have. And last night was one of those games where you can say, great, like to see that from Fontecchio, 7-11 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3-point shot range. And, this team has been shooting better since remember when they hired Vincent, Fred Vincent, the shooting coach, the specialist to get you to improve your 3-point shooting.
Yep.
They have. They have improved it. And last night's game was important for this team to get over 500, to keep streaking like they have. They got a game tonight against Golden State at home, so they're right back at it. And to be able to win handily last night like they did allowed them to rest. Cade Cunningham only played 23 minutes. Didn't need to play more. He was shooting well. They only had one player that played more than 28 minutes, and that was Beasley, who played 33. Everybody else was kind of in check. They unload the whole bench, and everybody gets a chance to play, and that's key when you got back-to-back games.
It's a good win last night.
It's a really good win last night. I don't care that Brooklyn sucks right now. I really don't, because everybody said the Pistons suck, and here they are at 19-18, not even at the halfway point, and they're already above 500 again, which is not happened since 2019. It's been a long time since this team was like that, and not that I think that this team's going to contend for the Eastern Conference, but keep doing what you're doing, keep building on it, and you get closer and closer to that 6th seed. And we're not talking about play-in games.
Yeah,
we're talking about a playoff team.
I don't know if the Pistons are a good team yet or if they will be a good team, but they did what good teams do last night. Big favorite, took care of business, move on. Rest guys, because you got, unfortunately, a back-to-back tonight against Golden State. And I know Golden State's not what they used to be, but they're still Golden State, and the Pistons are a young team. And so to rest Caden and then most of the team, that was nice, man. Now you go home and hopefully they've got some energy for the Warriors.
I really hope Steph Curry plays tonight. He's day-to-day with an injury. Did you see the point spread on this one?
I did not.
Pistons are favored. Pistons are favored against Golden State.
Oh, they are by 2.5.
On the second night of back-to-backs. Now, that might just be because of the Golden State injury situation and the uncertainty regarding Steph Curry. But that's almost unheard of for any reason whatsoever.
Kind of is. How's this for stat lines on the season? Steph Curry's averaging 22.8 points a game, 4.9 rebounds per game, and 6.1 assists per game. Cade Cunningham is averaging 24 points a game, 6.6 rebounds per game, and 9.3 assists per game. He's having a better season.
Yep. Well, what's their 3-point shooting percentage? Do you have that in front of you?
I can get that. Steph Curry is let's see what he's doing this year. As a 3-point shooter, his percentage is really freaking good at 42.3%. And Cade Cunningham, I think, is was gonna say
He's getting
high
better.
30s. He's definitely gotten better. Yeah, he's at 37.2%, which is a career high. The last 3 years, he went from 27.9 to 35.5, and now 37.2 this season.
Gotcha. Well, Kang, I'm starting to feel like your scenario ain't playing itself out.
What's that?
Pistons ain't getting Cooper flagged.
Oh. Hey, you don't know what Trajan can do about the draft and trading into the lottery somehow. I don't know, you know.
Sag for flag. Is that what it was?
Exactly. I like that, Gator. He's got the Duke connections, Trajan Langdon. Yeah, but yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, I said, I think it was my bold-ass Pistons prediction that they would win the lottery and get Cooper flagged. But yeah, you got to be in the lottery to win it, and they might not be in the lottery, and I'll walk that back any day of the week.
Yeah,
If
you
they're
don't
in the
want to be in the
playoffs,
lottery.
no. If they're in the playoffs, I mean, that would be something, right? And I was hoping maybe if they, play-in game at best this year, but I mean, it's still really early, but they're right now in a playoff spot, legit playoff spot, and they look fun to watch, man. And you mentioned losing Ivy, which is another thing. How well coached is this team? They lose Ivy, who's having a breakout year
Yeah,
finally,
he's having a really nice season.
and they haven't lost.
So they did. Bobby Klintman made his NBA debut last night.
Well done.
Yeah, I gotta tell you,
It's tough.
I have a Klintman observation. Anybody else?
Let us all know. Spread the word.
Hey, I did too
What's
as well,
the
Doug.
observation?
Okay,
I don't know if it's the same, but you go ahead. Go ahead.
We need to sort out the headband and the hair.
Yes. I'm not Bobby Klintman. You're not Bobby Klintman.
No.
I don't know how you can play like that.
So he's got the headband and he's got the braided hair
Yes.
that is like pushed to the front of his forehead and getting in his.
Usually he
his
puts it onto his face.
Yeah, it's like his. And look, I think there's probably a lot of nervous energy. So whatever. Did he seem even a little bit preoccupied with the headband and the hair?
Like, did he put it on wrong? Is that what you're asking?
No, well, usually when you wear a headband, it's to get the hair out of
Right.
your face.
Exactly,
He
yeah.
uses it to push the hair onto his face.
Like
He must be comfortable doing it because he's doing it
it's
on
his thing.
purpose, but
It's this thing.
I don't know how you can play like that.
Well, he tried. So, might be something he looks to adjust moving forward.
Yeah. 4 minutes. Didn't put up a shot. Had a couple defensive rebounds.
There was a couple
Couple
times they tried to
fouls.
get him the ball and with the passes, and I'm like,
Did not see it.
I can't imagine he didn't see it,
It's like the human car wash.
but
Just,
Is this
everything's
a-
kind of in front of him.
let me clear. This is a problem I don't have
Okay.
nor ever will.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
But Bobby Klintman, the hair might be something he wants to get under control before he's on the court again. Dude, it was pretty obvious, huh?
Well, it's distracting to me. I don't know how it is for him. He's the one playing. But yeah, I noticed it too. I mean, everyone noticed it, but it was something that was on my mind every time I saw him on the court.
It's like, dude, you might want to. Hey there.
Like if you're JB Bickerstaff, you call a timeout immediately. Like, dude, this goes underneath the hair and pulls it back and up and away from your face.
Yeah, is this a rubber band situation? Does he need to put it in a ponytail?
What do we need here?
Yeah, but anyway, I'm sure we're not the only ones that noticed that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up next hour, we have a couple of things I want to get into, including one. I got two NFL facts. Two
Facts.
NFL facts. These are straight facts, homie.
Would you call it a factoid or just facts?
What is the differentiator between a fact and a factoid?
I feel like a factoid is just kind of some random stat you bring up. It's just there, and it's kind of weird. But a fact is like, okay, this is something that's it's trendworthy or something you need to look at. This is something serious for this weekend or whatever.
I think both of these are surprising. And neither are specific to this weekend, but they're both NFL facts that we will get to just after the noon break. We also have some more Lions stuff to get to Something I haven't seen all season long. I did see a version of it I want to bring up. Kang said something to me in the office, and I want your guess on this. He said the Pacers did something last night that's likely never been done in the history of the NBA. And I said none of their starters reached double figures, just as a guess.
Random guess.
Yep. And Kang said, no, kind of, sort of, but not really.
This is a really stupid thing, Gator, that I just saw. And I don't know if it's ever been done.
Start 5 guys named Jalen.
Something like that. That's pretty good, though. That's very. I actually like that a lot more. I wish they'd done that. All spelled differently, by the way.
Right, of course.
Okay, well, neither of those are it, huh?
No, I don't want to drag this out, but it does have a Doug Karsh thing to it as well. At one point during last night.
Hold on for a second. Gator wants you got a guess?
You got another one, Gator?
No, I was trying to tell you something off the air that was going to.
Is that have to do with
Kangas.
this?
No.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
At one point last night, they had 5 guys on the court that had to be, where if you added up their jersey numbers, had to be the lowest number. It's the lowest number possible, actually.
Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Lower.
There's a
0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4?
Lower.
0, 0,
Yes!
1, 2, 3.
Yes! Benedict Mathurin wears 00. Tyrese Halliburton wears the number 0. Obi Toppin wears the number 1. Andrew Nemhart wears the number 2. And Thomas Bryant wears the number 3.
That's. I think that's incredible.
That is,
And Doug, we know how you feel about the numbers
I
00
hate the
and
double
0.
zero.
Yeah.
I think it's stupid,
But yeah.
they were all in the court at the same time.
00, 0, 1, 2, 3.
And Jalen Williams wore B. I love that. That's a great. That's a great.
That's not even a stat. I don't know what
it's
it
just,
is.
That's like what? The lowest number. And immediately go. Oh, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nope. Lower. Oh, right. There's a 0 there. Nope. Lower. What? Oh, a 00.
Someone had the number -1.
Yeah, I don't know that this is a record that likely will never be broken.
Oh, they could do it again. They probably will.
It could be matched, but I'm assuming here it cannot be broken. That's great. Carson Anderson, some NFL facts next. 97.1 The Ticket. Happy lunchtime, everybody. The Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. We got Kang behind the glass. Kenny back there answering phones. Quick question, Kenny, is the hot dog roller still in your living room?
As of right now, the hot dog roller is still in the living room.
What day is this? How many days has it been in the living room?
This has been, New Year's Eve to now, so I think just...
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's 10 days.
Yeah, that's 10 days. You're right. That's exactly right.
How many times has it been used?
It has been used, I think, 4 or 5 times now.
Oh, man.
So Kenny got
Getting after it, dude.
he got a hot dog
Wow.
roller for Christmas and made the strategic decision on New Year's Eve when he was game watching to move it into the living room and put it on the table next to the couch. His girlfriend, who lives with him, has yet to demand that it get moved back out of the living room. And we're wondering how long this will last. So far, it's a 10-day run of hot dog roller in living room.
We're going strong, baby.
We are going strong. Question is, he's considering now a cooler. Just put a cooler in there with the dogs on ice, maybe a pack of buns, some condiments, then in the cooler, perhaps a beer or 2 or 6, and never have to leave the couch, except for the occasional bathroom break.
It's an all-time lazy move. I'm willing to cop to that.
Yep, and we
He's a diaper away from really just being
yeah, that's where it really,
Embarrassing.
yep. But we're going into a 5-day weekend of playoff football, college and pro. Will the hot dog rollers survive the weekend? We'll circle back. See if we make it through today, we'll see. So 10 days so far, hot dog roller in the living room. All right, some NFL facts that may or may not be interesting to you. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Okay. Fact number 1. Every team in the NFL, as of right now, owns their own first-round draft pick.
I think I knew that.
Did you?
I think I knew that. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm always looking to think, okay, what if you have the top pick and you want to trade back, who's got the 2 first-round picks? And I don't think anybody has, so that would make sense.
It's kind of wild. Can you
It
remember
is.
the last time that happened?
No, it feels like every season there's several teams that have 2 first-round picks.
What will be more shocking is if every team actually selects a first-round player, right? I mean, if we get to draft night, nobody moves around, or there's no flip-flopping of picks, and every team just goes ahead and drafts a first-round pick. But I can't remember the last time this happened, and I didn't have time to do all the research, but I was just kind of looking through some stuff. Because you know what it was? I was trying to put together the answer to where does Tyreek Hill end up, and so I was looking at, okay, does anybody have multiple draft picks? How does this go? Et cetera, et cetera. And I realized that everybody has their own draft pick.
Is Tyreek Hill going? Is he? I feel like he is. And so maybe I'm asking the question isn't right, but is he going to end up his career being Odell Beckham Jr., going down that road where he was so good, so talented, and then just kind of fizzled out? Antonio Brown. Is this where he's headed? He's
No.
so talented.
No, Tyreek
man.
Hill and Antonio Brown still had really, really good careers. The Odell Beckham thing, once he left New York, it was just never the same. He didn't have the longevity they did. And then Tyreek does have a Super Bowl ring.
True.
So,
Yeah, but I mean, early
Odell.
in his, way
I
early in
guess
his career.
Odell does too as well, but the Rams, he
really.
got hurt in that game.
Okay, another one here, which maybe, I don't know. I when I read it, I found it shocking. Maybe it's not shocking, but no quarterback drafted after 2018 has won a Super Bowl.
Well, you have to think that the guys drafted before that, you have Mahomes, so he's got several of those.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at a 6-year window to win it.
In that time, Tom Brady won one in New England and one in Tampa.
So you got 2 there. You got, 3 for Mahomes, and then you have Stafford?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's one more. When Philly won it,
All
I
right.
think Philly won it in 2018,
And they won
and it was Foles.
Yeah, Nick Foles. And that.
So there's that, which may be just a testament to 2 guys, Brady and Mahomes, taking up, I think, 5 of those Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But it does seem like an inordinate amount of time, right?
It does, and yet people are poised and ready for the next one. Whether it's Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, is it going to be Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts? For this year, those are the big challenges to Mahomes. And then you kind of feel like some people. I made the proclamation earlier this year that Joe Burrow will never win a Super Bowl, even though I think Joe Burrow is great. I just think that Cincinnati's a train wreck, and they won't be able to fix the defense enough to make them relevant.
All right, and we'll wrap it up with this is not a fact, but this is a question. Should the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, which quarterback do you fear the most out of Lamar, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes?
That's a great question. I kind of rule out Mahomes. I think Mahomes' run with Kansas City is going to take a hit this year. And yet they won 15 games. They just find ways to win. It's crazy what they do. But it feels like he just doesn't have as much to work with. But good luck betting against Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen, we've seen how good he can be. Lamar Jackson, we've seen how good he can be against the Lions. I'm a bigger Lamar guy than I am a Josh Allen guy. I think they're both outstanding quarterbacks. But I mean, all three of those guys would strike fear in you. I was actually talking to my mom last night, and she said she was asking about the Super Bowl and do the Lions really?
She asked this very same question.
But she asked me sooner because I started thinking about teams from she said, "Can you really get there?" I'm like, they can get, and she loves that, by the way. I said they can get there because I think they are the best team in the NFC. I think the Lions are legitimately the best team in the NFC, not just record, but I think just the way they play right now, even with the injuries, I think they're better than everybody else. You get to the NFC contender, and that's where things get tough because there are so many teams there. You just listed a triumvirate of teams that have a legitimate shot of being a Super Bowl champion, and they all present really difficult challenges for the Lions.
So again, I ask you,
Lamar scares me the most.
Lamar scares you the most.
Yeah, because I think people way underestimate his throwing ability, and he threw like 30-something touchdowns this year.
Okay.
He's accurate as hell.
Which quarterback, if the Lions are fortunate enough to make it to the Super Bowl, which quarterback scares you more, Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen?
So now you're asking
I'm just asking you for two.
Out of Mahomes or Allen? Mahomes.
Scares you more?
Yeah. It's really about Kansas City more than Buffalo, I guess, because Kansas City has a much better defense than Buffalo does.
So we're sitting around the office this morning, and Kang says, I got to tell you, out of Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar Jackson, Mahomes scares me the least. And that's insane.
Right. Right.
And you're exactly right. I was started going, no. And then I went, well, Lamar and Josh. And I'm like, actually, yeah. Mahomes scares me the least. And that's insane. It's ridiculous. And you only have to be one of them to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll play whoever, but it just
I'm
makes you sound
100%
stupid,
on board.
right?
Yeah, it sounds dumb.
Like, I'd rather play Mahomes. What?
You what?
Yeah, if you're throwing these scenarios at me, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I think, Lamar and Josh Allen scare the hell out of me. And not that Mahomes doesn't, but between the three, I'd rather play Mahomes.
It's crazy talk, and I agree with it. Totally agree with it.
Does the ankle, does that play any role?
Oh, the injury?
Yeah. Oh, Doug, going all bloody sock on
Dude,
you. Huh?
I got to tell you, what was I watching? I was watching something on Netflix. I started watching Chiefsaholic, and I couldn't take it. And they were showing the Chiefsaholic guy watch the Super Bowl. And I don't know if you remember Mahomes right before half, he got hurt. Oh, is he going to play in the second half? Oh, he played and they won the game. Mahomes is always hurt. And he always comes back. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was like a couple weeks ago they were saying, should they even rest him? He's dinged up and he was fine. Right? I was talking about, give him a rest, give him an extra bye week. He's dinged up. No, it was fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so anyway, but you are more scared of Mahomes than you are Josh Allen, but
Slightly. Because, but it's a Kansas City over Buffalo thing.
fair enough. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Lions, number 1 seed in the playoffs. They got the bye this weekend. A fantastic football weekend. This weekend needs a nickname. With the 5 straight days of playoff football. I feel like this weekend, like
The 5-day football frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like the Final Four in basketball, the Frozen Four in college hockey, Super Sunday. Feels like this weekend with the college and the pro game, we need a nickname for this. Something we can market and print shirts, and then we can retire. You got something?
How do you feel about Pentamonium?
I don't know what
5 for Penta.
Yeah, but
Pandemonium. You get
Pentamonium.
Pentamonium. It's football pandemonium.
Well, it's starting to actually to hit a little bit.
Take some root there?
Yeah, when you go into your BAMF voice.
Right.
For just $499 you get
BAMF. Skate BAMF from March 1st through. Yeah. Game day.
Pandemonium. Yeah, that could work. Maybe we'll take some suggestions. What should this weekend be called?
Football pandemonium.
Gator likes football pandemonium, and I don't hate that, actually. I'm not sure. It's almost like it's too many syllables. Final four. But
this is pandemonium.
it is pandemonium.
Football style.
There you go.
Pigskin pandemonium.
Okay. I like that even more. Maybe we don't need any more suggestions. We just go with pigskin pandemonium. I got a lot of feedback coming in here on the quarterback thing. Should the Lions advance to the Super Bowl? We're doing a lot of if-then topics. There's a lot of if-then topics.
I don't like the if-then statements. It takes me back to math and
right. Is that proofs and
the proofs
in
in
geometry?
Yeah, I did not do well with that at all.
Once it math transcended numbers,
Done.
Gator was complete
Out. I was so lost. I mean, sophomore in high school, and I'm like, what am I doing? I don't know.
What do you mean X equals 7?
What happened to 3 + 3?
So anyway, feedback coming in. Doug in Rochester says, I fear Lamar the most, but any mobile quarterback will beat Detroit when it counts. Okay, will they? Any mobile quarterback will beat Detroit when it counts. They've beaten plenty of mobile quarterbacks this year. They beat Kyler Murray, right? Remember how Geno gave him all those problems? They beat Geno.
Yeah, they did. They beat Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Twice.
So
The Bears. I mean, look, they didn't, but they didn't beat Josh.
Purdy's mobile. They didn't beat Josh Allen.
They didn't beat Josh Allen, and those other teams are not. They're not playoff teams.
Here's one thing you can count on. If you drive around the country and listen to Sports Talk Radio, invariably, if you listen long enough, someone will call and say, well, mobile quarterbacks give our defense a hard time. We can't stop a mobile quarterback. Every fan base believes that.
Well, yeah. The problem is with the Lions the last 2 years, the biggest losses they've had have been to Buffalo and Baltimore.
In terms of biggest score,
It feels like it, like the one where they just got smoked and had no chance. Although Buffalo, they had a chance.
the Buffalo game was close in the score.
But
It
they
felt
gave
like
up so many points.
The Lions were always one score behind from it being close. Like when the Lions scored to make it a one-score game, Baltimore always answered.
Or Buffalo, yeah.
Yep. Buffalo, yes, sorry. I have no fear of Patrick Mahomes. The dynamics of Lamar and Allen scare the crap out of me. Okay. Having no fear of Mahomes actually is insane. Kang and I saying that we fear Mahomes less than Allen and Lamar sounds insane. Having no fear of Patrick Mahomes is insane. Daryl in East Point, Mahomes doesn't scare anybody because we've beaten Kansas City already. Doesn't scare anybody? Do you think one win over Kansas City means they've solved the Rubik's Cube of Patrick Mahomes? Come on. Mahomes and the refs are the biggest threat. That's from an unnamed texter. A case can be made that Kansas City is the benefits from a friendly whistle more than maybe any team in the history of sport.
And the script writers of the NFL, of course.
It's like asking who scares you least, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, or Mike Tyson. Yeah, well, good news is to win a Super Bowl, you only have to beat one of them. 248-539-9797. Jacob in Rochester, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's up?
Just wanted to comment on what the last 5 days of playoff football in a row should be called, and I had a question I've been thinking about for you guys for the last 6 months or so.
Okay.
As far as the last 5 days of playoff football, I think the Last Stand Long Weekend would be a great name for it.
Last Stand Long Weekend. It is a long weekend.
So, I think he's playing on, the 5 days in a row, going through Friday and Sunday. I think that'd be a good name for it.
But it's really not the last. But it's not the last stand for the NFL teams.
Not really the last stand, but it's breaking down to it. But I get what you're saying. Makes sense. But my other question for you guys, though, I was wondering, a lot of the time I hear about projections for how this season's going to go, how next season's going to go. But I wanted to get your guys' take on where you think each of the Detroit sports teams will be in the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, Jacob, we only have 2.5 minutes till the break, but and all the Detroit sports teams. So we'll start with DCFC.
Stop.
No, look, I mean,
don't want to rile them up.
Is the arrow pointed up for everybody?
I mean, it is. Yeah, although maybe the arrow with the Lions is just kind of, hey, it's sustained because
sustainable.
Yeah,
we've leveled off at this high level.
But I mean, yeah, we're all. I'm really excited about the future of the Tigers. If I get disappointed if they don't land one of the third basemen out there, I'll still be excited about the future because I think the future is incredibly bright with the prospects they have coming down the road. And of course, prospects may never pan out, but just how I feel. We've talked about the Pistons. I feel like we're getting they're starting to move up the elevator a little bit, which is nice to see. They're better than 500 now. I like that direction. The Red Wings, it's similar, but I need to see more from the Red Wings. They'll play tomorrow night, and let's see how they do there. But it's more about, can the guys they've drafted recently step in and show that they're better than what the team has right now? Is Danielson going to be a guy that we love to see? Is Sandin Pellikka, the defenseman, is he going to be somebody who steps right into the lineup and automatically improves the power play and look really good at it? The players they've drafted recently, Kosa, and then the forward, the Norwegian forward they just got, and Ranzek Nygaard. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, we just went through like a 3-4 year span where there was very little hope on any front, and that is over, and it is so great. We are lucky to have the Lions where they are. We have the Tigers in the postseason. And now we have a Piston team trending towards that.
Yeah, and
they could all make the playoffs.
With the Tigers, I feel like I have to mention every time, not only did the Tigers make the postseason, they won a series in the postseason. They knocked off the Houston Astros. It took them down.
Yep.
And they were a game away. They got into the last game, the deciding game against Cleveland to take down the Guardians.
Dangerously close. We're up 2-1 in the series. Came dangerously close to winning that series. But yeah, there's a lot to be excited about. Speaking of the Tigers, could they be in play for this veteran? John Morosi thinks so. We will get to that at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Kang, of course, we asked for something, and it means we usually get it, and that was suggestions for what to call this football weekend.
Yeah, they're coming in a lot here, and I'm going to try to clean up some of this for you guys.
Yeah, are any of them good?
Well, I'll read them off, and you guys tell me if you like them or not. All right, you ready, Gator?
It's got to be better than pigskin pentamonium.
Whoa. Shots fired,
No.
No,
He's
I
saying
mean
that's
it.
where the bar is set.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's got to be better.
Oh, okay. Got to be better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you mean
I thought you meant the way you said it was, it
gotta be
couldn't be
better
any
than
worse. Right?
Jeez.
even the
Amateur
worst
hour
one-
over here.
Even the worst one has to be
Yeah,
better
right.
than pigskin pentamonium.
Way to put the thinking cap on, Gator.
All right, so we got college and pro football playoff weekend thingy.
Congratulations to whoever that was. That is somebody that gets the show.
Yeah, they didn't sign their name. So another one wants to know, did Gator just admit to show prepping with his mom? But that's a different story. So you guys were just talking football.
I mean, listen, man, you get inspiration wherever you can.
The wannabe.
If Breeda's got an idea, I'm going to listen to what Breeda has to
I'll
say.
listen to it too. The wannabe weekend,
Wannabe weekend?
like the teams that want to be contenders, I guess.
Okay.
Wannabe's
I
weekend.
wanna.
NFL. All right, well, this could be NFL or college. How about wild card freakend? Sean and Fenton.
The freakend?
Yeah, the freakend. Wild card
football
freakend.
freakend.
Football
The
freakend.
football freakend. Okay, we
Okay.
can work with that.
Gary in Birmingham says football traffic jam.
Okay.
All right. 5-finger football death punch.
I don't think that would sell well on a shirt.
I think it'd sell on a shirt for sure. I just don't think that they'd want to.
I don't think they'd put it in the stadiums.
Maybe
the
not.
5-fingered football
Yeah, but
death
outside the
punch.
stadium, they'd sell out in a heartpitt.
Yeah, gas station parking lots
Yeah.
across
Yeah,
America.
Exactly. Yeah. Just make sure everything's spelled correctly.
Yeah, or not. Pigskin Palooza.
Okay.
We got Forget Your Family and Friends Weekend.
Yep, that's kind of what it is.
Marriage Test Football Weekend. And I think Kenny had Wild Card Weekend Widow or something like that going on too. So
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what we got so far.
Well, I like the 5-finger football death punch, and I like the long football freak end. But let's just say this is going to be awesome. College game day tonight at 6 o'clock. I assume tomorrow night at 6 o'clock as well. Tomorrow night, though, I got a kid with a basketball game. So I'm going to miss
So you watch
probably
it on
the
your phone.
first half. Yeah, I was thinking about that. It is one of the more rural stops on the conference schedule, so I'm not sure what the what the cell situation will be, but I will likely have the phone fired up on Ohio State, Texas. So, all right, before the break, we just mentioned that there was a report out there, and it came from John Morosi, that the Tigers could be in play for a veteran. He tweets, the Mariners and Tigers are options for Nolan Arenado if the Red Sox and Cardinals aren't able to reach an agreement. Okay, he's 33 years old, turned 34 before next season. Last year, I mean, he still hits for average, doesn't walk a ton, still has some pop in the bat. He had 16 home runs. I'm worried a little bit about that trend, 34, 30, 26, 16, and then put him in Comerica Park and what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's that. It's the years 34 to 36 that would be that you'd worry about paying him roughly $25 million over each of the next 3 years. I think he's owed like $74 million still left in his contract for the next 3 seasons. There's that, but the upside is that apparently the Cardinals will be willing to take on some of the salary to facilitate a trade. So that's an upside to it. Defensively, he's an incredibly gifted third baseman. He's very, very good. But, obviously it's a comparison. You're going to compare that to Alex Bregman. Bregman comes in younger, be more expensive. You'd have to do it for longer term with Bregman more than likely. Both players have downward trending OPSs, but Bregman's is still much better than what Arenado's has been. So I think player-wise, I'd rather have Bregman, and I don't think it's even a question of it. It's just money in term. Does that come into play of how badly do you want Alex Bregman? It's still nobody's gotten it done yet. It sounds like it has to feel to me that at this point you'd be bidding against yourself. Like, I think the Tigers might have the best offer out there for Alex Bregman. Whatever the offer is, Bregman's camp still feels like he should get more. And if you're the Tigers, you're like, well, this is where we're offering, because clearly that nobody else is offering that kind of money. And if it comes down to the Tigers, Toronto, and Boston for that, Boston's already got a third baseman. So does Bregman want to move over to second baseman? If it's Toronto, well, Toronto's dollar doesn't go as far as the American dollar goes. So that is a concern, much like players would consider playing in other states because of tax issues. Same thing goes with playing in Canada. So the Tigers might be sitting in a good position still for Bregman, and they might have to up the ante. We don't know what the offer is if the Tigers have made an offer, but I feel like they have made an offer. At this point, you would think that they would have had an offer. The reports that they definitely met with camps.
For Bregman.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't help but shake this feeling that Bregman is like, okay, I've got this deal with Detroit, but anyone else?
Well, and what would be the reason to say that? Is it, I hate hearing people complain about the dimensions of Comerica Park, and it's not home run hitter friendly. Okay, fine, but you can hit the gaps and you're driving in runs and, there's still produces plenty of runs. And then it's the familiarity with playing for a manager. Well, obviously played in Houston with AJ Hinch, but Alex Cora was there too. So he knows about Cora and he knows about Hinch and apparently likes both guys. I'm surprised nothing's been done yet. That this one he has not pulled the trigger on it yet. So does it tell you that, is it money or is it term? Like, have they agreed on money, but the Tigers are like, we'll give you 5, but we can't give you 6 years?
Yeah, I mean, there's something holding that up. If you'd asked me back in December before we did all the vacation time, when we get into January, will there be a Bregman deal done? I would have thought there would have been. I think Bregman's going to be a Tiger. I don't think Arenado's going to be a Tiger. I think Bregman's going to be a Tiger. And I'll have to get used to the fact that I think that this is going to be a punitive contract in the last half of it. But could he help them now, right away?
With this good window, with the Tigers, it feels like there could be a long window open, but they would still have to spend some money in other areas in the future. But I like Bregman for this team. It just seems to make sense.
The money is so much for a guy that's trending in the wrong direction, but
that's money in baseball right now. The salaries are only going up, and if you get Bregman for $30 million a year, it seems crazy because
it's just this kind of thinking that leads into a Javi Baez contract. I know you're right, but this is how you end up with a Javi Baez contract.
It is, but the other thing is that it's just money. Whereas if you get Arenado, you have to trade for Arenado. Mm-hmm. So the money isn't as much that it would be for Bregman, but there's a cost involved with players you give up, prospects you would give up. Yeah, I like the idea of getting somebody you just go out and buy the player as opposed to having to give something up.
Do you either one of you guys think that Scott Harris or Illich is going to overspend for anybody though? And that's not like a shot at them. I'm just saying that you're worried about money. I don't think they're going to overdo it for anybody.
But if they have the top offer for Bregman, I mean, it's on Bregman and what he wants to do. And Scott Boras, and they like, okay, look, we've got $180 million on the table from the Tigers. The Red Sox they're not going above 165, and Toronto is at 170. This is the best deal, and the Tigers are not going to bid against themselves. They're not going to say, "Okay,
that's my point."
Yeah, and they won't. So, but they may not have to out overbid because if they end up having the top offer, I mean, what makes the Red Sox offer more attractive if it's less?
Nothing tells me that what they've done so far is they're not going to offer something they're not comfortable with. I'm talking about the Tigers. And Evan Petzold, the Free Press writer, the Tigers beat writer for the Free Press, did a podcast a couple weeks ago where he said that I think he expects Bregman to be signed by the Tigers, but I think the disagreement and why he's taking so long, whatever, is the value. They're coming up with what do we agree on value here? And I think that's length of contract. Yeah. A lot of it is. It's 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, and I don't.
Tigers don't want to go past 5.
And maybe other teams don't want to either. So that's why it ends up being, do the Tigers have the best offer out there?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Gator, I just saw a very interesting trade, and I want to get your take on it. Very interesting trade.
Was it a lunch trade that I didn't see? Something?
It's along those lines, yeah.
Oh.
Honestly. We will get to that coming up today at 12:50. Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. They're calling it the 5-finger football death punch. No, they're not. FanDuel's calling it the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at bigger winnings. You do this, and if your bet doesn't hit, you get your money back in bonus bets to bet on anything you want. So, you miss tonight, put your money on the money line tomorrow. Ohio State, Texas, something like that with your bonus bets. And you can also do a same-game parlay tomorrow. And if you miss on that, you can roll it into NFL games on Saturday. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug as part of this epic run. Don't forget, the opt-in is required. So go to the top of the page. You got to click on the button there, claim the offer, and then when you make your bet, there's another button you got to click on that says, that you've accepted the offer. So do that. It must be 21 or over. That opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. When David Montgomery went down for the Detroit Lions, we made the comment that the Lions are about to unleash Jahmyr Gibbs on the league. Jahmyr Gibbs was just named the NFC Offensive Player of the Month in December.
After being named the Player of the Week.
Unleashed, I say.
Yes.
That, my friends, is unleashed.
Well, he had a nice month.
Oh, yeah.
5 games or whatever it was. I think it was 5 or 6 games, but 9 touchdowns during the time.
Yep. I mean, look, we want David Montgomery healthy.
Yes.
NFL seasons are long. Having 2 quality running backs is a huge deal. But having Jahmyr Gibbs, I mean, in some ways they might be more dangerous offensively having him on the field for more snaps. But in the snapshot of time of winning one football game, having just Jameer hasn't been a setback at all, and they might be better, in fact.
Do you like stats, Doug?
Sometimes. Sometimes I find that we get caught up in them. But why? You got something good?
Yes. Comes from the Lions PR. Just no shock they're going to promote something good, as they should. When teams have thrown passes in the end zone against the Lions this year, they've thrown the ball 52 times into the end zone.
Yep.
What do you think? How many completions do you think out of 52?
I got to tell you, this is intriguing because they've done a really good job. And Darnold, what do we say? 2 for 11 for 6 yards in the red zone. So that's not thrown into the end zone.
Yeah, this is throws into the end zone.
I think we had a stat earlier in the year that it was more likely to get intercepted. It was thrown into the end zone than become caught for a touchdown. But I don't know. Are they less than 50%?
Considerably less. Only 7 out of 52 passes that have been thrown into the end zone have been completed this year against the Lions for a total of 71 yards. Obviously, the 7 are for touchdowns. They've thrown 6 interceptions. The quarterback rating during that time, when they throw into the end zone against the Lions, 39.6 is the quarterback rating. It marks the most interceptions, lowest completion percentage, and lowest passer rating by any NFL team. When we talk about bend but don't break and what they've done to just kind of get along, get through games, and deal with the injuries, next man up, all that, rise to the challenge, this is what it's about.
This is one of those stats that's so good, I'm not sure I believe it. Like, that's 7 of 52 NFL quarterbacks against the Lions defense on passes attempted into the Lions end zone. 7 of 52 with 7 TDs and 6 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
Normally, I might say something like that's a little misleading because, okay, I would imagine most touchdowns are scored by somebody running into the end zone, not catching a ball in the end zone. But when it says that it's the most interceptions, the lowest completion percentage, and the lowest passer rating by any NFL team, well, that puts it back into perspective and says, yes, that is impressive. They're the best in the NFL at not allowing touchdown passes when teams are trying to throw it into the end zone.
That's incredible.
It's impressive.
Wow. Okay, that was worth it. It's totally worth it.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay, I found this, and this trade just cracks me up. This is from the Ontario Hockey League. Saginaw and Kingston just swung a trade. Are you ready?
Yes.
Kingston has traded for forward Joey Willis.
Joey Willis is leaving Saginaw?
He's going from Saginaw to Kingston.
Uh-oh.
In return,
all right, give me the return.
Saginaw gets forward Ethan Weir.
Okay.
A 2026 second-round pick.
Uh-huh.
A 2028 second-round pick.
Sure.
2025 third-round pick.
Okay.
A 2026 third-round pick.
All right,
sir. A 2027 third-round pick.
What?
A 2028 fourth-round pick.
Oh, my goodness.
A 2027 fifth-round pick. And a 2028 seventh-round pick.
Who is the guy going to Kingston?
Joey Willis. For Ethan Weir and 8 draft picks.
Oh, my God. That's insane.
And if you're Ethan Weir, you're like, do they really even want me?
Joey Willis is from the Chicago area. He's 19.
Yep.
5'11". He's a center. I'm just seeing what has he done this year that I mean, in 26 games with Saginaw, 17 goals and 17 assists. He's got, more than a point a game.
Kenny, you're a hockey guy. You're a hardcore hockey guy. This is one player traded for another player and 8 draft picks in the Ontario Hockey League.
So I don't know any of these guys, but what I will tell you is the OHL is notorious for having the wackiest trades that you can imagine. This would fall under that category.
That's a big one right there.
Yes.
How many draft picks did you say?
8. 2 second-rounders, 3 third-rounders, a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th. And they, like, Saginaw, I didn't even get to, like, they own Flint's second-round pick in 2026. They're trading that. They're trading Erie's second-round pick in 2028. They're trading Niagara's third-round pick in 2025. Their own third-round pick in 2026. Kingston is getting their third-round pick in 2027 back. They are trading an Erie pick in 2028 in the 4th round. Kingston's getting their 5th rounder in 2027 back. And they got a 7th rounder from Kitchener in 2028 that they've thrown in.
Oh, they're bringing Kitchener, huh?
Kitchener Rangers throwing that draft pick.
Yeah, so they're
Lake Monsters, Rangers.
It appears that that there's quite a bit of wheeling and dealing that's already taken place in Saginaw.
Oh yeah, well that's like the standard in the OHL is these crazy nonsensical trades that would never make sense in the context of any other sport.
That's a lot of draft capital for the 4th round pick by the National Predators from 2023.
Yep. So yeah, right. How good is Joey Willis?
17 goals, 17 assists in 26 games.
So we'll open up the phone lines. Is this Saginaw's Goff trade? 248. Because what if Weir turns out to be worth it and they got all this draft capital?
Well, they got a lot of kicks at the can here, don't they?
Dude, this is crazy.
We're not gonna know the full effect of this trade, Doug.
No, we're not.
Not for several years.
Not until after they've made the last pick in 2028.
And really, it's just about the impact it has on Saginaw.
Well, Kingston's clearly going for it. And Saginaw's clearly trying to rebuild here. God, that's hilarious.
That
I thought you'd like that.
That is something.
Yep. All right. So, you know what I noticed? I haven't seen. We were so disappointed when the Lions Inside the Den never came out for
the draft.
For the draft. And they're doing this under the huddle, under the helmet thing, where they kind of like just spend time with a player. You know who they had this week? They had Alex Anzalone. And it's like showing him at home and all that. He's a really cool guy.
Yeah.
I like Alex Anzalone. And it's kind of just cool to get to see the players in their own environment.
I think it always is. I liked the receiver show, and they showed Amon-Ra St. Brown out for dinner with his parents, and of course it localizes, and you see restaurants and bars or just places we see every day here in our area that we go to. It's kind of cool to see that. Oh, look at that! They're there in Birmingham, or they're up in the Petoskey area or whatever. It's kind of cool to see that.
Yep.
So I saw this last night, Doug, when they debuted it or put it out. I love Alex Anzalone now.
Really?
He might be my favorite Lion now, and I'm completely admitting it's because we have 2 young children, under the age of 6 or whatever. I actually want to set up a play date if he's listening. Make that happen, Solomon. So, anyways, but no, I love this guy because he is just a down to earth, regular guy. Like he wants to do well in sports and football, of course, but in the end, he's a husband and father, and that's what means, maybe the most to him. And I can relate to that so much. And remember last year also, guys, when after the Lions, they lost to the Niners in the NFC Championship game, they did their exit interviews and all stuff. He wrote something for the Player Tribune about watching the Super Bowl or not, and the 4th down call that was made in the NFC title game. And he said at the end, "We'll be back. We will be back. I know this because I believe in everyone in this room around in this locker room, all this stuff. And, knock on wood, they're the number 1 seed right now." And just watching this yesterday, I just, like I said, it's personal to me because I really relate to his situation where he's at in life.
So he's elevated to now your favorite Detroit
Seriously,
Lion.
Yeah, it's that much for me.
He fits one of the critical criteria that I think happens with people is when you have a low expectation for someone and they far exceed your expectations, you love them more than you normally would. When somebody you expect them to be really good and they are really good, you like them. And certainly it's a reason enough for somebody to become your favorite player. Jared Goff is the prime example of a guy that came here with little expectation from this fan base. He was going to be the bridge quarterback. They got the 2 first-round picks to draft their next guy.
Who are they going to take? Yeah.
And And essentially it feels like they got 3 first-round picks because Goff is playing like a first-round quarterback, and they had the 2 first-round picks, so they end up spinning into using it.
A million
four.
other things,
yeah,
yeah.
it was 4 first-round picks when it's all said and done. But yeah, and I'm going to assume here you didn't have a huge expectation for Alex Anzalone when they brought him in.
I'm not sure the Lions did. They signed him to a 1-year deal, and they followed up that year with another 1-year deal. It was not until after that they gave him the long-term, the 3-year, more guaranteed money, all that stuff. And I didn't have high expectations for him, and I wasn't sure, what he would be for the Lions, but I definitely didn't know he was going to be the captain and the leader of this defense when they signed him.
Yeah, it was one of those signings. It was just kind of like, okay, all right, they got a guy they're going to give more playing time to. And, when you go back in time and think about it, is that kind of what the Amik Robertson signing is? It's kind of the same thing. Like Robertson didn't get a big chance to start with the Raiders, but got some starts, but, played and showed some ability.
Yeah.
But the Lions are like, you know what? We're going to give you a chance and see if you can, shine on the stage. And he has. I think it was the same thing they did with Anzalone, and now they're doing it with Robertson.
Okay, let's do something here. Who is your favorite Detroit Lion who doesn't have the football in his hands? The non-skill position player, current Detroit Lion, who's playing for the Lions now. 248-539-9797. Let's take 10 texts.
You said doesn't have the ball in his hand, so that eliminates Penei Sewell.
Yeah, Penei Sewell's out.
Penei Sewell's allowed. A non-skill position, Detroit Lion. Who is your favorite? Maybe it's just, does anybody have a favorite Lion that's not a skill position player? We'll take the first 10 texts. Remember to sign your text at 248-539-9797. I got a guy that might be my favorite Lion. And it's for goofy reasons, but he might be my favorite Lion.
Goofy, okay.
Do you have one, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we got a big one.
Okay, we will get to ours, and we will read your 10 texts coming up today.
You're welcome.
At 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we kind of got this interesting question regarding, does anyone have a favorite Detroit Lion who's not a skill position player, not a guy with the football in his hands all the time? There's a lot to like at those positions. And I said, I was very specific to say current, like guy who's playing for the Lions now, because I think probably the runaway winner would be Aiden Hutchinson. But he's not current, and he's not playing for the Lions. So the guys that suit up and take the field now for the Lions, do you have a current favorite that is not a skill position player? Because the under the huddle thing, after watching it last night, Kang was like, Alex Anzalone's now my favorite Detroit Lion.
Under the helmet, yep.
Hands down. That's his guy. And it's because he thinks they share a lot in common because they both have, Alex Anzalone and his wife have 2 small children. Kang's got 2 small children. When he heard him talk, he's like, I can relate to everything he's saying about fatherhood.
Did you guys also notice when they do the introductions on like Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football, Anzalone goes, instead of saying it's college, he goes, Alex Anzalone, father of 2.
I didn't notice that, but
Yeah,
I never
he's been
noticed
doing it.
I think I did notice that the previous Monday night game.
I don't know if anybody else does this, but as soon as I see the picture, I try and yell out the college before they say it.
You yell it out?
Yeah, I yell it out in the living room. My family laughs at me because I'm immediately,
Now Gator's going to laugh at you.
everybody can laugh at me.
With
Nothing
him,
new.
though. I laugh with him, King.
Oh, okay.
Brian Branch, Alabama!
So you get
Good for
Anzalone
you.
wrong then.
Yeah, I do because, I won't hear what he says because I'll yell out, Florida! But I do pretty well with the Lions.
Do you?
Do reasonably well.
That's good to hear.
But when they're like, let's go to the Texans defense, I'm like, oh, this is going to be challenging. All right, so here's some of the feedback. We took the 10 texts. Favorite Lion, not a skill position player, not a guy. Current Detroit Lion. Here, Brian Branch, and it's not even close. That's from an unnamed texter. Colin writes in, Dan Skipper. Nick says, my favorite is Frank the Tank. Though he does start every play with the ball in his hand. He counts. Mike and Goodrich, Penei Sewell, and it's not even close. Who are you trying to convince when you say that?
Himself.
I think so. Penei Sewell, and it's not even close. The pregame speeches are electric. He gave a good one. One of my favorite phrases in the middle of a good pregame speech, and I watched this once when he said, we're going to lock the gates. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you lock those gates.
Yeah, now you can't leave.
Cosmo in Brownstown Township, says Brian Branch. Robin Port Huron says Kirby Joseph. Paul and Frazier, well, he touches the football, but he uses his foot. Jake Bates. Daryl says Aleem McNeil. That's my dude. Crushed me when he went down and not currently playing. But Jared writes in, I was an Anzalone big-time hater in 21 and 22, and now he's my favorite player.
There it is.
Yep. So mine, and 248-539-9797 is your favorite Lion, a non-skill position player. Mine is Terrion Arnold. And it's solely because of the Instagram post when he was talking about how cold it was. Because it was hysterical. He wasn't really complaining. He was just like,
He was stunned.
he couldn't believe how cold it was. And he went to Instagram, and his personality was hysterical.
Then he had to go out and get all new gear.
And then he did another Instagram post in one of these big Nanook of the North coats going, hey, just an update. I got a coat. It's still cold.
And the way he phrased it was almost like he wanted to keep it on the down low. It was like, hey, I found a place. Like, dude,
Yeah.
we all know where to get a winter coat. You know?
I think it was like Old Navy or something too. Like it wasn't. In
You're
like,
okay, man. It's good.
Shh, don't tell anybody.
They actually sell those here. I went to Macy's, and who knew?
I went to Jared Goff's closet.
Right, exactly. Goff, we asked Goff that question.
What did Goff-
He had 3 or 4. He goes, I got 3 or 4 winter coats right away.
Huge puffy coats.
Yeah.
He said it went out when he got traded to Detroit. Goff was in one of our interviews, just so you know what Gator's referencing. We asked him, did you do anything because of the cold? And he goes, oh, yeah, dude, I loaded up. He goes, I know I don't wear any of the stuff now. But he went out and bought like 4 or 5 huge coats. But anyway, mine's Terrion Arnold because of the Instagram post. And then I started watching his Instagram posts, and he's hysterical.
Yeah, I have a harder time because, like, for me, it seems like it's easy. It's Penei Sewell. Love Penei Sewell. Just he's the best player on the team, and he's what he does. He's so incredible. Might be the best in the NFL. His pregame speeches, the previous texter mentioned, they're awesome. And I mean, you'd follow that guy through a brick wall. Love all that. But I felt like it's obvious. So then I went with the less obvious. Is it Brian Branch? But Brian Branch is kind of obvious. My under the radar guy, which I think is really the kind of the answer you want.
Yep.
It's Ife Melifonwu.
Oh, yeah.
I root for this guy,
Dude.
man. I root for this guy. You know, he just seems like he is a difference-making player when he's out on the field. He makes plays. He hits hard and with authority and with a purpose. And it's like when you say, you know, lock the gates.
Yep.
To me, it's like Melifonwu was one of those guys that starts to smile when you say that. Like, I love this guy. I'm so glad he's healthy and out there contributing. And you touched on something yesterday of what a difference it makes, because it's to have him back because of the injuries the Lions have gone through. What it allows them to do is to go ahead and you put Robertson on the outside corner. And then Branch can go back to slot corner where he's so good in coverage. And Melifonwu just goes back to being safety and wreaking havoc from wherever he's at. I love it.
So the thing about Melifonwu that's, you know, again, you got guys who exceed your expectations. I'll be honest about something. They draft him in the 3rd round of 2021, Brad Holmes' first draft. And the way I recall it, he did nothing. He was a non-factor. He wasn't somebody that I thought was an asset to the organization. He was a guy who was just kind of there. And at first it was like, he's a rookie. Yeah, we'll pay attention, 3rd round pick. And midway through his 3rd year, I had pretty much written him off of being any kind of impact player. And correct me if I'm wrong, late last year, suddenly Melifonwu was all over the field.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt this year, and now he's back, and he looks like he's that all over the field guy again.
He only played 7 games his rookie season, then played in 10 games in 2022, and then last year played in 17 games, all 17 games in the regular season, had 3 quarterback sacks, had a forced fumble, had 2 picks. He was a playmaker.
It's clearly one of those deals where I just pulled the plug way too early in my own mind. I mean, it wasn't like we were doing shows around what a bust Melifonwu was. It was just like, okay, he's a 3rd round pick that doesn't look like he's going to be anything particularly special. And now he's an asset to this team. And it started late in his 3rd year, the way I recall it. But 248-539-9797, is your favorite Detroit Lion a non-skill position player? Current Detroit Lion guy who's playing right now. We go to Matt in Pinckney. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, now. Hey, had to drive all the way over to Grand Rapids. You guys are making my ride much smoother, so thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Cool.
My guy is a guy who probably gets no fanfare, no nothing, never gets introduced, but Jack Fox. I watched their Inside the Den about Jack Fox, and he got picked up by Kansas City, then they cut him, and they called him, he came back out, and then they cut him right again, and they Ubered him back to his parents' home. I mean, he was down and out, and then the Lions called, and man, I don't know if I've ever seen, in the first 5 games this year, the total return yards was 1. That's amazing hang time. What a great punter. I mean, switching the field, you never fear being pinned back deep because you know this guy's going to kick it 60 yards with a 5-yard return. My favorite guy. I love Jack Fox.
You're right. And by the way, if you need a 4th down fake punt, you can count on Jack Fox.
Yeah, if you remember that he's had I don't think he's missed a pass. I think he's perfect passer rating with a touchdown or 2. So I don't know.
Let's look at his career.
Amazing.
His career stats: punting, kicking, defense, passing. He is 4 for 5 for 61 yards with a long of 21 and a quarterback rating of 117.5.
There you go.
He's
There's their backup quarterback.
Throws a beautiful pass.
Was he the one that did the place kicking video, like when he was at Rice, or was he in high school?
That he cannot kick.
It was
when
hysterical.
It comes to place kicking.
He put out, how everybody puts out their highlight tape.
Yeah.
He put out a highlight tape of himself place kicking, and it was like, here I am from 25 yards, 35 yards, 45 yards, 55. Every kick was wide right.
Yeah, everything.
Every single kick was
pushed,
wide
yeah.
right. Sense of humor.
It wasn't highlight; it was low light tape.
Yeah,
though.
right. But every kick pushed it right.
I don't even know if that's true. What the caller said about 1 yard of return, but it sounds awesome.
It does sound awesome.
Return yardage 1.
Well, that total is now up to 135. Apparently, return yards. Okay. Is your favorite Lion a non-skilled position player? Current Lion. I was playing right now. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Scott writes in, my favorite Detroit Lion from a non-glory position is Dan Skipper. I laugh every time I see him towering over everybody else. He looks like he should be guarding a dungeon. Yeah, I could see that.
Hodor. Sorry, that's a Game of Thrones reference.
I was about to say, help a brother out.
Yeah.
He looks like a character from the Game of Thrones, Doug. Defending the North.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Frank Ragnow had a YouTube channel about fishing, and early in the Goff area, he took Goff fishing on Lake St. Clair. It was early spring. Goff showed up in a hoodie and skinny jeans or something, and Ragnow laughed at him and gave him a thick hooded winter coat because it was friggin' cold out there. Goff had no idea. It was great.
Ragnow's pretty great.
Yeah.
The thing, here's what this exercise has told us. There's so many players to like.
Yep.
And for a bunch of different reasons. This is a very likable team. It's been fun to watch them grow together and become the winners that they have, and they still have room to grow and become even better, and that they can achieve their goals this year.
Johnny Be Good on Twitch said, Amik is mine just because of his quote after the last Minnesota game. And I was like, what? I asked him, what quote was that? And Settle Down Beavis responded, you can't bury what came from dirt.
Yeah. That's a great quote. He also has one of the great beards in sports. That thing is so well manicured.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. In all its glory on Sunday night. Cameras all over that thing. That was amazing.
From YouTube, Jason writes in, mine is Malcolm Rodriguez. Even after going down, it's been okay since 2008. Actually been in Oklahoma since 2008. Actually live an hour and a half from where he's from. And then he writes, coincidence, LOL. Probably a coincidence, yes, but
he's not playing.
Chris on YouTube says, Doug is saying Sewell is not a skilled player. No, that's not what I'm saying. He's a very skilled player.
That's why I joked about it, saying, well, I can't have Penei Sewell because he's got the ball in his hands. He's carrying the ball. He's throwing the ball. He's catching the ball.
We got a text, Doug, that says, does Jack Campbell's leg know about this?
Yeah, so the funny thing is Campbell's sort of the obvious response for me. I think Campbell's is going to be an elite player, but I got to tell you, the way Jack Campbell is wired, I don't think Jack Campbell will ever win me over with an Instagram post, and that's fine. But I wonder if Jack Campbell even has an Instagram page. Terrion Arnold is hysterical. I want more outdoor winter videos with Terrion Arnold.
Want to see if he's out there today.
Yeah, what are you doing today, Terrion?
It's gotten warmer today. Now we're over 20 degrees now, but then, like this morning, how ridiculous it was.
Yeah.
Was he driving to Allen Park this morning?
He hasn't even seen like a full-on Michigan blizzard yet.
Oh, no, he hasn't seen snow.
And the way this is
Not real
going,
snow.
I'm not sure we're going to have one of those this winter.
I just shut up. Why would you do that? Why? Hopefully we got a couple playoff games to host here. People don't want to hear that when they have to deal with driving downtown or anywhere.
What are you talking about?
Just shut up. God, you're awful.
But I like winter. I'm disappointed. We have
So
no
go
snow.
up north and enjoy the winter over the weekend.
I can't this weekend, but maybe next weekend. We'll see.
Why? Because of pigskin pandemonium.
Kind of, yeah. Because the 5-finger football death punch that we're about to get. 5 straight days of playoff football. 248-539-9797 is your favorite Detroit Lion, a non-skill position player. Now, Aiden Hutchinson obviously would probably, I would guess he'd be the runaway winner of this. It's kind of why we said current. But he's given a lot of reasons for people to like him, to say the least. Okay, Gator, we have some possible point spreads for second round matchups. These are early point spreads. So the Lions have, I'm seeing this for 3 opponents. There have been point spreads put out. You ready for this?
I am ready.
Okay, this is according to our friends at betonline.ag. Look ahead point spreads. Lions, Vikings. What do you think the point spread on that would be?
Lions 5.5.
Lions would be a 3.5 point favorite.
They're way off. They only beat them by 22 last time.
The Lions, Rams.
Lions minus 4.5.
Lions -7.
I don't like how this is going.
Lions, Packers.
Lions 5.5.
Lions -5.
I got close.
Again, betonline.ag. These are odds most likely to be named Super Bowl MVP. Most likely to be named Super Bowl MVP. Who do you think the favorite is to be named Super Bowl MVP? Kang, this question's for you as well.
For Super Bowl MVP,
Yep.
favorite would be Patrick Mahomes.
I agree.
He is the 4-1 favorite. The next guy's 5-1.
Jared Goff.
I'll go Josh Allen.
One of you is correct, and it is Gator.
Yes.
Goff is the second favorite.
I'm glad
at
you were
5-1.
right.
Thanks, my man.
Tied for third favorite at 6-1 is two players.
It would be Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
That is correct. Other Lions.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
He is 16-1. He is the sixth favorite.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
He is 20-1. He is the eighth favorite.
Kirby Joseph.
No.
Jamison Williams.
Jamison Williams is 66-1. He's in the middle of the pack. That might be it.
Doug,
no,
where's Aiden Hutchinson, Doug?
Sam Laporta.
Sam Laporta is 125-1. Kang said that because yesterday we made a bet. Kang bet 10 lunches against my one lunch that Aiden will play in the Super Bowl. Just so people know, everybody in the station wants Kang's side of this bet.
Though you could have like 50 lunches, man.
Or I could be buying 5 lunches.
Yes. That's the other side.
Yep.
You know,
But I will gladly.
that's just math.
I think you will. Well, look, even if Aiden plays, I'm not sure I would expect all that much, but there's a chance here that I will be buying you a lunch. I'm okay with that. I got enticed by the 10 lunches, the 10 free lunches. There is no point spread on a possible Lions Commanders game. For some reason, I don't know why that is, but yep. You can bet would an NFC North team reach the Super Bowl. There are 3 of them in the playoffs. Yes is -165. No is +125. Will either number 1 seed win the Super Bowl? So you can bet on the Chiefs and the Lions to win the Super Bowl. Yes, +125. No, -165. For what it's worth. There's a bet you can make involving the Lions right now, betonline.ag. I want to thank everybody who listens through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We've got more and more calls and listeners from all around the country. We love it. Thank you very much. Love getting perspectives from other communities. And certainly there's a strong Detroit Lions fan base from all over. Again, thank you for listening. And Odyssey app, download it for your mobile device today. Same thing on our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. Great content from the Birchie Kid and Evan. Additionally, you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com, where you type in the search bar, 971theticket, and bang, there we are. Myself, Gator Kang. You can participate in the streaming chat. We do love those all the ways that people take in the program. We swing around the NFL next. You're on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. And there's a huge differential when it comes to Michigan Auto Law. They choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer cases on purpose. This means they have more time for your case, and this formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Birchie Kid's out skating on the ice near Belle Isle right now. He tweeted out a video of his dog Gator chasing him on the ice as he's skating. We retweeted it. So at DunGator971, you want to check it out. Some news on the Tiger front. Tiger deals today. These are arbitration or avoiding arbitration deals. Skubal just got a $10.6 million deal, raised from $2 million. Matt Vierling, $3 million. Casey Mize, $2.34. Jake Rogers, $2.64. Will Vest, $1.4. Jason Foley, $3.15. This all according to Chris McCoskey. Still waiting on Bo Brisky. But Skubal beat the arbitration estimate of $8 million. It's 10.15 coming off the Cy Young season. So I just read something regarding this Rams-Vikings game coming up on Monday night. Rams writer Adam Grossbard wrote, the Rams sent a statement to season ticket holders emphasizing that the playoff opener versus the Vikings remains scheduled for Monday at SoFi Stadium, but again added, quote, as with all games, the NFL has contingency plans in the event a change in location is needed. When he writes as with all games, does that mean like when the Lions are taking on the Bears in week 10, they go, okay, if they can't play at Ford Field, we're going to play it at. Like, do they always make contingency plans for every game of the season?
I would think that they would have plans in place that they would have discussions about that, sure, so they can move quickly.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's the emergency plan here? Where do the Lions play if there's, Ford Field has a situation where, there's no electricity, nothing works there. You got to move, got to play somewhere else.
Yeah, where do they go? I mean, I wonder what the Ford Field emergency plan
San Diego. I mean, where would it be? Would it be like Cleveland? Or would they be playing outside? Or would they want something like if you're the Lions, you would want it to be a similar environment, wouldn't you?
So Indy?
I was just
going to
say,
if the Colts are home.
No, Minnesota?
Yeah, maybe. Then I saw this from a Penn State writer, writes for Penn Live, Johnny McGonigal.
Yeah, I saw this.
Just tweeted the following. Just ran into Ohio State fans in the hotel elevator. They misread the bracket and thought Ohio State would be playing in the Orange Bowl. They'll be at Penn State, Notre Dame tonight. He follows it up. For those wondering, they looked like students. Said they, quote, misread the bracket. Didn't say if they literally misread and booked or misread how it would play out, thinking Ohio State would play in the Orange Bowl and booked weeks ago. Funny either way, and stunned they didn't sell. So they bought flights to Miami, bought tickets to the game before they realized Ohio State wasn't in the game. This checks out.
Oh, you're saying that's on point for Ohio State fans?
Just saying.
Is that what you're saying? Because where is the other game?
Dallas.
It's Dallas?
Just missed it. I mean, if you bought thinking that, hey, let's buy before the bracket comes out, one of the two semifinals, we think our team will be there. Boy, that's a ballsy
That's
move.
risky.
That is super risky in this day and age where they had to win 2 games to get there. Super risky.
Yeah, I think they literally misread the bracket and assumed, oh yeah, here we go, Texas taking them on, and we're going to Orange Bowl. They just misread it.
That's a bad mistake.
It is. But doubling down on the mistake by not selling the ticket and switching up. Although,
if you have a
It's hard to do
non-refundable
that.
flight, do you just go? Say screw it, let's just go. If you can only afford one trip, and
if
you have
I had a
non-refundable
non-refundable flight, yes, I'm going to go to that game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I am probably too. If it's a non-refundable flight, and just say, okay, my choices are skip the Orange Bowl, try and sell the tickets, take a bath on the flight, and watch the Ohio State game at home, or go to the game, enjoy the game, and watch the Ohio State game back at the hotel the next night or back at home.
Right.
But that's a bit of a whoops.
Sounds like something I would have done.
Does it really?
Well, I mean, just because I've told the story before where I misread my plane ticket to fly back from Los Angeles one time, and I thought it was flying back on a Saturday when in fact it was Friday. So when I got to the airport on that Saturday, my buddy dropped me off. Said, hey, thanks again. We'll see you next time, and have a great trip back. Thanks for having me. Walk in, go to check in, and then they said, your flight has already left. I'm like, what do you mean it already left? It's not supposed to leave for another hour. No, it left yesterday. Oh, great. So next flight, when's that one available? Well, you got to have to run, and you got to run across the airport to there and be there in 45 minutes. I can do that. Okay. How much is it? This is like 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
the flight, the one-way ticket from LA to Detroit on that short of notice was something like $700
Ouch.
one way. And I said, oh, wow. I said, well, is that first class? And she laughed at me. I said, oh, no, that's not first class.
Closest I came to this was the 2017 Outback Bowl in Tampa. That is the game where Jadeveon Clowney ate Vincent Smith.
Right, yeah. Oh, was there a highlight of that?
Yeah. They played it on TV that one time.
He wasn't blocked and made the play?
Yep. Anyway, I had a December 29th flight and returning after the game, January 1st. Got to the airport and it wouldn't let me check in, and I couldn't figure out what was going on, and it was because I booked a December 29th flight from Tampa to Detroit with the return on January 1st. Somehow, some way, I'd inverted the whole thing. So I had a flight out of Tampa leaving in 2 hours, not a flight out of Detroit.
Oh.
And then the flight from Detroit to Tampa scheduled for January 1st. So I had to go to the desk, and they actually took care of it, but I couldn't fly out till the next day.
Okay. Well,
So-
that's not horrible.
Just like you, I had to call my ride to the airport and say, hey,
Well,
can you come back and get me?
Well, I didn't call my ride. I just
Oh, you didn't?
No,
right?
I had to bite the bullet, pay the $750, whatever it was, to fly the one way, and then I let them know when I landed. I said, "Oh, by the way."
Honestly, it was one of the dumber feelings I ever had. I did what?
Yeah, that was one of the dumber feelings I ever had, without question.
But you know what? I've noticed. I'll do this too, where like you're searching on a hotel website and you start playing around with dates, and then you go to other websites of other hotels, and you go, I'll just go back to the first one, and you realize you booked it. I go, okay, I'll book it now, and you book it for like the wrong dates because you've done so much searching, and I've done that a bunch too. But
Yeah, look, this was it was not a proud moment for me, but in the end, I'm glad it worked out the way that it did, because the extra day that I spent there, I had an awesome time. There was some great experiences that went in with that, so that was it was well worth it.
the day you were supposed to be home.
That was
That's great.
I think I spent that day in San Diego, I think, or in Del Mar, so it was beautiful.
Very nice. Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Gentlemen,
How are you, sir?
get in there.
You're getting there?
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Well, I see you brought with you your gin. That's good.
Just the smells of redesigning the office is just starting to get to me.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole office redesign is pretty is a lot going on out there. It's rather discombobulating.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna be nice. Let's just talk about the show.
Yeah, what do you got planned
what's
coming
going
up
on?
next?
More potential changes in college sports, and so David was just like, you know what? It's an effort and futility, but if you could just change one thing or just fix one thing, what would it be? It's when I've realized that, you know what? People aren't necessarily smarter than you. These are the best and brightest, the NCAA presidents and athletic directors. They just make more money than you. They're not smart at all because they find different ways to just screw the. How can we F this up even more?
So if I were to, you're not talking about reversing something that's already happened. You're just changing one thing. I think conference realignment sucks. I think.
But Doug, if you just wait about another 3 years, it'll go full circle, and it's like Big Ten, West Coast, and all these different West Coast teams that may or may not resemble the Pac-10.
Yep. Exactly. Well, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Evan Petzold confirming the Tigers have inked Tarek Skubal to a $10.15 million contract for their avoiding arbitration today. Matt Vierling, Jason Foley, Will Vest, Jake Rogers, and Casey Mize also avoided hearings. According to a recent MLB Pipeline poll of league execs, Jackson Jobe is tied for the highest odds to win the Rookie of the Year with Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony. They both have 19% of the vote. The poll included scouts, GMs, and analysts. The Pistons have the second leg of a back-to-back tonight as they host the Warriors. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game at 6:35. Marcus Sasser quietly had a nice game yesterday, scoring 15 points and knocking down 5 of 7 threes. He weighed in on the key to the team's 5-game winning streak. Steph Curry and Draymond Green are both questionable to play tonight. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs has been named the NFC Offensive Player of the Month a day after receiving Player of the Week honors. Defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn is set to interview with the Jets today, per New York reporter Rich Cimini. They've already talked with Matt Nagy, Ron Rivera, Rex Ryan, and Mike Vrabel. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Thursday. Good to have everybody with us as we kick off super duper wild card football thing weekend. A jungle juice, a cocktail of football delight. College begins tonight, and this weekend won't wrap until Monday night. Vikings, Rams. We've got some fun for you at 3 o'clock, where I'm going to offer the super duper grand questionnaire. This is going to be Rico's dream turned into a nightmare. I am going to be procuring a receipt segment for next week.
Okay.
But let's get into the mix. You have something with college football starting tonight that we wanted to start with. We'll get to the Tigers a little later, a little bit of Lions news, some of the assistant interviews ramping up. But you have a college football thing I've been kept in the dark about. David said, well, Rico just... very proud of this, and he just doesn't want to share. I go, well, so be it.
Well, no. Actually, you know what? David, I kind of agree with what David had to say. So, David, if you would, you can help me with this. But
oh, I see what this is about.
No, Mike, But college sports is basically, as we all know, it's a kaleidoscope. It's ever moving. And now they're thinking about giving the power to the 4 Power 4 leagues, and it would grant them. They would have they manage their own postseason championships, and including the NCAA and men's and women's tournaments. What it's coming down to is this. Let me just boil it down for the people. It's going to be what we always thought this was going to be: the Power 4 having their own thing, their own conference, their own tournaments, their own championships. And everybody else that made the cute story, you're on your outside. You figure it out on your own. But you're not going to be a part of the NCAA, not the real stuff. It's almost like in college, the regular tournament and the NIT. Well, the regular tournament would only be of the 4 power schools, 4 Power 5, Power 4 schools. And everybody else would kind of get meandered to somewhere else and relegated here. You do whatever you got to do. That's what they're thinking about doing. That's a new proposal because, let's face it, that's where it's going. So the college football playoffs that you saw this year, they would be a thing of yesterday because you wouldn't get the Boise State. You don't have to get the basically the school that becomes a sacrificial lamb. They're saying, how about we just make it what everybody thought it was going to be? It's Power 4 versus everybody else. And by everybody else, nobody else. It's just the Power Four. Did I get that right, David?
Yeah, it would be just the Power Four. They would be autonomous on the rule-making, policy decisions. They would control the tournament. That means the March Madness tournament they would control. They would control how you name a college football playoff and then the title and all of that stuff. They would be in all control.
Now, here's the beauty of it. And I know it sounds like, oh, my God, it's college football. They're screwing up the sport that I love, college basketball. I really think that they would be enhancing what you want. Especially college football would be very pro-light. And I know some people are like, oh, every game would mean something. You wouldn't have this schedule where Indiana plays nobody and then Purdue plays everybody. Now it would be your schedule will consist of teams from the Power Four schools. You won't get the Eastern Michigans on there. You won't get the Northern Colorados. It's, okay, you're playing Vanderbilt, you're playing Ole Miss, and you're playing Arizona. Those are your 3 non-conference games plus the 9 Big Ten schools. So that's what you're looking at doing when it comes to football. Same with basketball. You're creating your own conference where it's just the big boys, no more little guys.
So what do you want from me? Is there a question in here? I mean, this sounds awful. What do you want from me?
My question would be, so you're the AD at Michigan State. I'm the AD at Michigan. He's the AD at Georgia. You have control now. You have a say. What do you want to keep? What do you want to get rid of? What do you want college sports to look like? Do you want to expand March Madness? Ugh. Do you want to give it to 16 teams for the college football playoff? Do you want to go back to the BC? Whatever you want. What do you want?
What do you want to expand to? What I would love to expand to, and this is not feasibility, it's what you want it to expand to. 248-539-9797. For me, I kind of like what they did with the college football playoffs. You play some games at home, and you incorporated the bowl into the tournament. If you're going to do that, then go ahead and make it either 8 or 16 teams for the national championship. But for everybody else, yeah, kind of treat it like the NIT where you can play some home games and incorporate the bowl games and play Division II style for a different type of championship for everybody else so that there would be less opt-outs. There would be less, well, I don't really care about some game being played in Memphis. No, you're in a tournament, and it can be done because we see it done in Division II and Division III every year. So if you want to play some games at the crib, you want to play some games using the bowl game setup, I would like that idea to go along concurrently with a new 16-team college football playoff. Therefore, the bowl games and all of that would become more interesting again because right now, if you keep this up, bowl games will be dead in 2 years.
They already are, but sure. Okay, so I get to do whatever I want?
Yeah.
Light the match. Let me know when it's all burnt to the ground. That's what I want.
You would miss it.
No, what you've just described, not you personally, but this articles that are everywhere in the sports world today, as I've just seen the linkage in the live sheet, you can have it. It's not for me. I mean, if I could compare college football to another sport, it would be horse racing. They're rudderless. There's no central governing body. There's no commissioner. Everybody does whatever they want to do. It's nonsense. So, yeah, there's my wish. A commissioner. A real commissioner. Get me a college football commissioner, and let's get some leadership, and let's wrangle in
Not
contracts.
the obligatory guy who sits in the hot seat.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Not Charlie Baker, who's a dirtbag. I mean a legitimate commissioner who goes, you know what? They aren't amateur athletes. They are professionals. Here's the contracts. Here's the CBA. Here's what we're doing. That would be the only thing. I do not have an interest in homogenizing the product. See, there's our difference of opinion, me versus everybody. No, I understand Eastern Michigan will never win a championship. That doesn't mean I don't want them as a part of the sport. Because, look, one of the great moments of this season, in fact, was a team like Eastern Michigan, Northern Illinois, going to South Bend as 4-touchdown underdogs and beating the Irish. It's a top 5 moment on the season. Now, if we homogenize that, is there any result in the NFL that ever leaves you going, oh, my God? No. Because you, Rico, you've covered sports forever, too.
Right.
Like, The talent gap's not that big. I don't want to homogenize college sports. The NCAA tournament, like you described March Madness, you love college hoops. I like college hoops. You love it. If they homogenize this, March Madness is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Dead.
But here's the thing. I'll make this argument. Everybody loves the upsets in the first 2 games. After the first 2 games, you want to see teams you know. You want to see teams where you know the coach, you know the players, you've heard of this team before. That Final Four from like 2 years ago, no one cared.
Oh, FAU and Miami. And
right, San Diego State. No one cared.
No,
but
it was awful.
It was the ultimate, anybody can play. No, you didn't. You want to see Duke. You want to see Kansas. You want to see Carolina. You want to see UConn. You want to see Texas. You want to see teams that you've seen before. In March Madness, everybody wants to be the smartest guy in the world come that opening weekend and say, look, I picked that 13-4 upset. But after that, you want to see chalk. You want to see great games, and you don't want to see a Final Four like you had a few years ago. I do like the commissioner, though, because you have to have somebody who will just step up and say, no, this is ridiculous.
And look, it kicks off tonight. All right, now you're already seeing the media shills like Kirk Herbstreit, who's a dullard. Oh, you couldn't have asked for a better Final Four. Really? Okay, it's Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas, and OSU. Yippee. Tonight's game will be atrocious. It'll be a rock fight to 20. And I think Ohio State's going to blow the doors off Texas. So there you go.
You know what the funny thing is that there would only have been an argument for Notre Dame, but none of these teams would have made the playoffs last year.
And I would have been fine with it because, A, Penn State didn't win their conference. Ohio State didn't even play in the conference title game. Texas lost to a backup quarterback. They could all F off to the sun. Honestly. So, but hey, this is where we're at. Fine. I gave my answer. Give me the college commissioner. Give me a leader to get this sport pointed in the right direction. And once in a while, I'm going to get laughed at. Once in a while, out of every 5 decisions made, could one of them, just one, put players and fans first? Just one. You get to make 4 atrocious, greed-ridden scumbag decisions. For every 4 of those, can I get one where the fan is considered?
How about $2 hot dog night?
Right, okay. Demolition disco night, right? 248-539-9797. So this is a proposal. The Big Four wants it all. They want to run this thing. They don't want the little guys around. So in essence, I'm not being melodramatic, it's the end of college sports as you know it.
You said something interesting. I would like for you to expand upon that.
Oh, boy.
Could you do that for us?
Yes, I can. Sure. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. We've got a ton of football to get to today as well. It is winter driving season. Reckless drivers are everywhere. If you are injured in an automobile accident, there's one person you've got to call. Injury attorney David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now. Talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com.
All right, so before I get to the question I have for Mike, the question we're asking you, the people, is, guys, you get to say so. You get one thing that you can do, you can fix, you can add to the current situation of college sports, football, basketball, because they're coming up with new rules. For me, I came up with, hey, you got your big boys. How about just a tournament Division II style for everybody else to give them something to play for? Mike said a commissioner. I actually like Mike's idea because I do think that you need a voice. You need something. But, Mike, you said something that I would like for you to expand upon.
Mm-hmm.
You said for 1 out of every 5 things that you change, do it for the fans. Now, we joke about, $2 hot dog night.
Yeah.
What is something that they could do for the fans?
Okay. So, and again, what Rico's saying, guys, he's not pulling this from thin air. This is a report that's everywhere in sports media today, where the Big Four is drafting a document to seize control of all NCAA tournaments, including the college football playoff, and get rid of any smaller non-Power 4 conferences. So it would be the next step towards having NFL Light. I just want to make sure people understand this isn't like Fantasyland by Rico. Okay, so you said what are decisions you can make that are good for fans / the players? I mean, one example is, okay, let's say they do this Power 4. Let's say they get their way.
Mm-hmm.
Redraw these conferences to be geographically relevant. If you're going to homogenize the product, it means you're selling one television deal, right? Well, then I don't have to worry about, the ACC makes more than the Big 12, and the Big 12 makes less than the Big 10 and the SEC. It's homogenized. See, if you're going to go pro, there has to be, revenue sharing. We're already seeing that with the player model, with the NCAA saying, hey, Big 10, this is your budget. So I would redraw the conferences to be geographically appropriate. I mean, I don't think anybody believes long-term SMU in the ACC or USC in the Big 10 is healthy. So in essence, deconstruct the conferences and make them to where you're playing schools that make sense on a map. You can get to the games, and rivalries are a part of it. Because, Rico, honestly, if they homogenize it and it's just the big boys, then I think it's even more important that you're playing relevant stuff. Like, I don't think USC Rutgers on a Friday night at 11 o'clock is good for fans.
No, but see, here's the beauty of it. I think if they homogenize, I was telling Doug in Crosstalk, you may actually get your wish where all of a sudden the Big Ten West is 10 teams from the West Coast.
Right.
Right. That used to be the Pac-10 or the Pac-12.
Yeah, and just, again, I don't want any of this, but I'm not going to be Clint Eastwood and Gran Torino just snarling. I mean, I understand where the sport is going. It's why I've largely emotionally checked out of it. But we are kicking off the Final Four tonight, and I don't think it's accidental this news comes out that, look, they want to have a new subdivision within the NCAA. That's their goal. And to me, that does represent the end of college sports. And I don't think you would feel it until you saw March Madness. And you'd go, wait, it's only 32 teams? And where's Cinderella? Cinderella went to bed 4 hours ago.
Yeah, Cinderella would be that bottom of the basement.
You're right. It would be like
It'd be Northwestern,
Iowa.
right.
Yeah. But David, Kenny, I mean, do you have thoughts on this? I mean, obviously, I don't want to. It is sunny out. We're fortunate today. I don't want to ruin the mood. You know how I feel. I offered the commissioner to play ball, but what do you guys think?
See, I'm one. I just would want contracts. I need contracts in the sport. I don't need players going from here to there. I need them signed.
Wait, you don't think it's appropriate that Michigan State signed a player 2 days ago, and then a day later he decommitted and went to Cal?
No.
Weird. And I don't even know who the kid is.
No.
Don't know if he's any good. I laughed.
Well,
it's hilarious.
There's a quarterback, I think it was a 4-star or 5-star at Oregon.
He was there for a week. He was at Cal. He commits to Oregon.
Yeah.
He goes to school for a week.
Yeah.
Opts out, goes back to Cal. What?
I need contracts. I need, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, I need a contract because I don't need you going from place to place to place to place. I don't need it.
I'm with you. And that could be encompassed with the commissioner because the whole, you can't have them do it because of all labor laws. Like, if I can pay you money, then I can come up with reasons why I'm paying you money. That's just simple life. David, I need your son to cut my grass, okay? Verbal agreement. Grass cut, you get paid. Plain and simple. Like, oh, but if all of a sudden it'll trigger that, no, it won't, because they're making the money. If you don't set up guardrails, Mike said horse racing. I liken it more towards college sports will end up being like boxing.
That's a good one. And you know what? Shame on me. I shouldn't have used the horse racing example because nobody knows what I'm talking about. Just basically every state gets to do whatever they want to do with their own racing commission. That's why you could see, Bob Baffert be banned by Churchill Downs, but yet he's not banned in his home state of California, but yet he's not banned in New York, but he can't race here. Every state, their governing board is different. There's no central what's good for the game, like what's good for the sport office. It doesn't exist. You're right. I shouldn't have brought that up. It just in my mind it popped up. And
I got you.
There's a synergy to it where it's the same circus. Yeah. Go ahead, Kenny.
So mine is kind of a combination platter of what you said just now, Rico. You said the word guardrails, and that was going to be the thing, whether it's contracts or otherwise. I think, and it would also help you fix the bowl games that supposedly now they do mean nothing, but that can be fixable. Because if you have contracts, you have to, you can't opt out anymore. You've put pen to paper. Those bowl games, now the best players will be featured in every single conference. That's what I would fix, is because for too long, bowl games have meant nothing. That's an easy fix.
Yeah. Or just the fact that you can transfer to this school, and I mean, what is it? Jalen Rashada is on his sixth school.
So the timeline,
and he's yet to play.
And I think he started 2 games at Arizona State. I think he was horrible. The timeline for Rashada was he committed to Florida on an alleged $12 million deal. Decommits to go to Miami. Decommits there and ends up going to Arizona State. He goes to Arizona State for a year. I think he played 2 games. He leaves Arizona State. He goes to Georgia. He doesn't play this year. Now he leaves Georgia without playing, and he's going, I don't know where. That's the stuff David's talking about. And I will tell you, not only is there donor fatigue, but what are donors? They're fans. It's fan fatigue. I mean, the truth of the matter is, and it's not an insult to Rico or myself, or if you're a Michigan fan, unless you are the hardest of hardcore, you're not going to know your team in August. Yeah. That hurts the ability to care about the sport because, look, this year, Rico told me all summer, Mike, they got 62 new players. I go, how many of these guys can we name? Remember we did that segment? Yeah. And, I mean, it was depressing because guys like you and I could name 30 players tops on an 85-man roster. There were days I could name the entire 85. So I'm with David in that we've got to get some semblance of continuity back.
Yes, because in basketball, you can have a completely new roster from year to year. I don't mean 1 or 2 players. Your entire roster is different.
Oh, basketball is even worse because basketball had the NBA one and done. So the elite teams were already being treated like a community college.
Agreed.
And by community college, I mean you flip the roster every 2 years. It's nothing about the level of education before people get angry. I'm talking about a community college. You're there for 2 years, and then you're gone. But, yes, you're right. You look at Michigan. 2 of the people were actually on Juwan's roster last year. Everybody else, all brand new. And guess what? Dusty May could do it all again next year if he wanted to.
And if you want to read about this, Yahoo Sports has a really comprehensive piece on it today. They'll get their way. I mean, that's all it's going to be. It'll be the Power Four. It'll be the networks. And I do believe eventually they'll break away from the NCAA together. You don't go backwards. And while this version will be under the NCAA's umbrella, it is a different subdivision. And then when this subdivision signs a multi-billion-dollar TV deal, this subdivision will then exit the NCAA.
No, see, here's what I think. You'll do this, and then all of a sudden the 2 of the Power Four will have secret meetings with the broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Big Ten and SEC will go. Hey.
And then Kenny's going to play the role of the Big 12 going, well, what about me? Where do I sleep?
Wait, you didn't get that invitation? Oh, you know what? We just happened to meet up at the coffee house.
Right, it was like JJ's recruitment.
Yeah, it wasn't planned.
I just happened to see him for a burger.
We just happened to get a burger. That's it.
Oh, what are you doing here? Here's the key to the facility. Okay, let's go to Dion, 97.1. Dion, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
Good.
Hey, listen. I'm with you, Mike. Burn it. Because this is my problem. Before you do any of this, come forward and say college athletics is no longer amateur sports. It's just another continuation of professional sports, because what you're doing now, you are isolating everybody other than these Power Four conferences. These are going to be the conferences sought after during NFL combines. These are going to be the sought off conference, and it also takes away from all the games that were made 2 or 3 years ago when you had the San Diego States and all these other mid-major schools in the NCAA March Madness run make these strides to be noticeable, to increase their recruiting, to be visible on that platform. Now you're wiping all that out. If this is going to be college sports, college amateur sports as it's been known, call it that. If it's not, and you want to go to a strictly professional mode,
call it that.
Call it that. But don't try to sugarcoat saying we're doing a little bit of this, blah, blah, blah. Because even with what David said, contractual agreements and all this, you're not fixing anything. All you're doing is putting Band-Aids on the wounds that you already caused by changing this stuff around in the first place.
Yep. No, and look, Rico nailed it from the start. The NCAA opted out of this deal long ago. It is spiraled out of control. You're not going to get the toothpaste back in the tube. Now, look, I think if your team, like for instance, you're a Penn State fan, you're a Notre Dame fan, I don't think you're thinking this way. Maybe you're not as a Michigan fan. Maybe you view it as a one-year anomaly.
Because you're a half.
Right.
If you're a half, there's nothing going to change.
The problem is the only halves in the Big Ten are probably, 3 of them?
Right.
Okay, well, too bad. It's a 20-team conference, basically, for all intents and purposes. So there's even a further subdivision. It's this cavernous gap that's developed.
Because even when Indiana crashed the party, everybody mocked him and said,
Guilty.
Look at what you're wearing. That's last year's. You don't belong here.
Guilty.
Indiana came in looking like the Clampets.
They showed up with $12 of jewelry. Just like Kat said. You could buy Indiana's jewelry at the Citgo. That was, you knew.
Yeah, but they
Indiana showed up looking all pretty. It's all cubic zirks. All fake.
Even Penn State's making fun of them. That's how you know.
Indiana got sent home with $12 of jewelry in a box. But you're right. And I did make fun of them. All right, listen, Detroit, football season rolling on. We are kicking off 5 days of incredible football action. Hopefully one of those is going to feature Hungry Howie's for you. Get your game day order in. The mix and match menu is back just in time for the playoffs. $6.99 each. You pair up all the items on the menu. $6.99 each, and you've got your game day covered. Whether it's the pizzas, the salads, apps, even the Jim Costa Brookie, they've got it all. So limited time only. Don't forget, keep Hungry Howie's in your game day game plan. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only, on that mix and match menu tonight. All right, coming up, we'll get some football in the mix, pro style. We'll also, top of the hour, we're going to have some fun. You got 2 college games. You got the 6 NFL games. I've got a questionnaire for the gentlemen, and you guys can participate as well. Some predictions, opinions, some fun about every game. Because the beauty of the Lions not playing is you get to chill out, watch everybody go kill each other on the battlefield. So we're going to have some fun with it. We do have some Tigers to get to today as well. But, David, let's check in on Ticket Text for the first time.
Real quick,
What's
David,
up?
before you do that, and maybe to go along with the contracts, because we were talking about, hey, what would you change when it comes to NCAA sports? You know, there's a report out today saying there's going to be some major changes potentially coming up where the Power Four are just going to take this thing over, and it's going to be their conference, their NCAA. They're going to become that super conference we've all been hinting at. We're getting another step closer to that. So we're saying, what would you do to change it? One of the suggestions was contracts. You got to come up with contracts because with the with transfer portal, people are just leaving left and right. Perfect timing. Somebody just hit the portal while we were in the commercial break. Kenneth, this one's on you. Carson Beck is entering the transfer portal.
Wow. Is he actually?
He's actually.
Is that a real thing that just happened?
Yes.
Wow.
Breaking news, Carson Beck, Georgia quarterback.
Did his UCL enter separately?
Yes, in fact, it did.
I honestly thought he was just going to go pro at this point.
Well, he did. He did plan to enter the draft, so I don't know what changed.
I think he probably got the reports. You were already, and now you got a broken arm. Maybe you go someplace and light it up at Notre Dame or someplace.
So he went from to
pretty much. He just needs to get more good stuff on tape. That's what he's going to do.
Right.
Increase his draft stock at somewhere lower
So you
level.
know what's going to be funny, fellas, is you will have, and again, I still have no understanding why Milroe went pro after the worst game of his life. You're going to have Ewers and Carson Beck as free agents.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me again these guys aren't pros. And look, I don't begrudge the kids. Go get your money. I get upset, or used to at least, at the adults. I mean, this system's, it's laughable. No disrespect to Carson Beck or Quinn Ewers. Neither of those guys should make more than quarterbacks actually being drafted in the first and second round of the NFL. I do have a problem with it. I'm
But
sorry.
you are what people are willing to pay you. So
No,
you're right.
exactly.
So you're
It's
right.
both.
So all of a sudden now you're Phil Knight and you're like, wait, Carson Beck's out there and he can come to Oregon?
Well, he may not be going to Oregon because per Pete Thamel says ESPN sources are saying Miami looms as the favorite to land Beck.
Okay.
You know what that is? That's just a lot of cash.
Yeah, probably the better part of, I don't want to overestimate it, but you read enough and hear enough, somewhere around $4 to $5 million. Well, what's the problem? It's not a problem. It's not my money. The problem is there are going to be players drafted in the late first, early second round who will make less than that. Those are pros. See, we've blurred the line here. No, I don't think it's appropriate for a guy who does not have a top 10 grade and will not be a first-round draft pick to make that level of money. But there's no guardrails, so what am I going to say? It's not my money. Do whatever you want. I candidly wish my school had money to burn like that.
You know what? In a sick, twisted way, I'm actually okay with something like this happening. If a guy is never going to make it to the pros, let him make all the money they can in college.
You sound like Hunter Dickinson's agent.
And it won't dilute the product of the professional level.
If Hunter did this right, even as a college basketball player, I mean, if you've made the better part of $4 million in your college career, forget about more. If you made $4 million in your college career and you're going to leave school at 22, 23 years old, it takes a lot to F that up.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be pretty forcible in your appetite to be homeless or not live a good life.
Because you figure at that point, you're pretty much walking away with a little over $2 million in your pocket that you can now invest and do whatever you need to do after Uncle Sam and your agents and everybody got paid.
And again, you got to work. I'm not telling you he gets to sit around and just smoke weed all day or do whatever he wants, but
But even if he wants to take a couple years to do that, he's not going to go broke.
He's on the Ricky Williams plane.
But I kind of like it when, okay, that means you're not joining the NBA. You're not going to the NFL, but the product gets better because you actually have real people who can play instead of Desmond Ritter, who are just going to get bounced around from team to team.
Kenny, more punchable face, Carson Beck or Quinn Ewers?
Quinn Ewers. 100%.
Ah.
100%.
Oh, man.
I get what you're coming
Beck's
from.
got a look about him, too. He needs a punch.
After a couple of those picks that he threw, I was like, all right, man.
You see, you wanted to hit him.
Yes, but that's me with any
It's always
quarterback.
the confused
The what?
Eli Manning. It's like something about hanging out with Mannings. You end up breathing through your mouth.
See, I wonder when they're going to stop making those Dr. Pepper commercials because they're now 0 for 2.
What do you mean?
They had DJ Ungalang
Right.
He didn't do anything.
Well,
that year.
hold on. Ewers is in the semis.
He is, but I mean, when your commercial is making fun of your backup QB, saying, "I don't need backup." No, I don't need any backup.
But everyone's talking about using the backup right now.
No, but even in the commercial,
Yeah.
they're talking about Arch Manning without saying Arch Manning. So I thought that was funny.
It is. I enjoyed them. Let me go to Jason. We'll get to take a text in a second. Jason, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, all right, guys. Hey, a couple comments and a question. I'm going to appoint myself as deputy commissioner for the fans. And for college football, the two that I came up with, number one is that figure out a common streaming platform so we don't have to, subscribe to 4 or 5 different streaming services to be able to watch the games, whether it be for your own team or all the other good national games you wish to see.
Love it.
And second is for those like to travel to games, and I encountered this last year. I had to go to Oregon anyway last fall, and I said, well, I'll go to the Oregon MSU game. I thought to myself, this is a game that's a candidate for Friday night. So luckily I had the foresight to schedule my flight out on a Thursday instead of a Friday, and therefore was able to go see the game. But again, whether it's days of the game or, hey, we don't know this is going to be a night game until a week and a half beforehand. But in the meantime, we got to plan our travel arrangements, hotel reservations, whatever.
Yep.
And sometimes you got to make adjustments on the fly, and that's kind of a pain in the butt.
It is. It's also
another thing
hard
for the
when,
fans.
Jason, to your point, I think the fans get put last because the networks paid all this money. When you have schools that are playing exclusive night games almost, MSU being one of them. I'm not saying MSU's any good. They're not. Why the hell are we on at night all the time? That's for the schools that are good. Yeah, no, Jason, it's bad. I mean, it's all bad. And I know no one will ever agree with me. I don't need college football on a Friday night, especially games of substance. Hey, if you want to have Middle Tennessee State, hey, shout out Rick Stottskill. I don't need real teams on a Friday night. USC Rutgers at 11 o'clock at night? That's Fugazi. It's ridiculous. Here's Rico to yell at me.
No, I'm not yelling at you.
Okay.
No, it was that Pac-12. They played the night games, and that was one of the things. They're like, hey, we're going to bring in the Pac-12, and we're going to keep the Friday night games going. But the Big Ten had already started dabbling in that.
I know.
But when the Pac-12 came in, they were like, oh, this is great because for the Pac-12, it was about getting them more exposure.
Here's an idea. Nobody cares about their exposure. You ever think about that? There's a reason the league's dead. Nobody cares.
But see, okay, maybe it's just me. I enjoyed that.
You were Pac-12 After Dark guy.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
Rico and his Barca Lounger.
Arizona State and Oregon.
Oh, that's Rico's prime right there.
Oh, no. Back the prime was when Rich Rod was running Arizona, and it was the first team in the 60s would win games. It was all offense, no defense.
Take a text, and then we'll get to a blitz.
Kill the bowl games already. They all stink. College football playoff should only be Power 4. Group of 5 is awful and never belong. That is from Dave and
if
Warren.
you kill the bowl games, what are 90% of the teams doing? Remember, in the NFL, half the teams make the playoffs. So in a sport where you have 133 power members, fine, we're going to lop off 50 or 60 of them. Let's say at the end of this, there'd be 60 teams. Well, if only 8 or 12 make it, what's everybody else doing once they've incurred their third loss?
Well, see, and that's why I said you run that Division II, Division III tournament for the other
NIT?
teams. Yeah, kind of an NIT.
Oh no.
Where I think that a 7-5 team is okay, guys. Here's our chance to really show what we got. We can't win the national title, but we got something to play for.
The Poverty Bowl.
So Michigan would have been in that.
Michigan would have been in that. But you know what? You all of a sudden you get invested because you win a couple of games, and now it's like, all right, just even with the NIT, after the initial rounds, people are like, you know what? We're here. We won a few games. Let's just go win this whole damn thing.
Oh, wow. Zay Flowers got ruled out, David.
Yes.
I'm just saying it might help you.
Sure.
No. Okay. You know what? You could be 3-14 like me. Okay.
I would
Smart
rather
guy.
be 3-14. Get yourself
David,
some talent.
David, careful what you wish
We
for.
don't get anything.
Okay. Careful what you wish for.
You about to get that belt Saturday night.
Exactly. I don't want that.
Where's Amon Ra's celebration? You're about to get that belt. Lamar's coming to town with a big old belt.
I don't want it.
Hey, maybe you get playoff Lamar.
Ooh, the Dexter Manley version.
Why did Dexter?
The one that won a playoff game last year? That Lamar?
Oh, you remember the Roy Firestone interview? He couldn't read. Well, that's what Lamar looks like when he's trying to read defenses.
Why is he taking stretch?
I'm sorry.
He did.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just know his literacy was.
Oh, yeah. I'm
making a point.
You would never confuse him for a Rhodes Scholar.
Right, that's all. And Lamar
Still in the land of the living.
And listen,
He's still living?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Dexter still hopefully.
Yeah.
Nah, he had to learn to read by now, right?
Not necessarily.
Come on.
I don't think he's getting a Mensa application.
Listen, the point I'm making, Lamar, that's the beauty of his game Saturday night, because Lamar, greatest regular season he's ever had. If he goes to the playoffs and looks confused again, can't read a defense, plays awful, that's the fascinating part of games like
and
that.
Russell wants to prove that, you know what, that was just a bad. You know what? Between Russell Wilson and Sam Darnold, they both want to say, hey, I just had a bad day at the office.
God, I hope the Rams win. Go ahead, David.
100% agreed. We need a college commissioner. Someone has to regulate this NIL and portal madness.
Yes. No problem with the players getting paid. I got a problem that none of it's public. None of it is transparent. And if you tell me, well, they're kids, no. You want to act like a man, you comes with it. Now, you're a professional athlete. There's salary caps, right? I mean, it sucks for a guy like Jared Goff that, like, his public salaries. But, like, what are we doing? I mean, we don't even know what's real and not. I really believe when we look back at this, it's going to be one of the weirdest, like, eras in sports history. That COVID through 2025 era of college sports. Bizarro world. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC, they make car buying and certified service a breeze. It's simple. Bottom line, they got the deals. 25 Hummer EV, SUV, $775 a month. Navigate the winter roads, a piece of cake. And that thing, Sierra, they'll do that too. The 24 Sierra Elevation 4-wheel drive, $305 a month, $999 down. And again, the service. MoranExpress.com. Certified service, you get the loaner vehicle, you go on about your day. It's simple. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's touch the table, go around the league a little bit. We've got football everywhere the next 5 days. David?
So let's get right to it. I'm going to go through some of the games here eventually, but let's start here with the news with the Las Vegas Raiders because they have just fired their GM, Tom Telesco, which is days after they fired their head coach. And now people still want to speculate. Does that now leave room for Bill Belichick because he can now be the GM and the coach?
I'm leaving this to Rico because I view this like UFO conspiracies. This would be absurd for him to accept that job and 2 weeks later leave. Be ridiculous.
We have to let go of the whole Bill Belichick thing. Okay, sometimes we don't get to finish the way we want to finish. Bill, your day is come and gone. You got a lot of rings. You're chasing right now. You are. You're becoming Karl Malone and Gary Payton in those final years where they're just trying to chase a ring. Let it go. If you're the Raiders, you get an opportunity, Mike, to do something so smart. You get to hit the reset button, get a GM, get a coach, work together. You got new management coming in, and maybe this is the thing that can save this organization. Be smart about it. Nothing can linger on. You can go get a quarterback. You can do whatever you want. You'll be in a honeymoon period.
Let's move over here to the Miami Dolphins because agent Drew Rosenhaus, he is Tyreek Hill's agent, and he was on Pat McAfee today and reiterated that Hill is committed to the Dolphins. But my question is, should the Dolphins be committed to him?
No. If they can get out from that contract, get out from it. They've already got one problem with this Tua thing where, again, his comments rub me the wrong way. And I've defended him. I like him. I think he's a better quarterback than people give him credit for. But you can't stay healthy. And saying I'll play next week if we make the playoffs, but not this week, I'm sorry, that rubbed me the wrong way. But I'd get rid of Tyreek if I could.
Yeah. What David?
Yeah,
he said it's so perfect.
It was beautiful right there. The Falcons. There's no trade that is definite for Cousins. They say they are comfortable with Kirk Cousins as the backup next season. Smart move for both parties?
No, toxic.
You know what?
You got to cut the guy. That's a message. We're not going to trade you, and you're not going to F with us with your no movement clause.
Yes.
You are going to get released. And look, Kirk will probably take that because they got to pay him.
Mm-hmm. Cousins has been smart. He's gambled on himself. He has won each and every time.
He's a grifter.
So grifter, gambler,
Sorry.
he wins.
I know.
So
I hate it.
It's like TJ with the picks. I can't explain it, but he keeps getting it right. If I'm Cousins, David, sure, I'll sit here because in his world, you know what? Panics will go down in preseason camp, and they got to Cousins, it's your job again. Like, this man just always wins. So I think it's a way to say you're not going to sit here. As Mike said, you're not going to play us. You're not going to go out there and make us try to keep you. If you're happy with being a backup, we'll keep paying you the money, but we're moving on. And I think his personality, he'll accept it because he knows I'll get this job back.
So we talked about Carson Beck, and now he is now entering the portal. He will not be in the draft anymore. Well, there's speculation that Drew Aller would enter the draft after his decent college football playoff performances. Should that be a thing he does, or should he stay in college?
Listen, I'll leave it to Rico because every time I watch Drew Aller, I feel like I'm missing something. Everyone tells me he's good. Everyone says he's an NFL quarterback. I watch, not overly athletic, doesn't process very fast. I don't get it. So I'll leave this to Rico. It's your problem. Leave me out of it.
No, Mike,
I have nothing.
I'm with you. He is that type of quarterback that he gets a ton of hype, and everybody says that, it's like he's average. He benefits from a all-world tight end in Tyler Warren and a tandem of running backs. But what has Drew Aller actually done? Nothing. No. If I were him, I would try to stick around Penn State as long as possible until they build a statue of me. So going to the pros, sure, you'll get drafted by the Michigan Panthers.
So let's go through some of the numbers here for the games this weekend in the NFL. Start in Buffalo, where they host Denver there. Buffalo is an 8.5-point favorite. Is there any chance the Broncos keep it closer than 8.5?
Sure, it's a playoff game. I mean, look.
For a rookie, though.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's not a problem. The reason it's plausible, their defense, it's been very good all year. They're going to play man-to-man. They're going to bring 40% blitz rate. Look, if the defense can keep them in the mix, Sean Payton's calling plays like Bo Nix has played for 10 years. You said, is there a chance? There's a chance. I wouldn't bet
But you don't expect it to happen.
I don't. Look, both rookie quarterbacks going on the road in these playoff games, I have a hard time picking either of them. So, no. But is there a chance? Well, of course there is. It's the playoffs, man.
See, David, sometimes the rookie quarterback, you're too stupid to know that you shouldn't be doing well. You're too stupid to know the pressure. You're just kind of going out there. Nobody's picking you, and you're having fun. Because if they lose, you're supposed to lose. I could easily – look, Nick's got better and better as the year progressed. He just played for Denver, and nobody paid attention to him. Everybody was looking at the Chiefs and everybody – he actually – Denver struck gold with him. Him and Sean Payton, it works.
Let's move over to the Steelers and the Ravens. The opposite of what you said with the Broncos is, yeah, the Steelers' defense is okay, but it's the offense that is the problem. They are 9.5-point dogs. There's no hope for me in this game, correct?
None.
That's what I thought.
Not winning it. No.
Yeah,
No, there's hope.
I mean, their games are close, but their offense is so bad, I don't think this game could be close.
David, there's hope, and the hope is Russell Wilson. I'm not trying to be funny.
I thought you were.
Russell Wilson, experienced quarterback, Mr. Dangerous, had a brain cramp at the end of that game. And
Two out of the last 3 games, he's had a brain cramp.
No, but
he
just
fumbled the ball on Christmas.
Right, but the fact that he could have went out of bounds, saved the clock. No, he got tackled inbounds. I think that because historically speaking, Steelers and Ravens are close games, you do have a chance because that's just what you guys do. You play like the last game that you did on Christmas, or what? Yeah, that was a blowout. But normally, these are very close games. Yes, you have a chance. Watch the game, David.
Then we'll close it out with the 2 games that I actually care about. I'm not the Vikings, Rams. It's the Commanders, Buccaneers, and the Chargers and Texans, because I think in those games, I think those division winners are going to lose. Texans are going to lose. Buccaneers are going to lose.
I think you're out of your mind with the Bucs. I'll bet you a lunch on that one.
Okay, let's do it.
Come on,
We'll
man.
do it.
A rookie QB?
I like the way he's playing. I love the way he's playing
love
right
Jaden
now.
Daniels, but it's Todd Bowles against a rookie in a playoff spot, and the way Baker's cooking, the McMillan, Rico's guy from UW, okay.
You just got to hope that Bowles just doesn't go ahead and take a knee for the final 30 seconds of the game, even though they mathematically still have a shot.
Uh-oh.
Still can't believe that.
What a moment that was last year. What a moment.
Wait, what are we doing, Coach?
He's got respect for Dan
Let's just
Campbell.
go ahead and shake hands. But, Coach, we can But I think a lot of people are thinking like you, David, with Washington. And it kind of goes what I said about Denver. You don't realize you're not supposed to do this. What we can't do is get so wrapped up and think, oh, well, C.J. Stroud did it last year, so everybody else can do it. Washington has gotten lucky in a lot of their games. I mean, just flat out from that Hail Mary against Chicago. I mean, just a lot of plays. It's like, wow, the comeback win against
The Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not sustainable. So I don't see them moving on. I think the Bucs just Baker Mayfield is the one quarterback that nobody wants to give credit to, but I don't think if you quietly ask people in the NFC, do you want to play up against Baker Mayfield? They would say no, because he just won't quit. He's just that, he's just that guy that just, you know what, Baker, just no, we can win this thing and we'll find a way. And now you giving him a running game too? Yeah, I would go with the Bucs in that game.
Okay, all right, I'm wrong. Then that is.
I'm just
you're
wrong about
I'm
your
messing
Steelers.
with
Your
you.
Steelers have a chance.
No, they have no shot.
Okay, that's
No shot.
See, that's an emotional hedge right there.
It's also correct. That is in football today.
The Tigers have avoided arbitration with Ace Tarek Schoolbowl, signing him to a $10.15 million contract today. Other players that followed suit include Matt Vierling, Jason Foley, Will Vest, Jake Rogers, and Casey Mize. Free agent third baseman Alex Bregman still out there. John Paul Morosi thinks that benefits the Tigers. The Pistons are back on the court tonight at Little Caesars Arena against the struggling Warriors. Asar Thompson has missed 2 games in a row with an illness. He's probable tonight, though. I'll have the pregame for you right here at 6:35 on 97.1 The Ticket. The second round of NBA All-Star voting was released today as well. Kate Cunningham received the 7th highest votes among guards in the Eastern Conference. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan said today that goalie Alex Lyon is day-to-day. Jeff Petrie was placed on IR late yesterday. He'll likely be out the full week, and the team will reevaluate next week. With the game tomorrow against the Blackhawks, Ville Husso has been called up from Grand Rapids under emergency conditions. According to On3, Georgia quarterback Carson Beck expected to enter the transfer portal. Beck threw for 3,400 yards with 28 touchdowns this year. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out to play against the Steelers as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I promised we were going to do this. We're going to have a little fun. We will get to that Tigers report a little bit later, probably around 4 o'clock. Just some interesting stuff. And no, I'm not going to freak out. I'm not in love with Alex Bregman, but yeah, I'd rather have him than not. But we'll talk about it. I want to do the questionnaire. This is really a unique 5-day run here. Playoffs tonight, playoffs tomorrow, 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. It's a 5-day fiesta. So with it, I thought, okay, here's an opportunity to operate the Latte Larry Spite Store. I get to do a receipt segment where our good friends Rico, Kenny, and David have to answer these questions. Mm-hmm. Now, I'll provide an answer. You guys are in charge of charting the answers. My goal is to get through a zillion of these in 9 minutes. Okay? Stylus is out. Rico's stylus is out. It's primed. Are we prepared?
My integrity was questioned in the break.
I know you. You'll fill out 2 sheets. So, all right. Music. Is everybody ready? And there will be no bickering. I don't want to hear any. We don't have time to quarrel. We have to answer football questions. Ready?
Let's go.
David. Yes.
Okay.
All right, here we go, boys. Penn State, Notre Dame tonight. Does either team score 20 points?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
David?
No.
Okay, who wins the game?
Notre Dame.
Kenny?
Notre Dame.
David?
Notre Dame.
Okay, chart me for yes, someone scores 20. Mark me down, 3 words. Big game, James. Penn State wins tonight.
Oh, we got a bet.
Does either quarterback throw for 200 yards?
No.
Kenny?
No.
David?
No.
I'm going to say no. OSU, Texas. Is the winner of this game the national champion, yes or no? We won't be able to grade it on Monday, but I want to have this in our back pocket.
Winner of this game, national champion. Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Yes. Jeremiah Smith, receiving yards, or Matthew Golden receiving yards? Who has the bigger night?
Jeremiah Smith.
Okay.
Jeremiah Smith.
Okay.
Smith.
Okay. Smith it is. Wisner, rushing yards, over, under, 76.5.
Over.
David?
Under.
Under.
I'm going to go under. Texas running game is so inconsistent. Quinn Ewers turnovers. Over, under, 0.5.
This is like Prop Bet Casino.
It's similar.
He will be over.
Okay, Kenny?
You said 0.5?
Yes.
Over.
All right, David?
Yeah, over.
Okay, I'm going to say over. Kenny, do you promise to watch the whole game?
What do you mean? Yes, I'm going to watch the whole game.
Okay, here's why. Number of cutscenes to Quinn Ewers' fat face on the sidelines. Over, under, 5.5.
Over.
Over.
David?
Over.
Number of times in those cutscenes that Ewers
Okay,
is caught
let's move
spitting
on.
on the ground, over under 1.5.
I'm going to be watching, but I'm not going to be watching like that.
Yes, you will. He always spits on the ground when they go to him. It's disgusting.
I'll go under.
Damn it. Kenny.
Over.
David.
Under.
Over.
I'm not even tallying this. Keep going.
He's disgusting. All right, we go to the national.
Right.
And again, all right, out of the college games, who is going to be the bum of these two matchups? Who is the guy? There will be storylines about how poorly they played or a coach, whatever it may be. Give me the negative storyline out of the two college games.
We are James Franklin.
Okay.
We're going to go with Ryan Day.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, Drew Aller sucks.
All right. I'll go with Riley Leonard. Can't throw a forward pass. All right. The NFL. Chargers, Texans. Over under 42.5.
Over.
Kenny.
Over.
David.
Under.
Under for me as well. In that game, give me an anytime touchdown score. You choose. Low scoring game. Touchdowns in short supply. McConkey for Rico.
Jeez. I was going to say McConkey too. Can I do it?
Yeah.
All right.
It's about being right.
Yeah, I'm going to go Mixon.
Nico Collins.
That's a good one.
Do the Steelers score more than 13.5 points?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
No.
Rico says yes. Kenny.
I will say no.
David.
No.
All right. No. Give me an anytime touchdown score.
Oh, Lamar.
You're going Lamar.
Yeah.
All right. Rico.
Derrick Henry.
I'll say Lamar. I was between those two, by the way.
I'm going to go with Rico on this. George Pickens meltdowns caught on camera. Over under 1.5.
Over.
Pickens going to have a gigantic game. I'm going to go under.
Kenny.
I'll say only one meltdown, so under.
Okay, under. He's going to be a little more. I'm saying there's going to be at least two. That dude's a whack. All right, here we go. Saquon Barkley rushing yards. Over under 110.5.
Over.
Kenny.
Over.
David.
Under.
I'm going to go under. It's a playoff game. Mentions of Saquon John Mara sleeping commercial. Over under 0.5.
Under.
Sleeping commercial.
You haven't heard about this?
No.
Saquon did an ad, and it was like, hey, I've heard many of you have had trouble sleeping lately. It was a direct shot at John Mara. Mara called Barkley this week. Oh. Major drama. Over under 0.5.
Oh, over.
All right.
A pregame count?
Yes.
Okay, because that'll be discussed in the pregame.
Kenny doesn't want to answer.
Oh, I said over.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, over.
Okay. Now, who wins the game? With the point spread. Eagles are laying 4.5.
Eagles.
Kenny.
I will take the Eagles.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I'm going Packers.
Okay, Eagles. All right, here we go. Ready? Bucks Commanders. Is it the highest scoring single football game between college and pro of the weekend? Yes or no?
No.
Kenny.
No.
David.
Yes.
I'm going to say yes, too, because I'm excited to watch it. All right, here we go. What is the lowest scoring game of the entire weekend?
Lowest scoring game entire weekend.
Steelers, Ravens.
No, it's going to be Notre Dame and Penn State.
Rico?
I'm going to go Bills, Bronco.
I'm going to go Chargers, Texans. We're all over the place here. Ready? Simple question. Darnold, player or pumpkin? What Sam Darnold shows up this weekend? A player or a pumpkin?
You can not genetically have a redheaded pumpkin, so I'm going player.
Okay.
Bounce back. I say player.
Okay, David.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, y'all.
Yeah, pumpkin.
Oh, yeah. Who is the GOAT of the weekend? Between all of these games, who will be the most celebrated player in the media car wash?
Hurts.
Kenny?
Baker.
David?
Josh Allen.
I'm going to go. This is going to be shocking. Lamar.
Oh my God.
He's under the
I
most
thought about that.
He's under the most pressure. If he plays, that's right. And ESPN will just go nuts about how he's turned it all around. Last one. Ready? More punchable face. Ryan Day or Steve Sarkisian? No, that's not a real test. You can't grade it. It's just real.
Oh, can you measure that?
You can't. That's the key. The last one, in all sincerity, who wins, Vikings or Rams?
Rams.
The Vikings.
Rams.
Okay, and by the way, that game might move to Arizona.
Yes.
I don't know if that affects any
No,
of
I
your
think that
answers.
game will move to Arizona.
No, it doesn't affect it.
Doppler Rico
It actually
has
helps
weighed
the
in.
Rams to move it.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying at this point when they're saying, hey, maybe it's kind of like a person retiring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whose house? Not your house. That the Rams have no home field. I'm going with the Rams because I hate ginger quarterbacks.
And we need Kelly to make it all about her.
Oh, the storylines. Is she bringing the kids to Detroit? 248.
Rieger getting the exclusive interview with her.
Okay. That's the grand questionnaire for your super duper football weekend.
That's pretty good, Michael.
97.1.
Guys, you hear us having fun on the radio, and you said, you know what, in this new year, I would like to get on the path to be on the radio someday. Let Specs at LTU get your journey started, or maybe you want to go on to television, or you're a graphics design artist. Don't worry about it. Specs at LTU has you covered. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech right here in the city of Southfield. You're going to learn from instructors like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Northville Lumber, they sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. They've been doing it longer than anybody. They're the best at it, and right now you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. So buy your Trex decking, railing, and lighting where the deck pros do. Whether you're do-it-yourself or homeowner, look, they got you covered. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Get it done before the spring rush and the price increases. Just call Northville Lumber today or visit northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. So, quick note, because I know we got to get to a little bit more football, and we got to get to a little Tiger news today. John Paul Morosi had some audio, Bregman update, and a different name. But I wanted to throw this out there. I saw something today, and it really, really surprised me. Did you see the Pistons are favored over the Warriors tonight? And I believe this is an ESPN game this evening. This might be a little bit of, because I saw them really pimping this game on SportsCenter, David. But Pistons are favored over the Warriors. They're at 500. We talked about this the other day. They've got a better shot than the Wings of making the playoffs based on just how egregiously bad the Eastern Conference is in hoops. And tanking is rampant. I mean, it just doesn't happen in hockey. So as hot as the Wings are, but Pistons could be worth your time tonight. I mean, they're favored. I don't know. Does that mean Steph Curry checked out tonight? Or if
Well, him and Draymond are questionable.
Okay. Well, I don't care. Win the game, right?
Right.
I haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. But I thought it was interesting. They're favored. And look, Cade was getting a lot of shine on ESPN, and it's deserved. After a terrible first 5 or 6 games, he's been all-star caliber. It's everything we've wanted. So just a small note if you're bored tonight. And yeah, let's face it, Notre Dame and Penn State is going to be a tough watch unless you're a diehard football fan. Maybe a little Pistons Golden State on the, jump back button on the TV remote.
And yes, this is a small snippet in time, but, it's one of those, what if I told you that on January, was it 9th, 10th, that the Pistons would have a better record than the Warriors? Because technically they do.
Yeah, wouldn't have believed it. But they've done a nice job. And I think the thing that the bummer is early in the year, and this is just, it's how it is with a young team and a new coach. They gave away 3 games. Off the top of my head, they let go of 3 games. They lost one in Charlotte. They never should have lost. They lost one to, I think it was it Miami they shouldn't have lost?
I remember it was one where somebody didn't hit the free throw or they would have won the game.
Right. Like, so they have done everything you can ask. And let's face it, like the East, you have teams packing it in now. And the bottom of the East, I just don't think there's anyone who's going to come up and get them to where they'll knock them out of 4 more spots. But keep an eye on it tonight. You're going to watch Notre Dame and Penn State. Do yourself a solid. Put the Pistons and Warriors on the alternate button and give it a look. David, is that game on national TV?
It is not.
Man, they were pimping it on SportsCenter.
Yeah, it's not. There's only one game on NBA TV today, maybe because they can't talk Lakers because there's no game today anymore.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good one. They're favored. They're at home. Take a peek. You might need it when this game's tied at 3 in the third quarter tonight.
Well, and you know why maybe it's tied at 3? Sounds like I'm just reading something here. A flu outbreak.
You weren't supposed to see that. That's why I picked Penn State. Notre Dame's sick as a dog.
Okay.
But the one thing you've read is, well, it's mainly backups
yeah.
and special teamers. No, that's called lying. You don't want anyone to know some of your starters are sick.
Yeah.
You hate to see
Yeah, because if you find out Riley Leonard's sick and he's already not good, ooh.
Well, I already know that. He can't throw the ball.
No, but then he's sick on top of that? That
I
wouldn't be
don't know
good.
this.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that wouldn't be a good view for.
Yeah, but again, we have to let it play out. I do laugh at, oh my God, this Final Four is so good. And I'm like, because I think this game's going to be a dog, and I think Ohio State's going to blow the doors off Texas.
Yeah, but Mike, you've covered enough sports to know the game that you think is going to be high
right,
scoring.
This will be 42-41 tonight, and Jesus will score the game winner, and then it'll be Texas by 50.
I mean, yeah, we all thought that except for you, because you're all knowing, but the Lions-Vikings game was just going to be first team to 42 points.
I was the only guy I had the under.
Right, it was like, right, and And it ended up being just a rock fight at halftime. Like, wait, you kicked the field goal to make it 10-6. Wow.
David, some ticket text, and then we'll get into a little more football. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, you asked about what will be the storyline. Someone says Penn State is a fraud. That will be the headline
Yeah,
from
but
this weekend.
realistically, are either of these two teams tonight that good?
I think Notre Dame is.
You do?
I do.
Okay. You can have it. I'm not going to fight you. They're fine enough. And I think they have the ability to go through this, but it's mainly because really good teams.
You know what? Notre Dame, they kind of just remind me of the old school college football good team. Not a ton of, this guy's going to the league to do this. No, they're just a collection of try-hard guys who are just getting it done.
Hey, I picked them to beat Georgia. But this, I don't know, man. I wonder if Big Game James is changing hearts and minds.
Small game James. What do you want to bet on this?
What do you want?
You know what?
Name your terms.
You know what? Lunch from the place I went to yesterday.
Oh, yeah, you're in love. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
and
we
if
can do
not, I'll get you a sad bowl.
Thank you. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
That's
Rico's
fine.
like he just had his first time. He's like, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Wow.
Woo!
David, I got to thank you. You sent me there. I said, I know David Hatchett. Oh, David. Oh, yeah, he's a regular here.
Stop it.
Wait a minute. David was known at this
No,
establishment?
I was not. No, I was not.
You want the David special? No, I'm good.
Whoa. Whoa. Take
Nope,
it easy.
Not passing that around.
David, go ahead.
Well,
That's really?
That's not what. Anyway.
That's not the school bus you're driving. Keep having them kids. You're going to need one of those. Go ahead.
Going back to what we talked about with college football or college sports, someone says, I like Rico's cross-talk with the Big Pac. Conference idea, the Pac and the 10 divisions might save college football for me. That is Nate in the cubicle.
It is funny because
But it's happened before.
No, because it's what Mike has wanted, and a lot of people say, I want regional stuff. We're about 2 years away from accidentally falling right back into regional things. It's just under a new umbrella. Whereas the Pac-12 teams are their own conference in the Big Ten. And the Big Ten teams are their own conference. And a few teams get jettisoned to other, Nebraska, you can go back to the Big 12.
I like that one. Get rid of that.
So that's how I see it. Penn State, you go ahead and join the ACC. Like, you can move teams around because everybody's going to play each other anyway, and you won't get any cupcake games. You won't have any teams that has that schedule like Indiana where you just didn't respect it at all. You're going to have to play at least 7 or 8 tough games, so those who make it to the playoffs earned it.
Someone's saying, Mike, you are killing me right now with the punchable face in his questionnaire and the yours and all this stuff.
It's true.
That is amazing.
Well, you have to have some fun with it. I mean, Jesus. Like, it's what are you going to do? Bore people to death and break down the expected EPA per rush. It's oh, God, please.
Ooh.
What?
You know what? No, I can't change it, but now that I think about it, the player, the most celebrated player,
Yeah, go ahead.
maybe Jeremiah Smith.
I told you he was going to cheat. I knew it.
No.
It took 7 minutes. This guy's already trying to change picks.
No,
Have you handed in your picks?
Yes, they're right here. You want me to email it to you?
No, you just send it over to the Cott Institute.
I can screenshot it. No, I
That's
haven't
fine.
changed anything.
It's Kenny and David are going to be the ombudsman of this deal.
For the record, I said Jalen Hurts, but just looking at it now, I'm like, man, Jeremiah Smith he could just go full nuclear because then you know what you're going to get? Well, if he came out right now, he'd be a top 3 pick in the draft.
See, I see what he's doing here, Mike. He's going to do this when we go back to it. He's going to say, see, I was almost right because I said Jeremiah Smith. It was just after the fact. That's what you're going to do.
David, that's any day ending in Y.
Someone says in your Notre Dame, someone says Notre Dame will be just fine. They ended the regular season on November 30th, did not play a game until December 20th. They'll be fine after playing last week. No rust. That's what he's saying.
Oh, well, it ain't rust. It's the flu. That's not
Well,
rust.
that's different.
Right.
That is different. Someone else on the college sports stuff. They make enough money from TV and shenanigans, lower the ticket prices and concessions, give the little guy something for once.
Good luck.
That is from
hot
Ross.
dogs. There you go.
Yeah, I'm with Rico on this. The only thing I can help you guys with is a better product.
Okay,
You think the ticket prices are going down, you're crazy.
But you know what's funny about the concessions, Mike? I was at the Detroit Mercy game. Shut up. And a buddy of mine was like, "Oh my God!" He was blown away by the concession stand prices. That he was like, "Do you want anything? Because it's only $1. It's only $2." And I was just like, "Are you that?" Yes, I am that excited.
You're gonna buy the whole arena.
He was, David. It was amazing. Like, I'm looking at him like, seriously? Dead serious. So we joke about it, but it means something to people.
248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. We've got some football to get to, and I got a Tigers update for you. Some interesting stuff from John Paul Morosi. Are we going to spend some money? Maybe. How about this? John Paul Morosi is selling hope. That's all I can offer.
Hope, not copium.
Might be both. I don't know. All right, listen. Moran Chevrolet, number one Chevy dealer in the entire state. And again, they are celebrating with some of the best pricing. Really, it'll be the best pricing of the year to start the year. GM employees and immediate family members, a 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month. 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both 24 months, $999 down. And again, MoranExpress.com, certified service. You bring the vehicle in, you get the free loaner, go about your day. You don't need to waste time sitting in a waiting room. So it's Moran Chevrolet. It's on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's touch the table on some football. God, David, this was an old Nike ad. This song. Remember, it was like Steve Nash in a spacesuit? What is this, Joel Santana? Is that what this is? Old school. It's like a mixtape, too. It wasn't even a real song. All right, I'm sorry. I've lost everybody. It was just a good Nike commercial. I digress. David, music. Okay. What is this?
This is our college football receipts. Earlier this year,
okay,
we all predicted what we thought from conference winners, who's going to be at the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
As we settle in for the Final Four of college football tonight.
Here we go.
Oh, Jesus. Kenny, this is going to be a rough ride, isn't it?
No.
Mistakes were definitely made. I remember who I picked in the bracket that we filled out. This is
We're not
gonna
even
be
talking
great.
about that bracket. You know what? That bracket, if I could, I'd just burn that glass. Okay? We all were wrong.
Well, you guys were.
You mean NC State isn't a good selection? Liberty?
Well, those who were man enough to put their name on it.
I'm sorry. I was busy hosting the segment. All right, let's go.
Yeah, we all picked Georgia to win the whole thing.
And you wouldn't have been wrong. You didn't know Beck was going to die. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, Ohio State will win the Big Ten. The answer was no. They did not. Mike, you said no.
Thank God.
David, you said no. Kenny, you said no. I said Oregon would win it.
So you said no.
I said no.
Yet they're going to win the national title. Seems like a great system.
Clemson will win the ACC.
Uh-oh.
The answer to that is no, they did not. But
my answer was probably Miami.
Well, I guess, are we talking regular season or are we talking the actual championship game?
It's your purview. It's your receipts.
Well, it helps because either you're going to be right or we're all going to be right. So do you want to go with the title game? Title game? Okay.
What?
Mike, you got it then.
Okay. Thanks, Dad. Yes.
We all said no. Mike, you said yes.
It's based. Now, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you done burying Clemson?
No.
Okay. Good to know.
No.
Good to know. Dabo makes the playoff, wins the conference, dead.
No. You know what? Maybe I am because Dabo has done something Dabo said he would never do.
Portal.
He went to the portal.
Go ahead.
You know what? He found some guy, his name was Jesus, and said, you know what? You're good enough for me. The ACC will get 3 teams into the college football playoffs. They actually got 2. We all said that they would not get 3 teams.
Thank God.
Way to go.
Well done, everybody.
Even I said that?
Yes, Kenny.
Good for me. Self-control.
LSU will finish higher than Alabama. This ended up being a push, so the winner of this was the head-to-head matchup, and it ended up being Bama. Mike, you said, no, Bama's going to be better than LSU. David, you said Bama. Kenny, you said Bama. I said LSU. See?
Okay, but here's the thing. He's buttering us up. This is starting good. We probably got everything else wrong.
It's a setup written all over it.
As we celebrate the football Final Four tonight. Go
No,
ahead.
it tells me I work with some very smart people.
It depends on the topic.
USC will win 8 or more games.
Guilty.
This
I know
season.
I said yes. Just
Michael, you said they finished with 7.
Yeah, I got
Mike,
this wrong.
you're off by 1. You said yes.
Terrible.
David said no. Kenny said no. I joined you. I said yes.
They should have. They blew the Minnesota game. They blew the Maryland game. They blew the Michigan game. The quarterback transferred. Bums.
But now here's the one where we all just kind of look ridiculous.
Oh, let me hear it.
No. Utah will win the Big 12.
Here we go. Okay, timeout. I didn't realize Cam Rising was going to be in a wheelchair.
Thank you. Hey, guys.
Thank you.
Kenny, did you hear me say we all?
No, I know. I just feel so bad that we were all so wrong, but their best player died.
The answer was no, folks.
Again. You should say he died again.
Yeah. And he got impaled by a bench at one point this year. He cut his hand off.
He actually did.
It was at Baylor.
Shedeur Sanders will be in New York. Technically, he was there, but
correct.
He was not there for the Heisman Trophy ceremony. Mike, you said no. David, you said yes. Kenny, you said yes.
Sucker.
I said no. I did not believe in him. Jalen Milroe will be in New York.
Oh, geez. Oh, hell.
Michael, you said no.
Thank God. All right.
David, you said yes. Kenny, come on, it's Alabama. You said no.
Yeah, Ken. This is where Kenny's bias, I think, actually helped him in this competition.
Fight store.
I said yes. Silly me, I thought he was going to win the whole thing.
But look, I think one thing you did agree with me on preseason, he's not a good fit for what Kalen DeBoer wants to do.
No.
So it panned out that way because, well, he ain't going to be there no more.
But after certain games, I really thought, I'm like, this kid's going to, it was, what was it, the LSU game where it was just like.
Yeah, he had 4 rushing touchdowns. He looked amazing.
This guy's amazing. So, all right. Let's go back to Penn State. Will have more victories than U of M. That's true.
I said yes to that.
We all said yes.
Okay,
to
thank
that.
goodness.
So,
all
yes,
right, good deal.
We're all good there.
Good deal.
The Big 12 will put 3 or more teams into the college football playoffs. We all said no because the answer is no.
Thank God. This is good. I tell you, I actually feel very good about this.
I told you. Who will finish higher this season? Tennessee or Michigan? The answer is Tennessee. Tennessee made the playoffs. I said Tennessee. David said Tennessee. Kenny said Tennessee. You said Michigan.
I think I had Michigan at 8-4 or 9-3. You know what's funny with Tennessee? They ended up playing the way I thought they would, but they somehow managed to win games.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can't pass the ball. Whatever. Nobody cares. Got it wrong.
All right, last 3. Big Ten will put 4 or more teams in the college football playoffs.
I'm guilty.
Now, after I got laughed at,
I said yes.
The answer is yes. And then you said yes. Yeah. David, you said yes. Kenny, you said yes. I let you change my mind. I said no.
Yes.
And there ended up being exactly 4.
Then Indiana showed up with $12 in jewelry. See ya.
Billy Napier will be the first coach fired.
Guilty as charged.
He was not.
Yep.
Matter of fact, they gave him a parade at the end of the year.
He's got, I'll tell you one thing. He did an unbelievable job. I really thought he was a dead man.
You said yes. We all said no. Finally.
He deserves coach of the year, frankly. That schedule was lethal, and he ended the season with backups and a freshman QB and DJ Lagway. He did it. They never quit on him.
No, they didn't. They had every reason to. The fan base had every reason to turn, and they stuck with him.
And that $6 haircut.
Yeah. Finally, who is the team that we weren't talking about outside of the group of Power 4 schools that would make the NCAA tournament?
Oh, let's hear this.
Michael, you said Memphis.
They did go 10-2. You know, listen. They had an egregious collapse against Meet Me. UTSA, they were up by 17 in the fourth quarter. They blew the lead, or they were going 11-1. Mm-hmm. But they're not good enough because those frauds Boise got in.
David, you want to say who you said?
Oh, let's hear this.
I probably said Liberty. Yeah.
Yeah, and you ended up like Jerry Falwell.
Oh, jeez. No.
You were holding the boom mic.
No.
Kenny and I each said Boise.
Good job, fellas. So, way to take the chalk. I hope you feel good about yourselves.
No money.
Yeah, there you go. Way to hand out that 6-5 shot on TV.
Money is money.
I know. No, and look, you did the right thing. Right. They were the best team.
So that's our college football.
All in all, would you say that's a solid B+ for the crew here to A-?
That's why I was like, you were all worried, and I'm like, this isn't nothing to worry about. We all got one thing wrong, and that was Utah. Other than that,
and you know what's crazy?
We had a pretty good.
It feels like a lifetime ago we did that segment, and here we are in the Final Four.
Yeah,
that's just Jesus.
I was buying Jalen Milroe stock. I thought he was going to be the dude. So but David bought Liberty stock. That's our college.
David, you need help holding that lighting.
That's our college football playoff preview prediction that we did.
Receipts
97-1.
So we just did that segment. Final Four college football. You got 5 days of football coming up. Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. If you're looking to upgrade for that Lions playoff run, or hell, the games this weekend, stop by their showroom. You can go to paulsonsav.com right now. Check out what's in stock. Stop by their showroom, though. They have the best AV showroom in the state of Michigan. They have pros that work there. And they'll answer your questions. They'll tell you what you need. You might walk in with one idea of a product you think you need. They'll tell you what's going to work for your space and what's going to give you the best bang for your buck. It's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, so we've got a little hot stove here. And again, with the Lions not playing this weekend, there's only so much Lions you can do. We're kind of sitting and waiting. Obviously, if you go to our YouTube page, Valenti Show with Rico, it's a standalone from the station. All of our Lions conversations, if you missed them, they're up there on video. Evan and John do an incredible job with that. So go get it. If you'd be so kind to subscribe, that would be amazing. But look, I want to bring up some Tigers here. John Paul Morosi has some interesting audio. And in the midst of this Lions run and the Pistons getting hot and the new coach bump for the Wings, maybe you've tuned out, and that's okay, but Alex Bregman hasn't signed anywhere. And the Tigers haven't signed anyone. And I have said all along, in this scales of justice, if you're asking me, would I rather have Bregman than not, of course I will say yes, but I am not pounding the desk. I'm not screaming it to the hills. I think there is a definite difference of opinion with the marketplace and his representatives, Scott Boras. I think you're going to get into a heavily option-laden deal, which gives almost complete leverage to the player. If he's bad, you're stuck with him. If he's good, he flips the bird and leaves. Would the Tigers go down that road like they did with Harvey? But a new name has emerged. So here's what I want to do. I want to play you John Paul Morosi on the Bregman situation. Then I want to play Morosi introducing a new name to the conversation. And again, I don't know that I love the name, but we'll talk about it. David, please. If Chris Ilitch wants to pursue it, okay. And I'll give you more thoughts on that in a second. But here's a new name. Now, this is a player who has now added, allegedly, the Tigers to a list of approved destinations. This is a veteran. This is a guy who gets to pick where he goes. Well, apparently, the Tigers have been approved on the list. The problem is I don't know if I approve of it, but go ahead. So here's Arenado's deal. All right, if you're getting the Arenado from 3-4 years ago, it's a no-brainer. But 2 years ago, fell off a cliff. Last year, another regression, down to essentially being a league average ball player. He signed a titanic contract years ago. I gotta pull it up here, how many years left he has on this deal. But the Cardinals are going to have to eat some of that. They just have to. So here's my question. All of the focus here is on a third baseman, right? This idea of Bregman or Arenado. It's clear the franchise didn't want to spend on a first baseman, right? They're not ready to let go of Torque. I have a disagreement with that, but nobody cares. Here's my question, Rico. Is it almost better for them to make another investment in pitching? Jack Flaherty hasn't signed. Now, I'm not telling you I'm thrilled to give a 4 or 5 year pack to a guy that needed injections just to pitch. But they didn't replace Jack Flaherty. They went to the retirement home and got Alex Cobb. Their rotation is way thinner than fans realize. And if my choices were, I can sign a guy like Flaherty, or I can sign a guy or trade for a guy like Arenado, I know where I'm leaning. The Bregman thing, I'm torn. I love the player, but this is a guy whose walk rate got cut in half last year. It dropped by 50%. His power numbers are what they are. He'll probably be a 20 to 25 home run guy. And in this ballpark, which does not play to his strengths, you might see his power zapped a little bit. Is he a pro? Yes.
Yeah.
Will he give you good at-bats? Is he a good clubhouse guy? Is he
have a unified person at third base?
Yes. And knows Hinch, champion, has played in big spots, good veteran presence. But that doesn't mean I'm handing out 6 years and $180 million. I don't want to do that. Yeah. So look, Do I want the player? Yes. But the marketplace is dictating he's not going to get the money he wants. So I don't want to be the one to grossly overpay. But I think it's interesting if Arenado's willing to waive his no trade.
Well, Arenado has looks like his contract goes to 2027, but
3 years, $52 million left.
He's got a ton of deferred money as well that goes into like 2041.
Well, then the Cardinals can be Bobby Bonilla. I don't.
Yeah.
I would just be careful. But I think it's interesting. And look, where should Bregman go? I mean, the fit would be Boston because of the Green Monster. I think he would really have the ability to stay high level longer. But Boston is a disaster area. I mean, there's a split within the front office. They'd have to move Rafael Devers or move Bregman to second. The thought process was they could put Devers at first, trade Tristan Casas for a pitcher, and put Bregman at third, and away you go. Look, keep an eye on it because it really does seem like with 5 weeks to go to spring training, the market's leveling. If the Tigers want Bregman, doesn't it feel like they can have him?
Yeah, as you like to say, it's deadlines make the deals, and I don't think either one of the parties are at a deadline. So they're kind of dancing around with each other, saying, okay, let's see if the other side blinks a little bit. Either we get him for less money, or if you're Bregman, we can get more money from that. Your original question, I'm leaning more towards adding an additional pitcher to the starting staff. Because what I don't want to see, it worked, but I don't want to see the pitching chaos. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was ha, look at what they're doing. Even, AJ, you can't do that all season long. So, yes, in a pinch, it worked out of necessity, but you need to go out and get a solid number 2 guy.
The other thing we talked a lot about, and I know we're up against it, I really believed from the start of the offseason they were going to make a trade. And they just haven't done it. I'm holding out hope. That's all I have. But I'm also not going to scream and yell here. Look, it's similar to my Matt Chapman thing last year. I would have been more than fine. I would have loved it. But I didn't pound the desk like Cookies or Rieger. I'm not going to do that with Bregman either because, newsflash, the marketplace isn't banging his door down. I think everybody sees what we see. Do they need him? Of course they do. But it's got to be commiserate with the cost of acquisition where it's like, do I really want to pay this guy $30 million a year? Well, if it's short term, it's a no-brainer because your payroll's nothing. But from everything we've read, Bregman wants as much as a 6-year commitment. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to do that. 4 years, I think I would just risk it for the biscuit. If it was 4 at 120, I'd probably just do it. But that's seemingly not on the table. Now, here's what's interesting. What if it's Chapman a year later? Meaning it's a 4-year deal, but it's basically 4 one-year deals. Chapman had opt out. Look, we got to just see it play out. And I know it gets lost in the Lions stuff, but keep your eye on it, guys. It sounds like if they want Bregman, they could get him. I just don't know that they want him.
It does, but it also seems like whoever Boston doesn't want, that's where Detroit's going to go. And say, okay, well, you know what? Boston helped us make this choice, so we'll go after the other guy. We'll get the silver medal.
The Arenado thing bugs me. He's every bit of 35, 36. He didn't win a Gold Glove last year. He didn't make the All-Star team.
Technically, I get it, 33, but
I think he was a flat 100 OPS plus, which is league average.
His stats are coming down.
Oh, and the power's gone way down, and you're like, oh, dear. All right.
Yeah, almost cut in half.
Wanted to pass it on. Up next, Kenny Power ranks brownies, because I don't know what you guys want to talk about. I don't know what to tell you. 248-539-9797. I was kidding about the brownies. We're absolutely not doing that. 97.1.
Lions offensive line coach Hank Fraley is interviewing for the Seattle offensive coordinator job per Tom Pelissero. He noted that Fraley has been instrumental in the Lions running game, something the Seahawks want to get better at. The Lakers and Hornets marks the latest postponed game to the California Fires. Yesterday, the NHL canned the Kings and Flames. The NFL also stated the potential alternate location for the Vikings-Rams playoff game would be Phoenix. The Warriors are in town to face the Pistons. Steve Kerr's childhood home was burned to the ground. Draymond Green and Steph Curry are questionable for Golden State. Asar Thompson probable for Detroit. Pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tarek Skubal has avoided arbitration with the Tigers thanks to a $10+ million deal today. According to a recent MLB Pipeline poll of league execs, Jackson Jobe is tied for the highest odds to win the Rookie of the Year with Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony. They received 19% of the vote each. The poll included scouts, GMs, and analysts. Former UCLA long snapper Trent Middleton is headed to Michigan. He was a 5-star recruit out of high school. Notre Dame football has been dealing with the flu, but according to Pete Thamel, it should not have impact on any key players tonight. The Irish play Penn State at 7:30 in the first of two semifinals in the college football playoff. Georgia quarterback Carson Beck is hitting the portal. According to On3, he's likely headed to Miami, but they caution that Texas and Ohio State are possibilities as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so a couple notes. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We've had some fun with the college football Final Four. There was some news in the world of college football, really a power grab by the power conferences. You can go back and get that. Also, I'm sure Evan's got the video up on YouTube already. So whatever you like. But I want to just, one more segment here, if I may, on this Tigers thing. I want to ask you guys, if the offseason ended up Arenado and Alex Cobb, how do you grade that? If it ended up Bregman and Cobb, how do you grade it? And that one's more complex based on what kind of contract do they sign him to. But I just, for me, I don't think they've done enough with the pitching. You heard Jeremy Otto say that. It's not Jeremy's fault. I don't care about AL rookie odds, especially when I think everybody knows Job is not going to break camp with the team. And he'll be on an innings limit. So I view him as a bonus. I view him, that's like Pandora's box. You're very excited. But I'm not really thrilled with the Alex Cobb thing. The fact that if he pitches 150 innings, you paid more for him than Verlander, or for like $10 more, you could have had Bueller. This Bregman market is bottomed out. Morosi, we played the audio. It sounds like if you wanted to go down that road, you could. And there's always been these reports the Tigers have just kind of circled on the periphery. Maybe it is Bregman. The Arenado thing, I don't know, man. I wouldn't yell and scream, but I wouldn't be happy. I mean, that is a player that is just in hard decline. And if the Cardinals picked up most of the tab and I could turn Arenado into a very cheap date, I think I could live with it. But again, I want to add players to the core, and I think the thing that's becoming very evident and why you haven't heard me yell, scream, be upset at all during the offseason is because it's what we talked about last year. The only plan they have in place is wait for the kids. And we don't have to like it. And they'll flaunt, well, we made the playoffs. It's fine. They didn't even expect that to happen. But they're just not going to add anyone to the core, most likely, if it's not one of their own players. I've just come to grips with it. I don't have to like it to acknowledge it. So I'd love to know what you guys think. And do either of these third basemen excite you? And if that's your whole offseason, we wanted fireworks as far as right-handed bats in the lineup. Well, Bregman is that. Arenado's that. But it sounds like you're still going to be stuck with Torque. They got Gleyber Torres, but again, it's a one-year prove-it deal for a guy nobody really wanted. He got offered more money from the Nationals, but they wanted him to change positions. Well, why? Because he's not a good second baseman.
But you got to hope that one-year prove-it deal brings motivation. That Gleyber didn't. That he goes out there and he tries to kill it.
So if it's Cobb, Torres, Arenado, does that wet the whistle of the fan base?
No. You're probably looking at a C+, B-, depending on how motivated Gleyber Torres is.
Yeah, I lean B-. I wouldn't. I just don't think much of it because I think I understand what they're doing, which is, wait for the kids. We'll see you in 26 or 27.
I mean, I may not like it, but I can respect the fact that they said this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
They didn't lie to you. They didn't say, oh, we're going to. Yeah.
You don't have to like it to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Right? You acknowledge reality. I can't go yelling at the listeners. I'm upset too. But what purpose does it serve? They're just not going to run their ball club the way I want to. But that's immaterial. So here we sit. I just thought Morosi's audio today was interesting. Apparently I've been wrong, and up next we'll play Will Kenny Eat It? 248. David, go ahead.
Someone's answering your question.
I mean, I'm sorry. I at age 44, I come from an era when there's hot stove reports involving your baseball team who made the playoffs last year. I'm
react
crazy
to
enough
it.
to bring it up. But up next, Kenny on gummy worms.
Well, people are texting about the brownies, but I'm gonna. Well,
What did you just say?
People are texting about the brownies.
No, that's not what we're doing.
No, it's not. Someone is answering your question. C-, and no schoolboy extension means D+ final grade on the
again,
offseason.
the arbitration deal came through. Okay, so there's your $10 million ARB deal. Again, we wanted a long-term deal. Now, I have said for a few weeks, all right, we'll wait till Corbin Burns signs. Okay, well, here we are. None of it speaks to urgency, and none of it speaks to a speeding up of the timeline. So, I just choose not. I'm not going to yell and scream about it. There's no point. I'm trying to deal in reality. What's the best product they're willing to give us, and how do we have a conversation about that?
Arenado, with him, it would be a C-. If we get Bregman, B+. Arenado is not the same Gold Glove player he was before. Feels like a one-year deal that doesn't make us contenders. Austin in Livonia.
No, Austin, I'm with you. The Bregman thing, there would need to be a bounce back in the walk rate. I do worry about his power in this ballpark, but he's pro, man. He's a good ball player. He's respected. He's got the relationship with Hinch. I think he can be one of those locker room lieutenants. I like Alex Bregman, but I worry about signing a bad deal because ownership is fiscally responsible.
I'm not interested in sending assets for Arenado. Sign Bregman and Flaherty, and I am all good with the offseason.
Whoa, that was not on our menu.
No, not Flaherty. No.
I would love that. Again, I would be concerned doing a long-term deal with Flaherty. Remember, he was here getting injections just to pitch. Mm-hmm. And the Yankees had major concerns about Flaherty's physical. So I don't know if I'd be ready to rock a 5-year deal there either.
Yeah, but you remember how well he pitched here, so you're hoping that Fetter can get that magic going again.
But see, it's interesting you say it. So those conversations, and it's not the fact that you brought it up. It's fine. It's when it becomes this gospel thing, and you're seeing it with like the Lions. Well, it doesn't matter who we take. Ben Johnson will figure it out, and that can't be the end all to everything. Oh, well, I just signed Oscar the Grouch. Chris Fetter is going to have him throwing 98.
You mean Brad Holmes? Anybody he drafts is just going to work out and be an all-pro.
Right. That's where that starts to get annoying because you've given up free thought. And yes, I have immense faith in Fetter, but how many times are we going to spin that wheel?
I mean, give up free thought. My ex told me I was correct.
Okay.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. But that's where I think a lot of people are thinking, oh, well, if you bring him back here, it will just work out.
Or you can just get talented players and it will just work out.
Because after a while, it's almost like Chris Fetter is treated like the neighborhood mechanic. Well, hey, can you fix this on the cheap? We're going to bring in this old beater and you'll fix this up.
And they did it with Lorenzen, right? They go out and they do it with Flaherty. But then again, you go, okay, well, you're already not batting 1,000. I love how everybody whistles by the graveyard of the wasted $26 million of Kenta Maeda. He's still here. Fetter didn't make him a rock star. So my point is you got to be careful with that. At some point, I'd like to hand Chris Fetter a really good pitcher. Have him go out to dinner. I don't need to fix you. Just pitch.
Just do you. Someone says, I think Paul Skeens has broken this fan base's brains. The crazy and unfair expectation on Joe for this year. I think Scott Harris is upset that they made the playoffs as well. Christian from Grand Blanc.
No, but I'll address his first point. I mean, the second one's humorous, but I can't speak to it. But no, The idea that Job will just come in and be young Strasburg or young Skeens or young JV, that's so rare. Like, I want to let Jackson Job develop. I'd love to see him. I'm happy to have him here. But he's here with tempered expectation. Like, Rico, if you told me he was able to give this team 80 high-end MLB innings, I'd sign up for it right now. But you have a lot of people who are like, oh, he's going to come up here, pitch 200 innings, and be Cy Young. And I'm like, oh, okay.
He's going to be the number 2 guy.
Right. And meanwhile, they've had the number 1 pick before, and they had a highly touted pitching prospect, and he stinks. It's called Casey Mize. Sorry.
If Cobb and Bregman, I give that a C-. Cobb and Arenado, a D+.
Oh, Jesus.
We need more starting pitchers and bats. I don't care that they don't want to spend. I need them to in order to feel like this team is serious.
If it's Cobb, Glaber, and Bregman, it's a B- for me. It is. Glaber can go through some real stretches and be an asset, but man, when he's wrong, he's wrong. Take it from a Yankee fan. You do whatever you like. Did he have a good playoff for us? Yes. But here's your problem. You have to remember something. And it's like we only do this with football. Like when we talk about quarterbacks and the situation they're in. Gleyber Torres is going to go from being protected in the order by Juan Soto and Aaron Judge to what?
Yeah, but just wait till him and Javi turn those double plays.
Right.
No, you're right. No. You're right.
Kenny on brownies.
He goes from having all the weapons to no weapons.
No. Here's what's going to happen.
Not many.
You're right. He's going to get exposed because he's going to be asked to be a weapon. He's going to be asked to go out there and produce and help protect some of the younger players. And I don't know if he's ready for that. You're right. Because sometimes.
So he's Scott Mitchell.
No, Jesus, don't say that.
No.
Plus, I don't think the Tigers have a guy with a neck tat. Glaber's got one. There's some added swag factor there.
How did he get away with that with the Yankees?
Oh,
I'm not trying to be funny.
Tattoos are fine.
Okay.
Dude, Aroldis Chapman had his whole skull tattooed, and he was a total scumbag. We still employed him, but yet he had to shave. I don't make the rules. What do you want from me?
I just always find that rule funny.
Like Luis Heel has his whole jawline tattooed. It's like a globe or something on there. Dude, but you got to shave.
Just figure, you know what? We're going to cover this up.
Okay. I don't make the rules. 248-539-9797. Winter can be hard on your house and your roof, and you're not going to get up there to check on it. So why don't we do a better solution with Victor's Home Solutions? Look, anytime, any week, 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather, they will be there within 24 hours to do a 21-point roof inspection, go over the findings with you, and recommend the appropriate course of action. And their work is backed by an industry-leading 50-year leak-free guarantee. Anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. Call them right now and get on their schedule, 734-773-1100, or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Hey, guys, the action is heating up all playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, I'm going to give you a parlay. How about a Jeremiah Smith anytime touchdown, Quinn Ewers over 225 yards passing, and Emeka Egbuka over 60 yards receiving? Parlay that together, plus 320. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10, get up to $100 in bonus bets, and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
All right, we'll get to some football a little later. Nothing really, no big news today. I think yesterday we did a good job of kind of centering on Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, hell, Chris Spielman getting a call for the Jets. I think today the only news was Deshae Townsend, your DB coach.
Your line coach also with the Seahawks for the offensive coordinator.
Oh, Hank Fraley?
Yeah.
Okay, so look, guys, this is the cost of being good. People are circling. But Deshae Townsend, that is San Francisco, D.C., correct?
Correct.
So we'll keep an eye on it. We hammered Lions conversation first 3 days of the week. We can get into it in the 5 o'clock a little bit with the kickoff to football fiesta. I want to ask one question, though. You know, new coach bump for the Wings as they beat the Senators 5 in a row. And the Pistons have a game they're favored against the Warriors tonight. They can get above 500. Mike, here's my question.
No, they are.
They are 19 and 18
Yeah.
now. You're right. So here's my question. And I don't know if there's like this line of delineation, but what do you think it will take for either or both of these teams to enter the mindset of fans? Like, I just feel like the Lions have taken all the oxygen in the room, and maybe rightfully so. It's the NFL. We're on a Super Bowl quest. The easy answer for me is 2 weeks after whatever the Lions do or don't do is when people will emotionally, if they win the Super Bowl, it's going to be 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. If they lose, they don't make the Super Bowl. 2 weeks after whenever the Lions season ends.
The hangover's over.
The hangover ends, and fans have to get out of bed and look for a brighter day. What will it take, though? Because, again, the NBA has major problems.
Mm-hmm.
I am an NBA fan. Year by year, my interest goes down. The product is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I'm not mad at anyone if they don't watch. The NBA has major issues. Why? Unlike hockey, I can't guarantee the players are going to try every night. Hockey's issue is nobody knows the players, and they have a welfare network, and it's hard to watch. The average person isn't sitting down to watch puck for 3 hours. It's just no one knows what Corsi is. We joke about Fenwick.
I'm about to say Kenny's pregame cable access show.
Your boy Grubauer was on TV the other day, Mike.
Listen, I only know Grubauer as a horse.
Yes.
But my point is, Kenny, what do you think it will take? Like, for instance, you can rep the Wings.
Sure.
What would it take for the Wings to become a storyline locally?
So what I would say is the Four Nations face-off, the international tournament that they're doing this year in lieu of the All-Star break.
Oh, when is that? I won't be watching.
It is at the beginning of February. So what I think the answer to your question is put a good full month together. Put a month together of elevating yourself. You don't have to blow the world away. You just need to get into playoff contention. Do that. Be above 500 for a month. I think then you'll be like, this Wings team.
And when's the Nations Cup?
It starts February 12th.
God,
So
your league is
month.
clueless. So they start 3 days after the Super Bowl.
Yes.
You should start it 2 weeks before the Super Bowl
I
because no
agree.
one's going to be watching your sport anyways.
I agree. It's
All right,
backwards.
so we'll see the Wings in March is basically what you're telling me.
I'm saying we'll see the Wings in February.
Pistons, I wouldn't dare ask you.
No, I think for the Pistons, Mike.
I honestly think the Pistons, the only way they become a real story, if you care about like operating a business and generating revenue and ratings, April. No one watches the NBA regular season.
No, see, I think it's a little different. I think it's much along the line of what Kenny with the Wings is probably after the All-Star game. If the Pistons are sitting north of 500, the reason being you got Cade Cunningham, who's all of a sudden looking like he is a superstar. Like, this is his team. He's saying he wants his own chapter in Detroit. He's trying to embrace the city. if after the NBA All-Star game, which is Sunday, February 16th, that's when they're sitting 3-4 games above 500, Cade is lighting it up, I think then you'll start seeing, because what will happen is you'll start seeing the playoff scenario and the play-in games and where they're at.
Here's what it is. Lightning bolt epiphany. Pistons have to make a trade. If the Pistons are featured as one of the teams that can acquire someone to put with Cade around that trade deadline. Remember, the NBA trade deadline is still something that can be fun. But maybe that's what it is.
A trade?
That the Pistons would acquire a name. That it would mark the actual investment in Cade Cunningham, and not with teenagers, not with ill-prepared young players or NBA journeymen, some of which have helped you win. But Rico, in any piece you're watching with the NBA, and they're listing 6 teams, 8 teams, 10 teams to watch for the trade deadline, Pistons are one of them. So maybe in order to kind of re-engage the mindset of this town, it would have to be a trade. That holy hell, the Pistons just acquired X, and they're putting him with Cade. Wait, the Pistons are not selling, they're buying? I think that might bring people back. Because face it, everything that's happening now, unless you're a dullard or you're just willfully ignorant, you know why people aren't paying attention. They're not paying attention because the Lions dominate society.
Correct. And that's why I'm not going to say, they should, because, look, man, we can only support one restaurant in this town. So asking them to look at more than one team is just too much to ask for people. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not.
Like, there's one hot restaurant, and we forget about all the other ones. Every other city, like, you can go to 5. I don't know what it is about Detroiters. It's when they lock in on something, that's it. That's it. It takes them over.
So it's interesting because you all say different things, but I think you're kind of going hand in hand. Because if they make a deal, which is February 6th is the NBA trade deadline, then I think they're getting talked about at the All-Star break, which is a week later. They're getting talked about by, Shaq and Charles, and saying, the Pistons are actually a decent team. They're the 6th seed or the 5th seed or whatever it is, because they made a deal, and that will create the buzz.
So is it one of the big names, Mike? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it Zion?
I don't know, man. I don't want to go down the
Bradley Beal.
Definitely not. He has no trade clause. No, I guess, Rico, to me, I don't even want to do the names. I think it's just something about there's a validation if you're a fan of a team, or let's say you're fringy, right? The amount of hardcore NBA fans you could fit in a thimble in the city of Detroit. If you want to engage mass appeal, it has to be, the Pistons are being talked about positively at the deadline. We're not selling.
Yeah.
We just acquired who? I think it's, and again, I'm not copping out. I don't want to get into names.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, did it need to be like a household name or just a major trade? Like, wow, Zion would move the needle, because even fringe fans would be like, wait, Zion is coming to Detroit. Oh, my goodness, you pair him with Cade. But, yeah, you would know, like, is he going to play? But 10 games a year? You're going to regret this.
Here's what's interesting. Did you see what Windhorst had to say?
No.
So, Brian Windhorst, on one of his 8 million NBA shows, he had made a point that they could make a big move, okay? He says this is now a team that could look to buy for itself and help themselves get into the playoffs, which is something that is very important in Detroit. He was going over their cap situation. He goes, JB Bickerstaff deserves a ton of credit. He's come in, young team. They were all over the place. He's come in, and they're guarding people, and they're respectable. So if they want to upgrade, here's why. No one can afford more than the Pistons. So this is their cap space, okay? So when Windhorst goes on to talk about it, they could go all in. I'm not saying they should, but they need a culture player. Now, it's different in hockey where the wings are at with the cap, etc. The Pistons are in a marketplace where, think about being at a grocery store, and it doesn't matter the cost of apples. No one is there with you to buy the apples. They can't afford it. You don't care what the apples cost. You're the only guy in the grocery store. You pick whatever apple you want. That's kind of the situation the Pistons are in. A lot of the other teams are like, well, damn, we want apples. Can't afford it. So, I think to answer the question, for me, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a trade. It's going to take that pop. Holy hell, did you see on ESPN, they spent 20 minutes talking Pistons move. Breaking news sounder. Hey, this happened live on 97.1. And that's not a disrespect to the guys playing here. But I think if you want to get people actually interested, A, the Lions season has to end, and B, they need someone with Cade.
Yeah.
Is that a cop-out on my part?
No, I think it would spark interest because then people would, I hate to say it, remember that they do play downtown.
You hit that bell for me. Yeah, that's right. Unless you're deluded, the average Detroiter doesn't realize we have an NBA team. And there are plenty of deluded folks in this town. Okay, so let's take care of some business, shall we?
Fun.
I want to just hand that to you. There's your gift. Because the last I checked, my name's not Rico. Oh, it's Rico for Xfinity.
Okay.
Hey, have a fantastic gigabot. Or what was that made-up word you were using in a damn thing?
That was for the wicked things. Yes. I'm sure you went and saw that over there.
You'll blast off into the gigasphere.
Okay. I really am, Rico. The holiday season is behind us and playoff football is here, and I need a high-speed internet.
I diddly do,
that
neighbors.
is reliable. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Ready? Right? Okay.
You can get in on the playoff action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN.
Well, hello there. Old Nation Brewing. It's perfect for a day like today. You've got a 5-day run of football. Tonight, Penn State, Notre Dame. Tomorrow, Ohio State, Texas. And then the National Football League the next 3 days. On your way home from work or wherever you are, stop by any respectable beer purveyor. They will have Old Nation Brewing's products, including their limited release Tangerine B43, which is a taste of summer in the dead of winter. So whatever it is, do it with Old Nation. Truly independent, truly local, the best ingredients, award-winning. It's Old Nation Brewing. And they remind you always to please, please drink responsibly. All right. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Also, check out our YouTube, Valenti Show with Rico. It is independent of the station. We would appreciate your patronage. You love to, I don't know if you're listening to this. I don't know why the hell you'd listen if you didn't like us, but maybe you love to hate us. I don't care. Hit the subscribe button. Do it out of spite if you like. Whatever. So, look, David, a few ticket texts, and we're going to get into this. 5 days. We've never had this before. It is Super Wild Card Weekend with a college football appetizer. 8 games, 5 days, and I think there's kind of a build up to the game I want to see the most. But we're going to get into that in about 8 minutes. And I want to go through it because it starts tonight with Penn State and Notre Dame. I was just talking to somebody in the building, won't say their name, but they forgot the college started tonight. They thought it was a double dip tomorrow night. I go, no, the bull run starts tonight. And it is. It's a helmet game tonight. It's a logo game. I think it's going to be a race to 10.
Ironically enough, neither helmet has a logo.
Which always just, I feel like Notre Dame is the only one who should get away with that. You know what I mean? Notre Dame is the only one. Like for Penn State, just slap a lion on there. What is your problem? Seriously.
One more time,
David. Thanks. That's just super. I hope you're happy.
I mean, but you know what? Penn State's been rocking that clean helmet look. It's like Alabama with just the numbers on there. Like,
yeah, but they have numbers.
Yeah, but I always thought like that's ridiculous. But
put the elephant on there. All right, so let's get the ticket
that'd be a
text.
sweet alternate helmet. Their heads would explode.
It's the same
it's
thing.
Kind
you
of like
and I,
Michigan with the
the little guy with his sailor hat on.
Right.
I like that guy.
Like that would be a sweet alternate helmet. Like just yeah.
You're not hurting anybody if you rocked at one time, but whatever. You can't. Certain people get real. What about tradition? I don't care. David, ticket text.
Screw tradition.
The tradition is such a cover up for it's
Correct.
So boring.
You're right. Regarding the Pistons, someone says us Pistons fans, all 7 of us, can celebrate cap flexibility actually working for us this year. We can get talent at the trade deadline.
Yeah, you can. Now, again, it doesn't mean that's why I don't do the name thing because it's too early. And look, like I'll give you an example. You're going to hear a name, and it's probably easier to just get him in the offseason with giving up nothing. If you wanted him, which is like Brandon Ingram. Now, do I want him? Not really. I'm just making a point to you. You know, you're going to hear lots of names. They don't all make sense. But yes, I mean, I would love to see them buy. I would love to see them add someone to Cade. And not in a desperate way, not the Blake Griffin thing. It's got to make sense. It's got to be a player that's got a little bit of runway where he can be a part of the core. So,
but also one that until they say what they're going to do, still fits in with Ivy as well.
Yeah. And you know what? Probably would because I'm looking wing or front court. I mean, I know the name. I don't want to say it because, first of all,
they'll get locked into it.
Yeah, and then there'll be a line around the block to get him, and then people are going to, well, he's not, I don't know if he's available. Like, everyone takes it so serious. I'll give you the name. It's just dream sequence who I want.
Zach LaVine?
No.
I was kidding.
Penis cancer?
I was kidding. I didn't say Kyrie.
No. Lowry Markkanen. That's my dream.
Yes.
That's a stretch 4. It's a guy who signed.
But here's the thing. Because you have money, yeah.
Yeah, but again, it's Danny Ainge who runs the team. And if Lowry Markkanen were made available, every team in basketball would want in. But what do we say? Not everybody can afford the apples. Yep. Look, that's a dream. There are no reports he's available yet, but just keep your eye on it. Because Utah, even though Utah was similar to you in this rebuild, they've been exceptionally terrible. Danny Ainge loves his draft picks.
He does.
But if I could get a stretch 4 in here.
You know what? Make him available. Offer him something they can't.
We'll get there. I couldn't help you. You wanted the name, I gave you the name. David, go ahead.
The firing of Lalone is what sparked my interest again. I also started paying attention to the Pistons around the same time as well and have been pleasantly surprised. Someone else says, as a Pistons fan, when it comes to the trade deadline, I want Jimmy Butler. He is the piece we need to win a championship this year. What?
You know what?
No.
Here's why maybe this year. Because then he's going to be in full spike mode and show, oh, I am worth something. And he'll be all bought in for about 45 games. Now, next year, forget about it. But I do think that it'll be somewhat of spite.
Oh, I can't. Dude, he's got a player option for like $55 million. He's a noted bleep hole. If you can't be happy in Miami Heat culture. No. He's going to be coming here. The first pothole he hits, he's going to quit and demand a trade. No.
It was 7 degrees this morning. I'm angry.
The other problem I have, guys, I'm not trying to be rude. The guy's 35 years old. This is the opposite of what we need to do.
Yeah, but media day would just be
Look, was he built in a lab to be a Piston? Yes, if we had drafted him. It's too late.
Going with my dad tonight and my brother to the Pistons game. The boys are rocking tonight. Can't wait to go to the game.
Let's see it. Make it happen. I mean, look, I'm just telling you, if you want to gain mass interest and you want to take foothold in this town, Lions season has to end, and I think a trade has to happen. Let me get to Rob. Hold on. We got to get to our Notre Dame correspondent.
Right
this
here.
is royalty in the mix. Rob, are you okay? Are you breathing into a paper bag?
I was just telling Kenny, yeah, he's experienced with this playoff thing the last 3 years with Georgia. I'm, guys, it's kind of all stats and everything kind of out the window at this point. And now that this flu bug that Rico mentioned that, I don't really know what's going on with that. I guess I'm kind of curious to see at 7:00 when ESPN's doing the pregame. Yeah, Riley Leonard and Howard Cross are out with the flu. Like, that's where I'll just shut it off, But I'm kind of curious. They're going to be tight-lipped about it up until game time. It would be crazy if they did. But, Mike, I just wanted to mention to you, like, every time I come on and chat about Notre Dame, everything about Notre Dame and like you and I geek out. And then when I hang up, you took Penn State today.
I know.
You took Georgia the last time.
No. I took you last week. What the hell are you talking about? Cookies yelled at me incessantly. I took Notre Dame. Don't put that evil on me. I picked you last week.
Or maybe David did. Or maybe, no, I think David.
Well,
Don't put it on me because you don't know now.
Hold on, Rob. How the hell do you confuse me and David, besides the obvious? How do you confuse us?
You didn't take Penn State last week? Not Penn State, Georgia.
I had Notre Dame. I said Notre Dame's going to make him one-dimensional with a backup quarterback. What are we doing here, people?
I wasn't here, so.
I did not watch any Penn State. I've never been a Drew Aller guy. I think his throwing the can. He's just a weird looking dude, and I've never been a fan. Their tight end scares the living crap out of me. Their backs scare the crap out of me. James Franklin is the cringiest. I don't know if you watched a little bit of the presser. He talks way too much, and he just sounds like a snake oil salesman.
I hate his guts.
He's a weird guy. One thing I wanted to throw out there with this: Notre Dame leads the FBS in takeaways and turnovers and points off of takeaways and turnovers. Their last game that they did not have a takeaway or a turnover was Northern Illinois, the game that they lost, and they're 12-0 since then. They got to get turnovers and they got to get takeaways. If they do, I think we're okay. But, I mean, that to me was a glaring stat of the last time they didn't was a 14-13 loss at home against a MAC team. So,
Rob, let me help you out here. What was Notre Dame ranked at the end of the season? Like third?
7th or 6th or 7th?
I think they're up to I'm looking at 3 and 5. Therefore, because you're a top 5 team, small game James
Franklin. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, well, Mike said big game James, and he talked crap about James Franklin for the last 10 years.
Oh, my God, Rob, is the sarcasm meter broken?
Hey, he's nervous, okay? He is nervous.
Exactly,
Rob, first of all, Rob, you're out of your mind today because I picked you last week. Look, I'm rooting for Notre Dame. Part of it is you. I just happen to like you. I don't know you, but I enjoy talking to you. And honestly, I know the connection you got with your pops, and I want Notre Dame to do well. I hate Penn State. Rob, I can't stand them. But when Rico asks me a question, look, I get a little concerned because, and you know what I'm going to say? I hate your passing game. I can't stand it.
We don't have one because he uses his feet a lot, and that's fine. I mean, if he can throw for 200 yards or 150 yards and run for another 150, that's fine for me. But I just want to end it with this. You can take this to the bank. If Notre Dame wins tonight, I will be calling in on Martin Luther King Day from Atlanta, Georgia. I will be in Georgia for the game against hopefully Ohio State.
You owe it to yourself.
I want Ohio State.
Oh,
so go Irish, boys.
All right, Robbie.
You know what, Rob, call the Friday before.
Correct.
Call the Friday before, and you can talk
or
to us.
You can call me at like 5 o'clock. But the point is,
you're going to do that. Huh?
I'm willing because the Lions play. Listen, my point is, how dare you? How dare Kenny?
What?
Because Kenny was upset with me that I picked against Georgia. And how dare David? What? David did the show with me, and I said I was taking Notre Dame. I needed one of you to stand up. You had Rob over here. He basically killed me with a trident like I picked against
Well,
his team.
he just threw it at me after he realized it wasn't you.
David, you know what I've learned in the years I've been here? Sometimes it's fun just to stir that pot.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
I wasn't here.
Everybody and their mother took Georgia. I take Notre Dame, and then caller Rob calls up. Well, you didn't pick us last week. What planet do you reside on?
Yeah, I knew Notre Dame had that game.
It was obvious. Kenny and that
I
broke
didn't think
bleep offense with that backup. Gunners, Stockton, stinks.
And Rob, if you're listening,
All right, we're outta here.
Hey, all you got to do is call Notre Dame and just say, stack the line. Don't let Penn State run the ball. Make Drew Aller beat you.
Football-a-palooza and a critical question to lead the 5 o'clock next. 97.1.
Red Wings coach Don McClellan said today that goalie Alex Lyon is day-to-day. Jeff Petrie was placed on IR late yesterday as well. He'll likely be out the full week, and the team will reevaluate next week. With a game tomorrow against the Blackhawks, Ville Husso has been called up from Grand Rapids under emergency conditions. Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga have already been ruled out for the Warriors tonight as they face the Pistons at Little Caesars Arena. Draymond Green and Steph Curry are also questionable. Detroit searching for their sixth straight win. Here if they can do it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. The day after Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs picked up NFC Offensive Player of the Week. He was tabbed as the conference's Player of the Month. Safety Ife Melifonwu revealed today that he dislocated his finger in practice, which required surgery. This came right before he was set to come off IR with his ankle injury. John Paul Morosi thinks there still might be a small chance to land star pitcher Roki Sasaki out of Japan, but he thinks their contract offer to him extends a little bit deeper. Morosi also said that Detroit may be a landing spot for Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado that he may be open to trading to. He did deny a trade earlier this offseason to Houston. Tarek Skubal avoided arbitration with the Tigers today, signing a $10.15 million deal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, I'll take a free win tonight for the Pistons. You hear that? Wiggins and Kuminga ruled out. Steph and Draymond questionable. I mean, Steve Kerr may have to suit up. I'll take a free win to get win number 20.
Yeah, you better not lose.
Okay, way to be negative. So listen, we are starting Football-a-Palooza. You've got college football playoff game tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State. Not the most exciting thing, but it's a helmet game. It's two blue bloods. Tomorrow night, you get OSU and Texas. Saturday, you got a double dip in the NFL, and then obviously on Sunday, a triple header, and then Monday, the Sam Darnold Pumpkin Festival. So here's my question. As we all get ready for, it's going to be a fun 5 days. 8 games in 5 days, they all matter. What is the game you are most geared up to watch? Now, you can answer this a multitude of ways, fellas. You can answer it as, what is relevant to the Lions? You could also answer it to, what is just relevant to I like sports? What is the game I want to watch? Some people watch games for a singular player. I'm generally not that person. But I wanted to know, both going around the room, but also talking to the people. 248-539-9797 is, look, what's the game? Because I don't think not watching football is on the menu. Now, while Dan Campbell said he's getting out of the facility for a day or two, it's not like he's going to a hammock in Bali. You know, he come on.
Yeah, he'll still watch, but.
So I just wondered. I mean, I know what my answer is, but I'll go last. It doesn't matter. I was interested what you guys were going to say. I mean, Kenny's ordering special food tonight.
Oh.
He's all excited to see an over-under of 17.
Kenny, that means it's going to be like 80-plus points.
45,
right, exactly. I'll take the over right now.
Yeah. You know what? For me, it's tomorrow night's game. It's Ohio State and Texas. I'm looking forward to that game, the Cotton Bowl down in Dallas, because I think that the winner of that game, you're probably looking at the national title, especially Ohio State, somewhat of a revenge tour because of their stumble. And now all of a sudden, they just look like the hottest team in college football. Jeremiah Smith lighting things up. The other games in the NFL, good, but the Ohio State-Texas game, that's must-watch for me. I'll be Kenny tomorrow night. Just sitting
Special
there.
food program.
Yeah, just sitting there, phone off, watching the game.
All right, David. Football-a-Palooza.
Yeah.
What is the number one? And again, take yourself out of the Steelers.
Oh, I already have.
Okay.
Yeah, I already
We're
have.
talking in general as a fan.
Correct.
What do you want to see?
It's a good choice, Rico. But I'm going to go with the Commanders and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday night. I'm really interested to see what Jaden Daniels looks like. I think they pulled the upset in that game. But that game, I think, is the game of the weekend. Can't wait to see that matchup. What does Baker look like? Mike Evans, that whole Washington defense. I'm loving that game right there.
Kenny, 8 games, 5 days. I know you got special grub tonight, but that just might be because the girlfriend ain't coming home. So what's the deal?
So I liked David's pick a lot. It was between that and a different game. That and Ohio State, Texas. Primarily because of something we talked about earlier on in the show. I said the winner of that game would be your national champion. So I want to see who wins that game. That's the most meaningful, important game of the weekend.
I'm really interested is that no one in this room gave the answer I'm giving. I'm surprised. Not that it's right or wrong. It's Rams and Vikings for me. You know, the whole Ginger big game factor. Will Sam Darnold bounce back? You know, Matthew Stafford storyline looming, the whole idea of just, I don't know. I'm fascinated. The fact that the game might move, they might play the damn thing in Phoenix.
You know, but see.
What, David?
No. The reason for me, I'm sorry, David.
No, he's making fun of me over there.
No, I'm not making fun of you.
The reason why I'm not picking that game, because I want to pick a game that has nothing to do with this team here.
So this is like an escape hatch for
Yes,
you.
I want nothing to do with the Lions. Lions, no bearing on this game.
Is it wrong I want to laugh at Sam Darnold's face
No.
again? Okay.
No.
I'm hoping he turns into a pumpkin again and no one pays him, and he's never heard from again.
He'll get paid, but go ahead.
No, I'm not making fun of you, Mike, but I think, just me, them moving the game takes the interest away from me. I want the game in someone's home stadium.
But LA doesn't have a home.
David,
Whose house? Rams' house. Not really. It's 50% the other team.
And then it makes me wonder then how many Vikings fans will actually make a trip to Arizona now.
Not many.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be an
So
actual
basically, this is like when
theme to me.
It snowed in Buffalo and the Bills had to play a game
Yeah.
at Ford Field.
Yeah, the scene is gone for me.
And it was like a step above a preseason game, but it actually counted. I
No
understand
one's
what you're
fault.
saying.
We know what's going on
Yes.
in LA, but the scene of the game is just done for me. If they move it. I mean, not move it, but we'll see.
What is the latest on that?
The latest is they're just waiting. I think
Yeah.
they're waiting as late as they can, which is probably tomorrow.
There's a gigantic cloud outside the Rams practice facility of smoke, and I don't think that it happens just because the air quality is going to be poor.
Here's the other thing. The amount of city services you need to put on an NFL football game.
And there it is.
Police, fire, security. Just, it's inappropriate with what they're dealing with to direct any of that to this.
You don't have enough extra help to give out a parking ticket. Seriously. Like, everybody spreads so thin. You got to do security. You got to do all types of stuff. In my opinion, if I'm the NFL, hey, guys, no offense, I'm just going to take this off your plate. Deal with the bigger thing. Let's make the main thing the main thing.
Yep.
Handle the fires. We'll move the game there. And I think the sooner the better, because then fans can reroute themselves to Phoenix.
The other thing, too, and I mean, I'm not, and again, I know this isn't the primary focus of the question, which is, look, 8 games, 5 days. What's the game you're actually carving time out to watch? I'd feel different if the game was in Buffalo or if the game was in Kansas City, where I'd be like, man, I don't want to rob those fans of a game. Yeah. The Rams don't have fans.
Right.
Like LA doesn't have fans anyway.
The fact that they selectively do that, whose house?
Rams house.
And then like whoever they're playing says, you know, our house.
Yeah, exactly. Not ideal.
Like, why are all these Rams fans dressed in red? Oh, they're not Rams fans.
248-539-9797. So for me, it is. It's Rams-Vikings. David makes a good point. From an environment standpoint, it might not be the greatest atmosphere, but I think the football on the field is fascinating. The college stuff,
I like Ohio State.
I know you do.
I
think the game's going to be a blowout, so maybe that affects my...
See, I don't think so, because Texas will probably do what Texas does. They'll jump out to an early start, and it'll be a battle, but then I think that Ohio State will just pull away in the end.
And look, maybe I've overreacted to the Ohio State thing. I just feel like they've
what they did to Oregon.
They've just gone juggernaut mode. What they did to Tennessee and then what they did to Oregon. I mean, they've just slaughtered 2 teams. They look like, hey, yeah, we're not going to do that Michigan thing anymore. We're just going to effing play.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's our top wide receiver. You can't cover him. We're just going to throw it to him.
248.
And by the way, there's also Emeka Egbuka.
Right, the forgotten guy. He's pretty good. We can get to the people here momentarily. We'll get some ticket texts as well. 8 games, 5 days. The Lions are chilling. You've got time. I just want to know the one you're willing to carve out. Who am I kidding? 4 hours to watch. Because these these halftime shows, Jesus. They're one step from exhuming Aretha and having her sing. I mean, they take
Beyonce.
They take 30 minutes.
Well, come on. You knew when you bought Beyonce, that was going to be a long show.
Jesus. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next. Football fans, first time, you got 5 straight days of playoff football. College and pro. FanDuel will have it all. They have a special deal here with the No Sweat SGPs every single day of this 5-day fiesta. You want to do one of the prop bet casino crazy SGPs? FanDuel's got you. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get involved with the best sports book in America. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Opt-in is required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to the people. 5 days, 8 games, all playoff games. Which one do you care about the most? The one, look, it's not realistic for average American to watch all 8 games. You have lives. If there's one you're trying to get out of the honeydew list, or one you just genuinely want to see, which is it? Kenny and Rico went to the college side of things. David, Commanders and Bucks, maybe the highest scoring game of the weekend. It's possible. For me, it's Rams and Vikings. Part of it is my hatred of Sam Darnold. The other is the Stafford storyline fascinates me. That he just keeps doing it at 37. They're rested. They're a pain in the ass to play. And I hate fake teams. I think the Vikings are fake. And I'd like to see them dine on the bullet. I want the Rams to put them out. But part of that is the whole ginger factor. Let's go to Logan, 97.1. Logan, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I think the obvious one around here is got to be that Vikings-Rams game, just with the implication it has. But for me, the one I'm the most intrigued in has to be that Bills-Broncos game. Something's telling me that could be a very, very interesting game.
What is it? What is the angle you have where you're going, hey, I got to watch this?
Just with the uprise of the Broncos this year, especially with the downfall they had last year, being Bo Nix. I'm not the biggest fan of Sean Payton, but I do respect him. Just something tells me this game could be very awfully close, and if the Broncos were to pull it off, that would just be magical.
I'd love to see it. I would. Logan, listen, the only thing I have to go on is a rookie on the road in the playoffs. But you're right. The last 4 or 5 weeks, Sean Payton has called plays like Bo Nix is a 5-year veteran. And he's starting to take shots down the field. He had the huge, and again, no one will remember the play, but it was an amazing play. and an amazing throw to get that touchdown on 4th down in Cincinnati. Yes, they lost the game in overtime. But, yeah, Logan, it just shows you if you get the quarterback position right in the draft, you can get good right away. I mean, in 2 years, you got 3 teams. It was Stroud last year. It was this year, Jaden Daniels. This year, Bo Nix. If you want to go back even further, I mean, look at the Trevor Lawrence thing. The rookie year disaster with Urban Meyer. You know what he did year 2? Won a playoff game.
Yeah, he did.
Like, if you get it right, it can happen immediately. But my fear is it's still rookies in the playoffs on the road.
But see, that's where, you know what, if you don't know what you don't know. You don't know, you should be nervous. You don't.
And is Bo Nix a rookie at age 30?
Yes. It's still a rookie.
He's an older gentleman.
But you know what? It's paying off for the Broncos right now.
It is. And look, good on the Broncos getting them, because a team like mine would have ruined them. No infrastructure, no plan.
Yeah,
Sean Payton's an offensive genius. He might be a jerk of a human being, but he's an offensive genius.
It really does show his credibility that he knew what he was doing. Like, yeah, I'm going to let Russell go because I can't win with him.
Right, Rigo? They're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Don't they have like $80 million in dead cap from the Russell Wilson thing?
Yeah.
Imagine this team with like $50 million in players.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I don't have to like the man to pay respect to the result.
They resurrected Cortland Sutherland.
Sutton.
Sutton. Yeah. So all of a sudden, they look like they could be legit. They get to hit on some couple draft picks.
Wish they'd wear those throwbacks like they did last week. Can we just get the Steve Atwater era jerseys full time? I mean, those things are sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, I like those.
It's just, I love those. Those, you get the Houston Oiler ones. David, go ahead on the ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
Yes.
Morton's.
Yes.
Yeah, someone's mentioning they want to see that Broncos-Bills game for a different reason, though. It says Denver seemed to end the season on a real high. Buffalo seemed to swoon a bit. I have a feeling, though, that it will go out the window and Buffalo will kick Denver's behind once it counts, and I want to see that.
It makes you wonder, too. It's like they didn't just lob 9.5 points out there for fun.
Someone says, I'm with Rico and Kenny. Ohio State, Texas is the game I'm most looking forward to. Want to see Ryan Day lose his mind in the game, then cry about the refs.
Here's the thing to watch for, right? This is the way I'll be right or wrong. Texas is terrible in the red zone. Ohio State is elite defensively, meaning Texas settles for more field goals. It would drive Dan Campbell to madness. And Bert Auburn, the little carrot top kicker they got, he's hit the fritz a little bit here. He's been very shaky his last couple of games.
So Gingers can't kick either?
I wouldn't trust him in a big spot. The point is, but Ohio State, when you get in the red zone, they don't let you in the end zone. If Texas got to settle for a few field goals, I don't need to tell you the rest. And the other problem is this. I can't figure it out, and this is where Rico could be right. Texas's running game, it's all good or all bad, and I don't get it. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, they put up 400 yards rushing, and then they go play Georgia. Georgia hadn't stopped anybody in a month. They couldn't run at all. And they're going to put up 300 yards rushing over here. If they don't get that ground game really going, you know my thoughts on Quinn Ewers. I don't like him. Besides his face.
And the fact
I don't like
that
him.
just Ohio State has just said, hey, we have NFL wide receivers.
Yeah.
You don't have NFL corners. You
And
can't guard them.
Sark and Day, it's kind of a Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
They will do Sark will do some of the most boneheaded stuff in the red zone, and I don't know why he does it. Everything's working. It's great. And then he'll go, hey, let's do this orbit motion, fake left, fake right, pitchy woo-woo. And you're like, dude, what are you doing? You're getting 7 yards a carry. Now your quarterback's 11 yards on the line of scrimmage, and he's faking the pass to dead people.
Yeah. Another one that's we nobody's mentioned but could be sneaky good, a rematch from week 1, Packers-Eagles.
Yeah.
Somebody just texted that in.
It could be because, again, Hurts has rust and no Christian Watson. You got Jordan. Look, Love is hurt. He's got the elbow condition, and there's numbness in his fingertips. But, again, I don't think the Eagles are a monolith. Like, I don't. I think they're good, and I think they're going to be a pain in the ass if the Lions got to play them. But when your quarterback hasn't played for a month, you're right. What?
But the thing is, because he's not a rookie, because he's done this before, I don't think it's going to be a ton of rust factor for Hurts. It's probably a series or two.
So
I'm in.
You know what's funny is like when you look at the weekend, there he gave himself a bell ring. He really liked that opinion. If you,
I was trying to turn the mic off.
if you segment the weekend though, you could keep Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You can keep all 3 days. Sunday's triple header of NFC, or the two main ones of Eagles and then the Bucs game at night, and then certainly Monday night. Like, you could just give me those three. The AFC ones, I don't have a lot of juice for Chargers and Texans, Steelers and Ravens, Bills and Broncos. Yeah,
I think the AFC picks up next week.
Those will be Thunderdome.
It's kind of like the college football playoffs. That's the first round of playoff games. You had to play them, but they weren't really that interesting because they were all blowouts.
Very fair. David, go ahead, buddy.
Guys, this game is probably going to be trash tonight. There are reports that Penn State is dealing with food poisoning. It's about 7 to 10 players.
Miami.
What is happening tonight?
You know what? They went out on South Beach.
You got a flu outbreak in Notre Dame.
They ordered the seafood, and there we have it.
I quit. My official selection is I have no selection. One team's got the flu, the other's praying to the porcelain god. Phenomenal.
This is going to be outstanding.
Does FanDuel have a special bet? Does anyone get to 10? Jesus. I mean, I'll watch
Once
it.
again, I'm going to double down and say this is 45-40 final score.
It is the way it works.
All of a sudden, they get superpowers.
Because you couldn't have told me the halftime score Detroit, Minnesota was 10-6. And that's only because they got a field goal because the Vikings kicked the ball out of bounds.
Wrong button.
We're gonna get a lot of James Houston out there tonight.
Oh, that'll be Sark on Friday night. He always wears those white pants. I mean, that does stink, though. You're a fan of either team or you're just a fan of watching football. One team's got a flu outbreak. The other one can't get off the toilet. That's phenomenal.
Great.
Thanks, David. Thanks a lot.
Just give you the news.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Minnesota Vikings. Are they going to have the Detroit Lions hangover? I can't wait to see that game on Monday.
I've got unnatural spite for the Vikings. And I just feel like it's 2 years ago when the fake Vikings won every game by a point, and then they went to the playoffs and they lost to my loser Giants. Think about that. If you lose to Daniel Jones at all, your franchise should be contracted. Now you have this ginger. Just get them out of this league.
Gingers?
Go Rams.
Or Minnesota?
Both. This is like the Death Star of things that bother me. The Vikings plus a ginger quarterback. Get them out of here.
Oh, man. So if they win the whole thing, win the Super Bowl, you're just going to be miserable.
I would. I don't like fake teams.
If they won the Super Bowl, that means they're not a fake
They
team.
can be fake. Come on.
You can't
They could
go
be.
through that gauntlet.
Okay, hold on. The 07 Giants were pretty fake.
No.
Really?
They beat the man.
Yeah, but the Giants were a 500 team. They weren't that good. None of their metrics were that good. They got hot for a couple of games.
They were bored with the regular season.
Okay, then. They had a guy with bubble gum on his helmet win them the Super Bowl. I can say it. They're my team. I ain't giving the Lombardi trophy back.
Is there an asterisk by that? No.
There could be if you wanted it. I don't get
There
offended
is
by
not.
that.
No, there is not.
Okay.
That's going to be in the highlight when Eli's elected into the Hall of Fame.
I know, which is gross when you think about it.
Speaking of fake teams,
Tigers win again.
I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
someone does text in. For me, the game I'm looking forward to is the Steelers game. We all know Russell Wilson's going to channel his inner MVP and lead them to the Super Bowl. It all starts here.
No. The Steelers need to do what the Steelers do, which is lose in the first round of the playoffs, just to keep David upset. David, honestly, don't you feel like you're on the treadmill of mediocrity?
Yes.
Like, it's never going to get better this way.
Correct. Because we're never going to get up to get the quarterback we actually need.
No, I'm just laughing. Maybe we should have did the anti-survivors pool, and we just picked everybody picks a guaranteed loser this weekend.
Oh, Jesus.
Whoa.
George Pickens' ego. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people coming up momentarily. And once again, apologies, hit the wrong button.
Hey, the Tigers won again. Tigers won again. All right.
One more time. There it is. Okay.
New year. Make it a new you. Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now. There's over 50 over the Metro Detroit area. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started on your Planet Fitness membership. It's the home of the judgment-free zone. So whether you're in the best shape or not, don't worry about it, because would you stop that? Because that Mike, get out. Get out. David, cut his microphone off. At Planet Fitness, cut off the screen. At Planet Fitness, it's the home of the judgment-free zone. There's plenty of brand new equipment in there, strength training and cardio equipment, and you get free fitness training from knowledgeable staff of trainers who can focus just on you if you need a little bit of assistance. And remember, it's judgment-free. So all you need is $1 down now through January 10th. $1 down, $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness to get started, or go online at planetfitness.com.
If your furnace isn't running right, especially in this cold, you need a reliable service, and you need it now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to knock $50 off that next day service call. Just ask about their winter bundle-up discount as well. Mastercraftheating.com. $97.1, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Also, check out our YouTube, Lenny Show with Rico. It's free. It's also separate to the ticket, so you're going to have to subscribe to it. Hit the little likey doodle thing. Why? Evan tells me that helps. All right. Real quick note. We've had a lot of content today. I want to just allegedly put this to bed. Bill Belichick staying at North Carolina? Question mark. On the Pat McAfee show, the general manager of UNC football. That's still such a foreign concept to me. Mike Lombardi, who worked with Belichick, worked in the NFL. Bill Belichick is committed to North Carolina. He's committed it to me. He's committed it to the university. There are no conversations about anything. And we drive from his office here at this football field behind me where we're staying. We commute daily together. We talk about how messed up the NFL is and how thankful we are to be in college football. He goes on to basically just repeat a zillion times, we're staying here. The story has no legs. It's nonsense. When the story broke, he was recruiting at Bergen Catholic. Like, I don't know. You do what you want with it. I'm just offering it to you. That's fresh meat today.
Yeah, you know when the story ends? When Belichick just says...
Well, his GM said it.
Not the same. It's not the same. If Belichick, hey, guys, appreciate it, not going anywhere. He put his name on it. Now I believe it. But until then... it's a lot of smoke. Now, it may end up being nothing, but don't fool yourself. There's some back channeling going on. If somebody offers the right price, I think he's gone.
You want something fun? Belichick's buyout is $10 million. You said this the other day. It drops to $1 million after June 1st. That is yikes. So there you go. You do what you like with it. I don't really care. I think it's ridiculous he's in college.
And that's the worst time for both parties.
Sure.
I mean, he still would have an NFL training camp, but, dude, if you're in North Carolina, you're screwed.
Big time. But then again, you're North Carolina. So
you know what? You win.
Whoops. Pistons might get a freebie tonight, by the way, to move to 20-18. No Kuminga, no Wiggins, and Steph and Dre are
questionable.
So, look, we talked about it. This is fun. Nobody cares. It's January 9th, and that's not insulting. It's just reality. Until or unless the Lions don't play football anymore, you're not going to get any traction with the Pistons. But it's going to coincide. That trade deadline is the week of the Super Bowl, I believe, which is a bad job by the NBA, but I digress. The point is, if the Pistons make a big trade, if they keep playing good ball here over the next couple of weeks, they can just stay around 500. I think they got a shot to get some traction. The Wings, Kenny had a good point. Look, they've got this Nations Cup. The Wings also have a much more difficult deal because no one quits in hockey. And the Eastern Conference is lethal. I mean, we talked about it. As hot as they've been with the new coach bump, plus 630 to make the playoffs. Jesus. What, Kenny?
No, I just think, hey, that's a little disrespectful. 630 to make the playoffs.
I know.
All I want for them to do is to put together a decent 1 month sample size where they're a little bit above 500 ideally.
Who's
That's
the favorite in the Nations Cup? Don't care. David, go ahead.
America.
Wow, that was really good.
I was terrible. I'm sorry.
Kenny, I hope that rake didn't hurt you.
I apologize. Kenny was all ready to break down Slovenia.
Regarding the games you're watching, I hate watching the Buckeyes. So I am into that game the most.
I respect that.
To your comment about the Pistons and who to trade for, and Rico, you mentioned Zion. Someone says there's too many buffets in the casinos here, so I got to pass on Zion.
Listen, the Zion thing is bizarre.
It is.
I'm not for or against yet. I need to see him play 10 consecutive games. Second of all, you've heard talk that New Orleans could release him at the end of the season. There are certain triggers in the contract they could just get out. So I'm not going to be the one pounding the desk. I also wouldn't be mad. Why? You're Detroit. You have to take risks. You're never signing a legitimate big-time free agent on the open market.
Say that again for the people in the back, because they're you got to get that's not how it works. Like star player like Giannis ain't coming here. We can do better than this. Actually, you can't.
Carry on.
How many porta potties are allowed on the sidelines for this game tonight?
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
One team's got the flu. The other team's got food poisoning.
Right, you'll know when you see the grad assistants escorting the players up the tunnel.
You're in the blue tent for a very long time.
It's 5 of you. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
And then one more before we get to Jeff, who was down at LCA for the Pistons game. Someone says, hear me out. The Rams game should be moved to St. Louis for all the old fans. That is Carl in a car.
Jesus. Is the RCA Dome still standing?
Yes.
Okay, good deal.
I believe so.
They'd have to clean it
It's used
out.
as a convention center, I believe, right now. So
that just, what could go wrong? Rieger.
What's going on, guys? How
Hey,
are
man.
you? By the way, you both got Wojo and I in trouble yesterday.
Why?
Apparently, ginger, a very offensive term. We had redhead after redhead calling the show saying we're not allowed to use that term.
Well, they're soulless. They don't get an opinion.
Somebody texting in, was Phil Simms a ginger? That's
No.
a pretty successful ginger.
No, he was blonde.
Oh, okay.
There's
Very
a difference.
close, though.
There's a difference.
Very close. What's going on, fellas? How are we?
Good. We covered basically everything in the world today, from Tigers, Pistons, little Wings, little Lions, college football, all of it.
I mean, today starts what is going to be like 5 amazing days, right? You get 5 straight days of the most important football games, which is awesome.
I
Can't
like
wait.
that. I like that it's a little bit of a build-up. I think Sunday is going to be the big day, and then obviously Monday night is the game I think
Huge.
Lions fans care about the most. So it sets up nicely. You can keep Ravens and Steelers and Chargers and Texans. You can have that.
That's fair. That's fair. And not to mention, I don't know if you guys saw this stat. I figured this out yesterday. Do you know, I don't know if this means anything to you. If the Pistons win, and I think they're going to win, even though Curry is playing, But if the Pistons win and Rico's Michigan State team wins, do you know the Pistons, the Red Wings, the Lions, Michigan, and Michigan State basketball, 9 days into 2025 will have started the season 14-0? That's amazing, is it not?
I think it's more amazing you put time into creating such a useless statistic.
Okay. I thought it was pretty cool.
Listen, it's fine enough. Okay. What's coming up next? More stats by Rieger?
Maybe. I do have a list of everywhere every Lions assistant coach is going to take a job interview with this weekend. So I'm curious, does that make people anxious, or does it give them anxiety, or don't they care? And then also,
Rieger, it should make them happy that people want their assistants. That's what it should do.
Well, I don't think it does. I think people wake up worried about Ben Johnson. So we'll get to that. And then also, it's only a 35-minute show. However, with Steph being in town, and I'm looking throughout the crowd here, and I'd say out of every 10 jerseys I see, 7 of them are Steph Curry jerseys. Yeah. It does bring the question. I've created a list, the 10 all-time people in sports that Detroiters have paid to come see, that they're on the opposition.
Kobe's got to be on there.
Oh, yeah, Kobe's number 1 on my list because you don't forget. Palace, Lakers coming to town.
How
Kobe's
far back?
There. I go back to,
Jordan?
I don't know, I go back to a great pitcher that pitched in the 80s and 90s. So, 80s and 90s, I guess.
Rieger's next. Rico's got your football Friday. We'll talk to everybody. Enjoy your football. Rico, take him to church.
Well, you know what, Mike? I was just talking to Kenny saying that when the temperatures warm up a little bit, I actually was going to go out on my deck